Hello, good morning and welcome to the 2025 Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. I'm Kev Harris and I'm really pleased to say that once again that you are joining us on the west coast of America, here in California, the home of racing that is WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as we're getting set and ready to bring you what is going to be 2 days of the most exciting race car action that you can see anywhere. And as always, I'm going to introduce you to the man that needs almost no introduction, who's joining me for the 2 days, the one and only Mr. Johnny Green. Johnny, great to see you, pal.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's a bit cloudy, it's a bit overcast at the moment, but if you know Laguna, it's going to blow off here in Monterey. The sea will give it a chance to blow off, and we'll have a sunny day, and we'll celebrate 51 years of great motorsport.
Yeah, and this event is like no other. This year, there's over 400 of the most exquisite and period-correct cars with provenance that have been there and done it from way back when, right up to 2025. And oh boy, Johnny, this year, well, it's better than ever, isn't it? Rolex have done it again.
Well, I didn't think after the 50th they could have upped themselves, but they have. There's so much to look at, so much to see. The provenance of these cars is brilliant, but the drivers as well. We've got the guys that did it in the day and the cars that made it happen.
Yeah, and that's what's great about the Rolex event. The guys that put this on really work hard to make sure that every car is here has the provenance. It's a word I used just now. It means that they were out, they were on the track from, you know, all different types of motorsport. Hand-picked, if you will, the kind of best of the best, the ones that mean something.
Oh, without a doubt. There's no question. I mean, I'd hate to do security here because with the amount of cars here, you mentioned it, over 400 cars. Think about that. If there were just 2 people working on each car, imagine how many people that is. But there's probably 5 or 6, if not many more. And
the covers are coming off. The cars are starting to fire up. We're just next to the fuel station. They're filling up. It's getting really rather noisy. And as Johnny just said, that last year we were celebrating 50 years of historic racing here on Pebble Beach. So without further ado, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from the last few years.
Over 400 cars. Think about that for a moment. 400 cars competing. Has got this.
I think so too.
And tries to make it to Andretti first, and he's done just that, but well and behold,
Bargy.
Gordon Murray alongside me. Gordon, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us.
This actual car, is the first customer car delivered.
There's Adrian Newey, his Ford GT40.
It's great to be out here. The last time I was here was in 1987 with Mario Andretti, race engineering him. So it's great to be back. Really nice atmosphere out here. I've really enjoyed the weekend.
Look at that, round the outside, nicely done.
That was well done, yeah.
What could be better, right?
There's so many beautiful cars here, and it's great for the fans to come and see so many cool cars.
Mention that.
Well, how about that, Watson? What are, great memories to look back on there, Johnny. Really great to watch. But how about this? Talk about memories. 75 years of Formula One is what's being celebrated this year, all around the world. But here at the Rolex, they've pulled out all the stops. They've got a car from 1950 all the way over there, going right around behind us, bringing it bang up to date to a Red Bull here from 2025. What a collection of Formula One cars, Johnny.
Yeah, it's something Rolex have done over the years. They've always celebrated a particular mark or a particular part of motor racing history. And, of course, you have to give reverence to the 75th year of Formula One. And the collection is not just a collection of cars over the years. It's the importance of each and every car. Every car has a reason to be here, whether it be so many wins, or whether it be an innovation like the Brawn behind us here that, of course, Jenson Button won the World Championship with.
Yeah, Jenson Button is here, obviously. He's a big fan of historic racing, sports car racing, so even though he's not his Formula One car these days, he's always at events like this. We're going to be catching up with him a little bit later on. Yeah, but in 2009, Johnny, born out of the end of Honda's involvement in Formula One as a manufacturer, came Brawn. And Rubens Barrichello was his teammate, and that was the year that he won the championship. And his car's over there.
They paid £1 for it, and they won the Constructors and the Drivers' Championship. An incredible story, and that is what is the beauty of Formula One. That car is here. You've got Mario Andretti cars. You've got the Eagle, Dan Gurney's Eagle. I mean, it's just, there's Lotuses, there's Coopers, there's everything.
Senna McLaren back there as well. Phenomenal. So Formula One, the box is well and truly ticked here.
Oh, yeah.
But also as well, being brought back for the first time, getting all 7 generations of the cars together under one awning just over there. The guys from iRock, the International Race of Champions, are back.
Yeah, and it couldn't be more American. iRock was a series that Ray Everin was involved in and has now brought it back. And he's actually brought back the original cars that raced over 30 years and the original drivers. And you talk about Formula One, well, that was the idea of the International Race of Champions, which was to pit the best of NASCAR, the best of Indy, and Formula One all against each other. And we've got the likes of Danny Sullivan and Al Unser, you name it, they're all here.
They're going to be here doing an autograph signing session a little bit later on, and we're going to be catching up with them as well. But the first time ever that all those cars have been under one roof. And it might be the first time that a lot of those drivers have got together in one space as well. So it's going to be quite the party for those guys.
I went after their practice yesterday. I watched them all chatting. That's the best time. The drivers are just talking to each other. And they're all swapping stories about the cars. And they're all very different cars. So there's a lot of bragging rights. It's going to be a lot of fun with these guys.
Yeah, and they're going to be going out on track, I think, as well. So properly sort of going wheel to wheel in semi-anger, I suppose. We've got to look after
Listen,
them. But
a racing driver is a racing driver. You give them a car, they're going to race it.
Well, Zach Brown's going to be racing in one of those. I know that much. And he doesn't shy away from trying to win something.
Is he living the dream or what?
Isn't he living the dream? Right, so look, there's lots to look forward to over the next couple of days. Let's take a quick look at the schedule, though, for today that's coming up here on Friday. Johnny's going to run up to his commentary booth in a moment and kick things off. At 8:15, it's Group 9. That's the Juan Manuel Fangio Cup cars that are going out. Obviously, Grand Prix cars from the 20s all the way up to the mid-50s there. Highlights as well, that Unser Family Cup race featuring those iRock cars. They're coming up at 9:25. The Ragtime races are taking us just into lunch. And then after lunch, we've got the exhibition race with Formula One. They're going to be doing their thing out on track. You're going to be adding some commentary to that, Johnny, at about 1:35, the Formula One exhibition. Some of these cars behind us going on track.
Yeah, looking forward to that. That's going to be very special.
Midway through the afternoon, we're catching up with some 1981 to 1991 IMSA GTO cars, the Hurley Hailwood Trophy race. I can't get through all this, but I am going to name check my favourite group, always my favourite group. Group 2, those Trans Am cars from 66 to 72, the Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy race. I'm looking forward to that one. Just the penultimate one of the afternoon, Johnny.
I'm going to say historic Trans Am, and it goes on, it's still going on. There's a current Trans Am driver, Tommy Dreesy, racing an historic car that he owns that Vic Elford raced in the day, but he's still racing in Trans Am at the moment.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. Right, listen, Johnny, you need a moment to catch your breath. Run up to your lofty commentary position, because at 8:15, you're going to be looking after Group 9. So we will see you up there in the commentary on the other side of this commercial break. Lots to look forward to, mate.
Let's go racing.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate. Boom.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Morning,
Welcome
everyone.
back to the
As you
Rolex
can see,
Monterey Motorsport Reunion, where the fans are starting to arrive already, and it's all down to the hard work of a team of people behind the scenes who have put this thing together. And I'm pleased to say that the VP of Events and the Director of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, April Henderson, is with me now. April, firstly, congratulations. You did it. We're here.
Thank you very much. It's an honor. It's a huge position to fill, but I do want to make it very clear, it is a huge team effort. Yeah. From our internal team here, our volunteers, and then obviously our advisory council. It takes a big lot to make this happen.
Yeah, it really does. And credit to you, like we were just saying in the commercial break there, the fans are arriving already. We're just a shade past 8 a.m., and they are flocking through here. But you've been up early, because a lot goes on behind the scenes of these events. You've already been out on track, haven't you?
Absolutely. So, I mean, we started our day with a 5:30 a.m. photo shoot. So there's never any time to sleep around here, but we love it. It's why we do what we do.
Well, listen, credit to your photographers as well, because the imagery that comes out of this event is second to none. But you're pointing the cameras at some great cars. What a collection that you guys have got together. When does it all start? How long does it take to put something like this together?
Yesterday. But it's a couple years in the making, between the F1 display, the iRock display, and then 400 other cars just out here to race to celebrate the historic heritage.
Well, listen, well done to you. As I was chatting to Johnny at the top of all of this, you've got it right. The provenance on these cars is perfect. And I'm really looking forward to speaking to your colleague, Ellen, who I think is responsible for all of these Formula One cars that are around us. She's done a great job. Just a quick word about her.
Ellen's an incredible curator. Her background being from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. She's a wonderful woman and individual to work with. She's just so flexible, easy, solution-based. I can't wait to hear more about what you guys talk about.
Brilliant. April, thanks so much. You're very busy. Stay right there. But we're going to let you go because you've got a lot to do. And what we've got to do, obviously, is go and join Johnny up in the booth, because those Group 9 cars are getting set to go out on track. We're going racing.
We certainly are. Great stuff. Thank you. Yeah, as you can see, it's a little bit foggy here, but as I mentioned, this is Laguna Seca, and if you know anything about this part of the world, Monterey, California, it is one of the most beautiful places in the world, but two, it also suffers from a little bit of morning fog. But we hope it'll blow off. It usually does, and we usually get bright California sunshine, and that's what we're hoping for very soon. We're about, well, you know, a mile or so up the hill from Monterey itself, but we are in the Monterey Hills, and that's what makes this circuit so unique. It was built in 1957, and it was an army base at one point, but they bought the land and leased the land. That's a long story we'll tell you about as the weekend goes on. But basically, if you want to put it simply, it's up a huge hill to the corkscrew and back down again. But that does not tell you anything about Laguna Seca, because there is so many double apex Andretti hairpin, for example, into 3 and 4. A 2.2-mile track, which from turn 5 starts to build uphill. And then you get to the Ray Hall Straight and building still, going uphill, and then you fly floors down through the Rainy Curve. Wayne Rainey will be here this weekend and into turn 11. Vital corner to get good run on the straight that is the main straight. So that's a quick look at Laguna Seca, but I'm going to get the drivers as they come into the booth periodically as the weekend goes on. We've got many great surprises for you, but we turn our attention now to our first group of the day, and quite rightly, it is the Juan Manuel Fangio Cup Race 1. And the reason I say quite rightly is we are celebrating 75 years of Formula One. And, of course, the 5-time world champion from Argentina, quite rightly, gets his name on one of the groups. And I'm joined here in the booth by Rob Manson. And quite appropriately again to have you here, sir, because... and we've also got Marcus Bicknell. He's just popped in. Good to see you. But let me start with you, Rob. I think it is poignant because I mentioned 75 years of Formula One. It started at Silverstone in 1950, but so too did the Pebble Beach races, which I know you know very fondly.
That's very true. Marcus and I look after the Del Monte Trophy Race Group. We celebrate the cars that raced from 1950 to 1956 in the forest of Pebble Beach. The Pebble Beach road races began in November of 1950. So 75 years ago. We will actually celebrate it at this time next year in concert with the Pebble Beach Concours, which also started on the same weekend in November of 1950. The celebration will include a special race group here at Laguna Seca that will consist of 40 cars that would have raced or did race in the Pebble Beach road races during the 7-year period. We will have some cars in static display. We will also be doing 2 groups for the concours of the cars that raced in the Pebble Beach road races. There will be a book commemorating, and there will be all sorts of other activities related to that during the year, including the first one, which is next week, 10 days from now at Lime Rock Park. We will have an east-west race there where 14 cars that raced in the Pebble Beach road races will head off to Lime Rock, Connecticut for their Vintage Festival. And they, in turn, will have 15 cars that raced in the same period, 1950 to 1956, on the East Coast. Different types of cars, but all sports cars that from that period.
Well, as you can see, we have cars on track. The Porsche leading our group of the first of our races here this weekend, and as we said appropriately, it's the Juan Manuel Fangio Cup. Fangio came here to this event a fair few years ago now, but he did and attended, and it was a big event. But again, and I want to introduce Marcus here. Marcus Bicknell, welcome.
Well, Fangio, he was the guy who said the man who uses the brakes least is the man who is fastest. He would have been really quick at Laguna Seca.
He would, no question about it. And I think he would have loved events like this. And I know that's why people like Jenson Button, who, by the way, brought a Fangio car here, a Jaguar C-Type last year and raced it. Not here this year, but Jenson very much is, and he seems to be racing almost everything. And we raced with him at Sonoma in October. He won the race against us lot. I was third, so I got a podium position with Jenson. Absolutely. Everybody's gunning for that this weekend because he's in about 4 different races, from modern cars to an old Alfa, which he raced here again last year. He got 4th place in that, but he's looking for more, I'm sure, this year.
Such a lovely guy, real gentleman, as the reputation says.
Now listen, before these guys sort of head off into a race situation, let's again put it in perspective. You know, this is a time in 1950. What amazed me when I heard about the Pebble Beach races, it wasn't just that you decided to go racing. There was a sort of culture around the world post-World War II of manufacturers wanting to sell cars, but also a sort of a freedom, if you like, post-war, that everybody wanted to get out, the daredevil sort of instincts of the fighter pilots and so on. And that kind of captured the imagination. But the likes of Phil Hill, who of course became your first world champion back in the day, but amazingly, it amazed me that people like Sterling Moss were right there at the very first opening races of that. And that must have really injected some real prominence to the actual event back in those days.
It did indeed. We saw, in the very early days, we saw Phil Hill, of course, won the first Pebble Beach road race in 1950. He was driving an XK 120 Jaguar that he had bought at the factory, imported, heavily modified by basically cutting out all excess weight. The rear fenders actually flapped as he towed it up here, flat-towed it, behind his aunt's Packard limousine, and to the very first race. His mechanic was Richie Ginther, another young man who became an American Formula One driver.
Got Honda's first win.
That was rather exciting for both of them.
Well, we're about to get underway, and in a moment we will start the 2025 Rolex Reunion. What a wonderful moment. Yes, it's a little bit overcast, but we'll get 2 laps because obviously these tyres on this cold track, especially these older cars from 1950, we're going to go through each and every one that we see close up, but there are just beautiful Bugattis. What else we've got? We've got a Lancia out there. We've got some Alfa Romeos out there. Guys, ERAs, you pick some of the ones you think are worthy of talking about. We've got people from all over the world tuning in to this event. Tell us what we're seeing.
Well, on the front row, you've got 2 of the most beautiful cars ever built, the Lancia D50s. Now, who would imagine that a company goes bust in Formula One, and your competitor, Ferrari, says, oh, I'll buy the company. Oh, and I'll take the cars as well. And they went on to incredible success. And those outboard fuel tanks are so iconic. I absolutely adore the car. And when I was a kid, I made 3 of them in resin, 1/43rd scale, and they are cherished possessions. Watch them go.
That's great. What about yourself, Rob?
Oh, I love the ERAs, and there are a number of them. 2 of them were Prince Bira cars from Siam, at least Siam royal money that made it possible to put them on the track in England and in Europe. There are 2 others that are being driven by a father and son duo locally, and these are absolutely wonderful cars that have every single one of them exists and has been extraordinarily documented historically.
Yeah, and that's something to say right from the get-go. We've got 2 days of racing to show you, but I can promise you that every car you will see is immaculate, first and foremost, but also correct. Now, maybe you guys can explain that better. What I mean by that is they are as they were, as best possible during the day, and if not, they don't get into the 400 plus.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And these cars, you'll notice, have look very much like they did in day. As we went along, safety equipment was added in period, typically in the late 50s. The early 1950s sports cars still didn't exhibit rollover bars or any sort of visual safety equipment.
But it was believed back then that it was safer, actually, to be thrown away from the car.
Certainly in the single open wheelers. You'll notice they're quite high up. The seating is quite high up. And I suppose you could think about bailing out in an emergency, as guys did and still do, actually.
So here we go then. Part of the Miles Collier collection, Lancia D50s from 1955. Brad Baker out there. Charles Nurburg, a good friend of mine from Dallas, Texas, also pedaling away. And away we go then for our first race of the weekend, and it is Group 9, the Juan Manuel Fangio Cup Race 1. Cars from 1922 to 1955. A fascinating period. And as we said, Formula One began in 1950, but obviously racing began long before then. And in fact, we'll have some earlier Grand Prix cars, and we'll also have the Ragtime. So we're going to give you a full smorgasbord of history, especially the American history of racing and the automobile and the racing history of all of these cars. Away we go then through 3 and 4, and right away, a group of 3 cars pulling away quite heavily from the rest of the group. Good to see. I love watching the wheel movement on these cars. Yes, they're old, but boy, the work. I was talking to Jensen Button about this last year. Keep an eye on the hands because they are big wheels and the adjustments are tough. You guys drive these cars. How much more of a physical effort is it with these large steering wheels and about the movement underneath it?
Chicken plate, easy.
Okay. Speaks the driver. Ask a racing driver a simple question. That's exactly what you're
So, Jonathan, who is the number 16 who's got into second place? Because I can't see his name on the board. And ERA has snuck in there between the Lanciers.
I will tell you one more second.
Padden Dowling.
Well, you've got Gunnar Jeanette leading the way at the moment in the 50. Charles Nurberg, who I mentioned, is in second place. Douglas Stewart in third, and Charles McCabe, all names I'm sure you know in historic terms, and in fact from coming here many a time and also doing Monaco, those names are very, very well known in historic scenes. We've also got Paddings Dowling out there, and Kyan Dowling is also racing, so we've got father and son.
But we do have the number 16 in second place, and I can't see him listed.
It's a good point. No, he's not on my list either. So
he's black in car and red in suit. He's quick.
He's good. There's a ringer out there. Look out. I wasn't aware of any last-minute entries, but we'll keep an eye.
Maybe it's Rob Manson. He was offered another...
No, he sat right here.
Another run for today. He's going to be driving the Sorrel Curtis Special instead of his little Simcoe, so watch out for that at 11:10.
Yep. Kyan Dowling, who I just mentioned, he's in an ERA from 1934. What will you be driving this weekend?
I'll be in the X15 is the number. It is a Sorel. It was built in 1952. It's on a Curtis chassis with a GMC fire truck motor that has been, well, perhaps the block is the fire truck portion of it. The rest is highly modified and very much representative of a California special. Sports cars, but they were built as hot rods to go racing as sports cars. That's what the Del Monte Trophy Race Group is all about. In that portion of the entrance that are California specials.
Yeah, it is Paddings Dowling, I'm pretty sure, in the 16. And that's not a surprise. Paddings Dowling, probably one of the most storied historic drivers in the world right now. And I've seen him race around the world. And he's always, I mean, that's the first name you see.
That's right.
Often. And he has been doing this a long, long time. Gunnar Jeanette from Florida, I think part of the Revs Institute, or at least has played a big part in that. And Gunnar, a younger man, but a very, very good racing driver, and you'll see him sometimes in GTs and in some of the IMSA cars that really do require you knowing what you're doing, because they're going much faster than this.
Paddings and his son and a friend of the family also have 3 Lotus 23s that they race here locally as well as elsewhere, and with great fun.
Yeah, it's part of that Gunnar Jeanette car, is part of the Miles Collier collection and Revs Institute, as I mentioned. Right. You're looking at one of the Bugattis, Charles McCabe in his Type 59 1934 Bugatti.
It's worth mentioning for viewers around the world that this is not a demonstration race.
No.
These are guys with thoroughbred Grand Prix cars who are beating the shit out of them. Is that allowed, Jonathan?
Well, it's too late now, but thanks for mentioning the world. We apologise for the language, but, you know, he's a racing driver. Folks.
Yeah, these guys are going. Look at them, their little drifts on the Bugattis.
And is that the Birra Thai logo on the back?
That's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Prince Birra, fantastic story.
This is another one here. Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah, I love that story. 2 brothers, effectively from Thailand, taking on the world. And it was a surprise to everybody, even the Thais at the time, right. Because they didn't have I lived in Asia for a while, and they didn't really have the heritage. Of course, Macau came along. And then, of course, Asia has now come into a huge growth in motorsports. And now very much the Formula One calendar is full of Asian locations. But the Birras were the first, really, to get a storied name in the international scene of racing, and it's great to see them represented here. So Gunnar Jeanette continuing to increase his lead here in our first group. You're listening to Manson and Bicknell at the moment. Go ahead, Marcus.
I would imagine that the number 16 is not showing on the board because his transponder's not working.
Could be.
Right now,
it shows him further down.
At the bottom. He got mugged at the corkscrew by one of the Lancia D50s on the last lap. Really, really interesting bit of driving.
Right inside.
You were mentioning earlier the origins of racing in the States, and of course it goes back to Goodwood, where you and I, as 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, hid under the railings to watch Sterling Moss in a Ferrari GTO whiz round at 120 miles an hour. In Britain it was clear they were making their own works cars, and in the States, and this is where Rob Manson comes in, the Americans imported the MGs and the Jaguars, and they had wonderful time racing, including at Pebble Beach. Now the Americans said, we can do this, so they put a flathead V8 engine into something they built out of junkyard parts, mostly Fords, and they were very quick. So very quickly the Pebble Beach cars, certainly not dominated by the Americans, but there was a very, very ardent competition between the two. Those cars that the American made, both the big Curtises and the well-known Marks, but the specials in particular, the one-offs, are the ones which race today in the group which is called the Cunningham group later in the day, and where we have the pleasure to drive.
The California specials are, if you put them in context of the late 1940s, early 1950s period, they are part of the hot rod movement. Was based in Los Angeles. The speed equipment providers that grew up from the demand that was created for hot rods were also the same guys that. Oh boy.
Gunnar Jeanette is not hanging about. This is a great little race between these two. They're using the back markers to play around. Jeanette taking the lead again away from Charles Nerberg in the Lancia, and what a great little battle at the front between these two. Lovely.
Gotcha.
They are not going slow at all as they come to turn 5 and start to climb up the hill. So Gunnar back in the lead again. And these two, again, like Paddock Dowling, are two. See, now, this is what you see in historics, is obviously a little bit of, let's race, but let's be clear where we're going. Because I didn't see you coming last time. Because you kind of came around the back end of... and the one thing we don't want is for any comings together. We want to see this racing, which is great, but a nice little signal, a hand signal, just to let you know, hey, go to that side, will you?
I think Jeanette was actually saying it's your turn to lead.
Yes, okay.
Now Rob and I grew up in clubman's racing in Britain when he was there for 6 years. We were the same speed, and we'd be going down the Wellington Straight at Silverstone. Your corner, Rob. No, you go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll take the next one.
The trouble is, once you get racing drivers are funny old beings. They say, you go to the driver's briefing and you get all the rules told to you about how you're going to go racing, and then it kind of the red mist comes down, and racing's racing. You want to beat the guy next to you. There's the 39 coming through shot. Currently, that's Chalvoy, currently in 8th position. Charles. He's got the 57 behind him.
Yeah, that's Jamie Cleary.
Yeah, it is Jamie Cleary.
Yeah, it's
Jamie Cleary in that Bugatti Type 57, a 1937 edition. Haven't seen Nathaniel Green yet. Keep an eye out for him. That was the Bugatti Type 39A. We saw the number 39. 1926 as we go back to the leaders for a moment.
Well, the red mist does come down, but this weekend Rob and I are hoping not to break our cars, because we have to put them on the transporter on Tuesday to go East Coast for our first ever appearance at Lime Rock.
Oh, right.
In their Labor Day weekend.
Yes.
So we're going to be sort of quietly nipping around at the back, keeping out of trouble.
So the leaders being pointed in the direction of where those behind are telling them to go, because they are so much faster, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It takes some real confidence, I think, when you're racing an historic car, because you know what's underneath you is, quite frankly, priceless. But at the same time, the whole point of this is that these cars could be in a museum, and in any other sport they would be. But we don't like to put our cars in museums. We like to get out there and race them, and I think it's a real tribute to what the Americans have done, and well, around the world. But the prestigiousness of this particular event has grown. 1974, Steve Earle started this, some 51 years ago, and that in itself, to have an historic event that celebrates 51 years, I mean, that actually is pretty impressive anyway.
It is, and Steve Earle was a pioneer, and also someone who had a wonderful car in the garage and nothing to do with it. Several friends.
What was his car?
It was a Ferrari. It was a Ferrari 1955, 56 Ferrari. Had several friends. They said, well, you know, putting them on the show field is one thing if they're accepted, but we would much rather have them out on the track. I wonder if anybody else wants to do this and has cars in their garages. It turned out they were right. There were, within the first 3 years, there were guys looking around and saying, I want to do that too. Became a very popular event.
You've just been looking at, you're going to have to help me with the pronunciation. Macusco? Luca.
Macescu.
Yeah. Thank you. 1928 Bugatti, 37A.
Great guy.
And here's Paddock again. Got the nice open-faced helmet. See him gritting his teeth.
Very nice.
You're right to herald the fact that this Rolex Monterey has been going for 51 years. It's not just a celebration of historic racing, but these are the followers from the Pebble Beach races, because in 56, when they had to stop there, they transferred the whole shooting match, the whole set of races, to Laguna Seca, and it's been running ever since, obviously with new cars coming in with the passage of time. But it all started with Pebble Beach, and so this is the direct descendant.
Yeah, and what's interesting, the more I've got to know the names like Huffaker and Elva and the specials that you guys, but you know, we've got Briggs, Cunningham, you know, all of that sort of started, it all bubbled here, didn't it, really? I mean, there was people from all over the country,
did on the
but
West
California
Coast.
was huge, wasn't it?
It did on the West Coast. The East Coast, there were a couple of races pre-war, but then the war ended that, and after the war, as things started up in the late 40s, they moved west, and the first race on the West Coast of any significance, organized race, was in Palm Springs. It was private land, and then later in the year, also private land, public roads in a property development.
That's Kyan Dowling, who now pops to the top. That's son of, and doing a very good job as well.
So when did he overtake the Lance?
I was going to say, that sort of happened when we weren't looking.
Yeah, we missed that.
He's in that ERA R2A from 1934.
And I think 16 Dowling is still fourth, despite not being on the timing sheets. So interesting out there.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, the story of how it sort of grew. I mean, you mentioned private land, but of course that's how you get Silverstone, an ex-World War II airfield. You get Sebring, an ex-World War II airfield. Airfields were also very
and the same thing happened here as airfields were decommissioned and nobody had figured out what to do with them yet. They were used for early road racing, as they were in England. Pebble Beach was unique. It had real character amongst the pine trees, narrow roads, and it was a social event. As it is today, as Car Week is today, Pebble Beach road races were a huge social event, attracting people down for the parties.
Well, we're getting to the last lap, and these are the leaders again, and they're still very close. What a great race between these two. Now, we've got Kyan Dowling, we think, is leading the race, but these two have been out front. We're looking at the timing monitors, but of course we're not 100% sure whether we're getting all the transponders at the moment, but they are getting through. Look at that, beautiful number 6.
It sounds like the clerk of the course did call the two Lancia D50s in the lead, not Charles Neuberg, so that's not what we got on the timing sheet.
It's changed now back to Charles Neuberg and Gunnar Jeanette. That's correct. They just passed that Rolton Light Sport Tourer from 1935 as they go up the hill for the last time. Now we've got it right. So Neuberg leads the way, a man from Dallas, Texas. Interestingly enough, Charles Neuberg got a land speed record back in the day. Lovely guy, has a collection of his own of race cars in Dallas, Texas. And he is also a perennial member of the historic community.
What was his land speed record car?
I don't know. I don't know.
We'll ask him.
I will. He always wears the T-shirt. It's a really braggy T-shirt. He's been up here. He'll be up here, so I'm sure at some point. But I think it was over 400 miles an hour, something ridiculous.
You can't be more braggy than these Lancia D50s. Absolutely fantastic.
They are.
And I win the wager. These are the two that I punted for.
There you go.
Winning the race.
So, the conclusion and the checkered flag, the first of the day. And a lovely race indeed, our Group 9 for Manuel Fangio. I think he'd be pretty proud of that as we celebrate 75 years of Formula One. And the Lancias doing their business. And a great race indeed. We think, if we've got it right, Gunnar Jeanette is the winner, Charles Neuberg second, and Kyan Dowling third. Now, Padding's out there somewhere, but we haven't got a transponder on him. But it no matters. Gunnar Jeanette is our winner. Super kid, super guy, and again, he'll be racing, I'm sure, in many of the other groups. Which group do you particularly look forward to, whether you're in it or whether you just want to watch it?
Well, certainly this weekend with the IROC group, you have to be amazed at the turnout and the number of those cars that have been turned out. And that's quite a spectacle in itself with big name drivers and all that.
And also dragging out the original drivers from retirement, really.
Gotcha.
You're getting Danny Sullivan and you're getting Al Unser Jr., who's doing the pace car. You've got Mark Martin, who I saw at Lime Rock when they sort of started this whole thing. But just great legends. And Scott Borchetta, another man I know well from Trans Am, also taking part. There's some really interesting names out there. Dario Franchitti and his brother. But a whole feast of great motorsport celebrating not just 75 years of Formula One, but the entire history of the automobile here in the United States. My thanks to Rob and to Marcus. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
When are you out? What
yes,
time are you out?
We're out at 11:10 in the Briggs Cunningham group, and I'm driving number 15, the Streets Manning Special.
I love that car. I've seen it many times.
So I love it. Fits me like a glove, and I think some of the disc brake cars are going to be much quicker than us, but we'll be there in the midfield having fun and waving Rob past.
Of course. Rob, are you looking forward to a podium, perhaps?
Oh, I don't think so. It's a blended group. Certainly for our Del Monte Trophy group, there will be right up in the front in the Sorrel Curtis GMC X15.
Yep. And look out for the Parkinson Jaguar. We were talking about Pebble Beach and the fact that it finished in 1956. That's because cars crashed and it became dangerous.
Yes, yeah.
Now, Parkinson had his XK120 brand new, and on the second year he smashed it against a tree. So he threw the body away. He took the chassis and the engine. He made this beautiful white Special, which John Bodenbaum drives, and that's going to be the quickest, I think, of the
I think you're probably right.
Actual Del Monte Trophy race group. That's going to be good to look out for.
Absolutely setting it up beautifully. Thank you, gentlemen. That gets us kicked off nicely with Group 9, the Fangio group. They'll be back in action again tomorrow. We'll take a short break here from the reunion, and we'll be right back with more racing. Stay with us. Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Wonderful stuff.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, great action out on track, as always, here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And one man who's seen an awful lot of it over the last 15 years, Armando Miranda. Armando, great to see you here, pal.
Good to be here. It's wonderful.
Yeah, usually up in the booth announcing the on-track action, but they've set you free this year. We might see you down here, on the lawn at Laguna.
Well, we'll be here this afternoon kind of wandering around, talking to people, doing a trophy presentation at the Dan Gurney Saloon Car class. But right now, we're just kind of eyeballing all the wonderful eye candy Formula One history here. I've been here for quite a few years. This is the biggest array of Formula One cars I have ever seen here, so this is fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. And what they've managed to do, April Henderson and her team, they've put together a collection of Formula One cars that ticks every box, celebrating 75 years. All the way over there, we'll get a look at this later on this afternoon, from 1950 right the way up to 2025.
Oh, absolutely. A 75-year history. I mean, you can't really encapsulate all of it, but this is about the best effort anyone can make that I know of.
I don't think, and I'm going to chat a little bit later on, I don't think anyone has put this many F1 cars together before. I think the Rolex here at Laguna, I think they're probably the first and maybe only people that will ever manage it and get it done.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been here for about 15 years. The announcing's been great. I'm usually in the booth calling it, but this was a very exciting thing. People were just going crazy last year when they heard about this, so I think we're going to have a great crowd. We're going to have a lot of really hardcore Formula One enthusiasts and sports car race enthusiasts that are just, excited to be here.
Yeah, they are, and they're arriving already. We're not even at 9 a.m. yet here in California, but the fans are flocking, I'm telling you. Braun GP car from 2009 just over our shoulder here. Jenson Button drove that one. That was when he won the championship, and he's here this weekend. He's racing in a historic class. I know he's got a 1967 Alfa that he's going out in a little bit later. It's a little kind of saloon car, that one of the cars he's racing. But that's the thing with the Rolex, isn't it, Armando, that there's so many drivers here, but so many cars that mean so many things to lots of different people from different eras.
Oh, absolutely. There were some things that actually surprised me. I pulled in yesterday, and there was a 1963 Impala that Dan Gurney drove in the saloon car class, dethroning the Jaguars in that year, and it's here with his son Justin Gurney, and it was great. So there's a lot of surprises that are still in store for everybody if you just look around a little bit.
And a quick word about the circuit here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's infamous round the world. The corkscrew needs no introduction. It's been around for a long, long time, and it looks like it's in great hands now, being taken forward into the future.
Well, I think with the announcement last year of that really long lease, I think it's 50-year plus lease with the Friends of Laguna Seca, that has given everybody a sense of security to where we really want to expand what's going on with the track, because we know we're going to be here for a very long time, and that's just a wonderful thing.
It's great news. Listen, Armando, thank you ever so much for talking to us. I know you're going to be very busy out here on the stage. At least this year you get to see some sunshine.
It's going to be great. The sunshine will come out. It always does. Thank you guys for coming out. Thanks, Kevin.
As always, thanks to you. And thanks to you for watching wherever you are in the world right now. Let's go back to some action elsewhere on track.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Well, how about this? We're down at the pre-grid area, and I've caught up with a man who's incredibly busy in his day job, but on his weekends off, I said this before a couple of years ago, he goes racing. And Jim Farley, the CEO of the Ford Motor Company, you've put yourself on third for Group 4. That's pretty good, my friend.
Yeah, it's a second loser, yeah. I got a little work to do, but, you know, it's great to put on the helmet and forget about tariffs for about 20 minutes.
Oh, mate, I can well imagine. But what a weekend. The Rolex organizers here have done it again, haven't they?
They have. I'm really impressed with everything. You know, the iRock, having the Formula One cars. We introduced our liquid carbon GTD. We have a couple other surprises on the peninsula. So it's a car guy's dream, right? To be here, you and me, having fun.
Mate, I absolutely love it. I pinch myself every year that I get invited out for this as well. But full credit to Ford as well. Big year for this year with the Nürburgring. Yes. We were talking a couple of years ago about that GTD, and you went and did it.
We did. It was a Challenger project. I'm really proud of the team. Larry Holt and the Ford Performance team and Multimatic did a great job. We need to find about 3.5 more seconds to get it back from Corvette, and that's great for all car people. All car people should be, you know, encouraged by this this nice, friendly competition.
Yeah, friendly competition is what it's all about, and you guys at the top of your industries, you love it here this weekend. Zach Brown racing as well. Yeah. He's a man who's enjoying some fine form in his day job as well, but he's out on track.
Yeah, he qualified first as 935. He's got a few other cars. Zach is such a special guy. We're all so proud of him as Americans, and he's having a great year. And that's always something you can't take for granted in Formula One, as you know. But it's so nice for Zach and other people to be here and enjoy their cars and the camaraderie of us car people all together. It's such a great industry event.
It really is. Well, listen, Jim, you got to get ready. You're lining up on third, so best of luck for racing and enjoy your weekend.
You got it. Thank you so much. Love your broadcast.
You know, I think it says it all when you think about how Ford were right at the beginning of the revolution that was both the automobile and racing. And the current CEO, Jim Farley, not only attends and sits in the hospitality, I'm sure, maybe, in fact, I don't believe he would be. He uses this as B2B, but the fact that he is walking the walk, talking the talk, says it all about American racing, what it means to them, and how important it is to continue that tradition. Jim Farley, you can pretty much go to an SVRA or any other event and see Jim, and he loves it. He absolutely adores it, and he's also a very good peddler. He's put it on the front row next to Patrick Byrne. Now, I'm joined in the booth for our Group 4, which is the Ken Miles group. First time they've been out there, and I'm joined by Alan Benjamin. Looking forward to hearing and talking to him because he is going to be racing around this famous circuit later today. But welcome, Alan. Thanks for coming in. Yeah. What are you racing?
This morning will be a 68 TR, Porsche 911. That was really wonderful historic car. It was second in class at Daytona in 69, second in class at Sebring in 71, and actually won its class at Daytona in 75. And what's remarkable and typical of a lot of Porsches of that 60s and 70s generation as they evolved up through IMSA, as an 11-year-old car, it actually won its class at Sebring in 1979 for 1968 911, which is pretty cool.
Now, one of the things that is sort of part of the tradition of Rolex, the reunion, is that we name each of the groups after a sort of iconic name in American motorsport. And Ken Miles definitely suits that. And if you're not sure where that name fits in, well, Ken Miles was actually from my part of the world, from the Midlands in the UK, but came over to the States and got very much involved in racing. And if you kind of think you might know that name and you're not a racing person every weekend, the film Ford and Ferrari basically was about his trials and tribulations with Ford as they went to win this 1966 Le Mans. And Jim Farley and the Ford people still kind of celebrating that moment where Ford beat Ferrari. And it was one of those titanic motor racing battles, wasn't it? And Ken Miles was a test driver at first, but a very handy driver, and he was part of that winning team.
I'm actually fortunate enough to live in Boulder, Colorado, that has the Shelby American Museum.
I have been. My sister lives there, yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep.
And you can see so many of Ken Miles' cars and trophies and clothing and articles and everything else. It's just a fantastic history of Ford and racing.
And I think that's what's special about it, because if you look through history, you know, he hasn't got the accolades of a Mario Andretti, but when you actually look at what he achieved and how much he pushed Ford to do what they needed to do, tragically we lost him, but amazing story and a huge part of the history of American motor racing.
And his son is here working on some cars, which is also amazing. And it's funny to see him depicted in the movie as a little kid. Yeah,
no kidding. Well, here we are. We've got the Ken Miles group going up the hill. The fog's still, you know, in our midst, if I can use a double entendre. But yeah, as you can see down from the corkscrew, it's still a little bit misty here, but we're on the warm-up laps, get those tyres warmed up. But let's have a look at this. It's a lot of Corvettes out here for this group, and quite a few Shelbys, Jaguar E-Type. Any ones you want to particularly... one Ferrari 250 GT SWB Bernaletta. Any cars that you want to pick out from this group before they roar into action?
Oh, they're all fantastic, but certainly would like to hear the Ferrari go by versus
yes,
the V8s. Might have a quite unique sound.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, this is cars from 1955 to 1967, SCCA large displacement production cars, and that's why Ken Miles is celebrated in this group. And there's that Stingray Corvette, very famous, with the split screen, or the split window.
Yeah.
They only made it for 1 year because they weren't going to do it, but they said, no, let's keep it going.
Just 1963.
That's it.
Yep, and went away in 64.
But when I say they weren't going to do it, not everybody was on board with doing it. They
Right.
did it, and they said, well, we'll do it for a year. And now it's famous.
Turned out to be very iconic, and here they go.
Here we go then. Group 4 gets underway. The first of 2 races for them this weekend. Ken Miles GT Trophy Race 1, and it is the Corvette that strikes straight into the lead. Patrick Byrne, Mike McGovern, James Farley, and that Cobra. Just missing out there to the 96. 96 going back into second place, though, so Farley on the button, doing well. Mike McGovern is the man chasing him. But already Patrick Byrne starting to build that lead in that 1963 Chevrolet Corvette. And already by turn 5, the 3 at the front have just got a little bit of wiggle room to the chasing pack. Yeah, it was pretty funny a couple of years ago. Adrian Newey was here, and we were laughing about the fact that Jim Farley had said, oh, you know, a bit of B2B. I was like, well, yeah. He's interested in talking to Mr. Newey about what's going on with Ford, but that was, of course, before he jumped ship. Adrian was driving a GT40, loves his historic racing, loves this event too.
I've seen him drive it at the Le Mans Classic also.
Yeah.
And Jim Farley was at Le Mans Classic too in a GT40 last year I saw him.
You know,
and 2 years ago.
And it's funny, and I think you'd agree with this. If you, you know, I cover Formula One currently, and everybody says that obviously Adrian Newey was the greatest designer of all time. The records show it. But if you ask Adrian Newey who his hero was, he'd say Jim Hall.
Wow.
Or at least one of them.
Back to a good Texan.
Which another Texan, yeah, Chaparral, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, that you know, it's only until have become, oh, this is a good race.
Wow.
Farley not holding back, and that's let the 89 of Mike McGovern back in there too.
Yeah.
So we're getting some good racing already on this first lap here of the Ken Miles Trophy. Ken would be pleased with this. I'm sure if you look down, be very happy to see this kind of racing and would approve. Tom Fry, John Fudge, Michael Green all out there in this group. But it's the 64 Shelby Cobra 289 that we're keeping a close eye on as well. And a good start to this one. Look at the top three really pulling away. I don't think they're in the. I think they're in their own little world here. But Simon is another man, youngster from Great Britain, coming up here later in the day. He's currently 5th. Then John Fudge in 7th place. McAllister in 8th. Kelowna. These are all names. Now, is that Yarborough connected to the other Yarborough? I don't know. I mean, you always expect it because there's so many sons and nephews racing this weekend. I'd like to almost do a tally on that. As you can see, there is a big gap now forming as they come into the last turn here at Laguna, turn 11. It's only 11 turns, but it's a tricky course. Whoa. Pushing that Corvette right to the limits. And a handy 141 he does there.
That's quite quick. Look at how these guys use their tires. I'm sure they're glad it's not a 1 hour race. 25 minutes, that's about all they're going to have between tires and brakes on these cars.
One thing I hadn't really thought of as we watch this 63 Corvette is, you know, we talk about how all these cars have to be prepared in period, as they were when they were either produced or raced to the specifications that were of the time. And so they are very stringent, especially at this event, to make sure that happens. And if you aren't, you're not in.
Right.
And I asked somebody last year, is there any factor that you cannot replicate? And they said, well, the only thing is modern tires. The modern tires are so well done now and so grippy and so they've developed so much that when you place them on an historic car like you're looking at now, they tend to literally bend the chassis. So they are still, they still use the brand, but they've had to go to a compound that would be similar to how they were, so that they don't literally break the cars.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, still a lot of these cars in period had bias ply tires and running bias ply tires today, but it is interesting how some solid amateurs are turning lap times faster than the pros did, but a lot of that is in the tires and other technology, the lubricants, the gearing and specific things just to make the cars go faster, but still be 100% period, quote-unquote, correct.
Just been watching Horatio Fitzsimon, who I mentioned in that 64 Lotus 26R. I saw him this morning, and he's going to come up and join us at some point. But he said, I said, how are you enjoying, your racing? And he goes, well, I'm in this tiny little thing looking up at all these V8s. He said, but I'll be all right.
good power to weight ratio.
Yeah, exactly. He'll get them in the slower bits.
Yep.
So what's your background? How did you get into this whole scene?
Well, let's see. My mother filled out my road and track subscription when I was all of 7 years old. Second grade.
Well, I'm sure she was pleased you could read that well.
Yeah, well, it was mostly looking for the pictures, and at least it was just the car magazines in that context. And I've always just loved the Porsche 911 and did the first PCA race in America. It was June of '92, believe it or not, in Denver. Didn't even have a trailer. Did it the old-fashioned way, drove the race car to the track, taped up the headlights, and drove it home. And as you know, once you get a little taste of that drug, it's a pretty slow drip.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're making sure that the basics of life, like food and shelter, are covered. But other than that, it's all toward racing.
Yeah. Currently looking at the number 14. That's John Fudge.
What a beautiful
Bizzarini.
car. Yeah, beautiful car.
GT Strada from 1966.
I believe those have 327 bed engines, right? I think so.
Behind him is the 146. It's Chris McAllister, another famous name in historic racing, in a Cobra 289 from 1964. McAllister, again, like I said, many of these events in the past. It continues to be a regular feature here as he dives down the 5 floors. Until I went down the corkscrew, I never realized. Literally, your stomach goes into your, it really does. I mean, you drop off the top of there, don't you?
It's
the first time you do it, you're like, oh.
Very unique corner, and I actually think the downhill left turn 9 Rainey is actually a more difficult corner.
There you go. Yeah.
The speed's so much higher.
Yeah, the corkscrew gets all the accolades, gets all the
yes,
talk about, but actually the Andretti is a very tough corner
Absolutely.
too. And so too, in terms of importance, this turn 11, because you can lose a great deal if you push too hard into it, go
Absolutely.
wide, and don't get the drive out.
Yeah, it's one of those, you know, no matter what car you're in, even quote a high downforce modern car, there's just a limit to how fast you can go through there. It's known as a toll booth. You pay your toll and then you go.
Nick Colonna in that 1967 Chevrolet Corvette just going through there in the 161. And behind him, another Corvette just getting a little squiggly. 74 of Ricardo Price in a 64 Corvette. Owned by the driver himself. That's often the case. You get hired drivers and you get owners who like to drive their cars, but the smart drivers who perhaps maybe on in age, a little bit of smoke there, but might lend their cars rather than race them because they know they don't want to push them too hard because they are priceless. Certainly to the owners they are.
They're under 140 lap times.
Yeah,
impressive.
very good. Very impressive. And I think they'll get faster as the weekend goes on. But these cool conditions helping as well, I'm sure. And it's good that they give them 2 warm-up laps. That's a nice shot from the drone looking down. You don't see the elevation there, but you certainly see how the corkscrew comes to be. And then through Rainy Curve. Again, another tricky corner because you can almost let yourself go too fast down that left-hander and find yourself running out of room for turn 10. Because it's only from the drone you realize what a right-hander, what an almost acute angle turn 10 is. It is? Turn 10. That's 289. Tom Fry in another 1966 Shelby GT350.
Farley's up in the lead.
Yep. Jim Farley. He jokingly said, well, at least nobody can get me on the phone while I'm in the car. He keeps his helmet on. But he does do a lot of business here. He's admitted that this is the place. Because what you don't see, and you're very well aware of, is the actual reunion. There's a pre-reunion. There's auctions, Pebble Beach, the Whale, you name it. So this is a week long, if not 10 days, once you get it loaded in and get settled.
Yep.
And so really, you've got 10 days of doing B2B, if you want to do B2B, whether it be historics, or whether you're in Jim Farley's position and you're launching a new car, or they launched the EMAC here a few years ago.
I remember, yeah. But yeah, even for me, I came out, so it'll be a total of 11 days for me.
This is our battle for second and third.
Wow.
Jim Farley in the lead, but it's an almighty battle too.
Yeah.
Between Byrne and McGovern. Farley just getting a little bit of breathing space as he comes across the line.
He's looking in his mirror, loving the two of them racing each other.
Yeah, no kidding. I think he was second in this race last year, and I've got a feeling that if he wins this, he'll be very pleased.
Always, I would say, always the case.
Yeah. Well, there's sort of a target on your back, isn't there? It's like, you know, oh, well, you're supposed to be good, you're the head of Ford, but that's not really the case. It doesn't work that way.
It's very rare to have the CEO of a company that size be able to get behind the wheel and do what he's doing.
Yeah, no kidding. So we are well underway now in our first day of 2. If you've just joined us, welcome. This is the Rolex Reunion. I'm here with Alan Benjamin, who's going to be racing in 2 Porsches today and tomorrow, I presume.
Yes.
In fact, I got it wrong. James did win this race last year in this car. And Patrick Byrne and John Fudge were your rest of the podium. So Jim probably expects to win, having won last year. Coming up, we've got a very special moment coming up very soon, so you don't want to go away from your screen, because the Unser family group, which basically is the rebirth of iRock, is coming your way, and it's not just the cars, but Ray Everingham and his partner have done a hell of a job in putting those cars together, and more importantly, getting a hell of a field together of current and retired drivers who raced in the iRock times. 30 years. I hadn't realised it was so long.
Yeah.
But they really mean it. I mean, during the 80s, they were box office, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Even in Europe, of course, they started with Roger Penske and the Porsche RSR, the IROCs, and those cars are incredibly popular there. And they never raced in Europe, but it's always you always want what you don't have on the other side
Yes.
of the pond.
Oh yeah, it's funny. I'm always amazed, and you know how the Australians and the Kiwis love their muscle cars.
Right.
If you go down there, they have their own category of historic Trans Am.
Right.
I mean, that's how much they're into it. So yeah, and of course, supercars is well known. And we've taken their best product, Shane Van Gisbergen, and he's now in the middle of NASCAR, doing very well indeed. He'll be here in a few years, I'm sure. But yes, that's coming up, so watch out for that. But currently, 219 of Charles McKee. We've got several Shelby 66s out there. They're beautifully prepared, and that's the best part, is for me anyway, is yesterday I got a chance to kind of go around each and every car, and it's just so immaculately built and preserved. Jim Varley's just done the quickest lap on lap 7. McGovern still second. Patrick Byrne third. Horatio Fitzsimon up to fourth now, ahead of Matt Lucci and John Fudge sixth. Chris McAllister seventh. Kyle Kaiser in eighth. Colonna in ninth. And Augusti in 10th.
Makes sense as the race progresses that Lotus will start moving up. It's so much easier on brakes and tires.
Yeah,
probably
sure.
Literally 1,000 pounds less.
This one of your favorite race circuits?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and it's once you get your way around it, you get your way around it. But coming here for more than a decade, there's still little subtle things you notice on cam burn, pavement changes, and other things like that. Car placement here is really, really critical.
Looking at the battle for 5th place, John Fudge in the middle of it, Lucci in 6th place, and Simon just ahead of this battle. McAllister behind in 7th. That 14 car is that Bezzarini, we mentioned it already. 5.3 GT Strada. Italian make. Not well known, but a brief period producing cars.
They were a class winner at Le Mans also.
Yes,
I think in 63 or 4, something like that. Bruce Meyer has that car in his garage here in California.
Oh, we're getting down to the final lap now. Jim Farley leading the way as he did last year. And doing a great job as we look at that. Izzarini doing the business.
See, we started with the one finger out for one to go on the white flag.
Yeah, the Bizzarini company was started in 1964. And he, Giotto Bizzarini had, of course, worked with Alfa and Ferrari before that, and ISO. So he was a very knowledgeable man. But here's your closing stages as under pressure now from McGovern, Jim Farley. Well, he doesn't want to relinquish that lead, but if anybody, McGovern might be the man. But he's not going to give up too easily, but he'll be pleased that they've got 2 Shelbys at the front. But look at this, down towards Rady for the final time. McGovern in the 89, trying to make a move on Jim Farley, who's trying to get as wide as he can as he comes into 10.
Whoa.
Ford versus Ford, the Cobras going for it here. Final corner. And it's back-to-back, I think, for Jim Farley. He won last year, and he's done it again. And what a great way to do it. Takes the checkered flag. The CEO of Ford wins and keeps that Ford name up against the Chevys and everything else that's come. And a good result for him. A winner yet again Patrick Byrne is third. Fitzsimon got up to fourth place. McAllister fifth. Litucci in sixth place. Fudge, Kaiser, Colonna, and D'Agostine. But that was a hairy race at the last lap there. Big pressure there.
Fantastic. Good drag race out of 11.
So that's the first race of the Ken Miles 60s GT Trophy. Race 1. And it is that 64 CSX 2330 blue Shelby that wins. My thanks to Alan Benjamin for joining us. He's going to go and get his togs on.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Get ready. Come and join us. I'd like to hear from you tomorrow, maybe, if you've got a chance to tell us how you got on. What's the number? What shall I be looking out for?
White 911, number 68.
All right.
Pedro Rodriguez Trophy.
Oh, looking forward to it.
All right. I'm going to go get suited and booted.
Suited and booted, as they say. Thanks very much, Alan. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, we continue with our coverage. Shout out to our cameraman doing a great job out there, getting it nice and tight and keeping you close to the action on those steering wheels to see how these guys are pedaling and doing a great job. Check on the results then. For Group 4, James Farley in that 64 Shelby wins ahead of Mike McGovern in another 64 Shelby. Quite different looking. Didn't have the hard top. Patrick Byrne in the Chevrolet Corvette. So Chevy beaten today by the Cobras. But Horatio Fitzsimon in that Lotus 26R, the little Lotus that could. 64 takes fourth. McAllister fifth. Fudge, Kaiser. And as we look at the results, let's have a pause in the action where we're going to go and have a quick chat with a father and son combination, Larry and Taz, as there are many here this weekend.
Well, how about that? Jim Farley, the overall boss of the Ford Motor Company, has just taken the win out on track, and I've caught up with a couple of guys here, father and son, Larry and Taz, who are about to go out in a 1962 Ford Anglia. And the great story is, what was it, about 4 or 5 years ago, you were looking after Jim's car here.
That's right, yeah. About 4 years ago, I was polishing and waxing Jim Farley's race cars, and now it feels great to be part of the action.
Taz, great to see you. Taz and Larry Oka. Larry, I'll come to you because you know the history of this Ford Anglia that's behind us here. It's had some past, and it's got a bit of race heritage, hasn't it?
Yes, it does. A friend of mine, he took it through racing school in the 70s, raced it for several years, and then sold it on. And the fellow that he sold it to put it in the backyard, hoping to go race it, and never got around to it. And as a result, it languished for 35 years in the backyard. And my friend's son found it in the backyard, bought it, and restored it, along with his brother and a few friends.
That's absolutely awesome. And the whole story is on the board over there. And the pal that originally owned it, Arnold Zucchi, 89 years old now, a long-time racing buddy of yours. And he said to your son here, Taz, that car needs to be raced. So, Taz, you're going out in it.
Feels great. I feel very blessed to be entrusted with this car, and I'll do my best to have fun and put on a good show.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. And you've grown up. You know, racing's in the blood. Your dad's been racing cars forever, and you've been around it. And like you say, you used to look after Jim Farley's car there. Looking forward to going racing then, but you've built up to this point. You're not completely new to racing, are you?
That's correct, yeah. I've got about 5 years of history with Spec Miata racing, but I like doing vintage cars now. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, vintage cars are a lot of fun. You're going to do your best in it because you're a little bit underpowered with this Ford Anglia, I would guess.
Only 100.
Only a little bit, but I make do with what I have.
You're going to do what you have. And Larry, like I said, you've been around race cars forever. I mean, everyone here seems to have a story. You've raced all kinds of things.
Yes, I've driven everything from Sherman stock cars to Formula cars. Yeah. So, all I did is I just lied a little bit about my age, did my own physicals, and went racing as a teenager.
Well, listen, well done to you both. We're really looking forward to see you go out on track. And this is the great thing about this event. Doesn't matter whether you're Jim Farley or whether guys like yourselves, everyone's an enthusiast. And I tell you what, a quick word about the event. They've got some cars here, haven't they? There's some great ones.
Yes, everything from a Bugatti or a Duesenbergs and things like that, all the way to the latest cars.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, thanks so much for talking to us. Taz, best of luck. What time are you out on track? Let's just remind ourselves.
5:05.
5:05. Keep yourself ready for 5:05. Car number 9, the 1962 Ford Anglia, is going to be tearing it up here at Laguna Seca. Don't go anywhere, though, because more action when we come back after this commercial break.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca in Monterey, California. You're looking down on the Rolex Mission Foods Bridge, a brand new addition. Mel Harder now, the president of Laguna Seca. And coming up, a very special piece of history coming up as we look at the Unser Family Cup, and there is no greater name. If you think about Penske and Ganassi currently, well, the Unsers are a period before, but still very much around. Al Unser Jr., who I've been very fortunate to have commentated in the past with, here today with his wife, and he's going to be driving the pace car. But in the day, he and his dad drove against each other many a times in the iRock series, and so we'll be celebrating that. Here's a quick look at what we've had and what's coming. Like I said, right now, Group 13, the Unser Family Group Race 1, and that's cars from 73 to 206, and that is going to be interesting because that was a series that was one make, so we'll see how they chose those one make cars. So it's a smorgasbord of all the cars that were used in that 30-year period. Then Jim Hall, I mentioned his name before, the man from Texas. We celebrate his era, 63 to 68, and then Pedro Rodriguez, you just heard mentioned there from Alan Benjamin that he'll be in that group. And, of course, the great Mexican GT and sports car world driver. Briggs Cunningham, another famous name here on the West Coast, will be coming up. Ragtime Race is always a lot of fun as we take you right back to the very start of racing. Full stop, really, back to the early 1900s, and they do a hell of a job. We then follow that up with Mario Andretti Trophy Race 1. That's Formula 1 from 1966 to 85. Then that's followed by the Formula 1 exhibition, and that's going to be really special because those are exhibition cars, and they won't be doing racing, but just to see them out on track will be fantastic. And, of course, there's the huge parade of cars that will be stationary that are also here, including last year's Constructors' Champion from McLaren. Let's head down to the Ragtime Racers, who I just mentioned, as Kevin is down there.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, where you find me in amongst some absolute nostalgia here, like this 1917 Hall Scott that is part of the display brought to us by the Ragtime Racers. And these cars are absolute classics. A lot of them, obviously, post-war. They've got all the engineering and the technology from World War II. They look like they should fly through the sky, but they're on the track. And they're going to be going out a little bit later on. It's really quite something. My man under here is fixing one of them, even as we speak. This is the remarkable thing. Come around and have a look at the engineering on this if we can. I wonder if you'll be able to see it. But the engines on these things from 1917, 1912, 1920, however many years ago that is, 100 years ago, and they still work and they still run. It's really quite remarkable. And my buddy down here underneath, sir, leap on up, because I chat to you every year. You normally do some magic tricks. Just remind us of your name again.
My name is Chris Helling. I'm from Farmington, Iowa. How about that? Hi, Mom! No.
Chris, great to see you, pal. I absolutely love this, because this is engineering at its most basic form, isn't it? And they still run. I mean, look at this. The spark plugs are on display. Everything's on display.
Well, I think what's so amazing about this car, and just in general, is the history of it. So this is actually a French engine. It's a Delahaye, and this was contracted by the White Motor Company during World War I. The war breaks out. They stop paying their licensing fee to France. France survives the war, comes back with a major lawsuit, and cripples the company. So this is actually a French-designed motor. Yeah, we got...
Très bien.
We got this whole thing assembled last minute for this event. We got it here, found out that the machine work that was done on it, the valve stems were all too long. I brought a 1936 Sioux valve grinding machine, pulled all the valves out, and machined them all here on spot, and we put it back together just last night.
That's absolutely phenomenal. And it's going to run, and it's running well?
It runs great. We just got to adjust the clutch, and we're hoping to be out on the track today.
Oh, this is great stuff. And you know what we're going to do? I'm going to get up in the announcer booth a little bit, because we're going to let Johnny Green, our announcer, come down and see this. But, Chris, thanks ever so much for talking to us. Brilliant. Where's my man Bobby Green from the Old Crow Speed Shop? He's always around. He's got his Duesenberg straight 8 somewhere. But he's behind me. But you know what? I can actually hear cars going on track. It's getting a little bit noisy. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to go and join Johnny Green, our race announcer, as those iRock cars are getting set and ready to go.
Yeah, the noise is pretty heavy, but yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. And that Ragtime display, you can see it from above. Really special. Very special indeed. And we'll see those guys in action twice, as everybody else is. But it's a traveling troupe, if you will, for exhibition. They don't pretend that they are racing particularly. And they've just put so much love and attention, and it always does get the attention it deserves. But we now turn our attention to something kind of new, 30 years on, as Ross Merrill, who is a big part of Friends of Laguna, is in the Peter Gregg car. Now, let me just explain if you are unfamiliar. The International Race of Champions came together and was an idea that basically thought, let's put all the same cars out there, get the best NASCAR drivers, get the best IndyCar drivers, get the best sports car drivers, and sometimes get the best Formula One drivers and invite them all to race against each other. Well, who wouldn't want to see that? Well, it certainly became popular in the day, and it's now literally being reborn here at Laguna Seca. I was very privileged to be at the All-Star event at Lime Rock, where they kind of put on a display there. Sorry, just pausing there. I bring my guest in. Good morning. How are you, Scott?
Today, and these cars are pretty exciting, all part of the International Race of Champions Series.
Now, let me find out. You've joined us pretty much every year, so it's always good to catch up with you. But what are you doing this year?
This year, we've got a number of client cars participating in a bunch of races. We're excited about the F1 display. I think the track and everybody's just done a fantastic job with the lineup of Formula One cars all in chronological order. We were lucky enough to bring a few cars to go with that, and it's just as always, it's just a really fun event.
I was just telling the audience, a little bit about the history of iRock and what it means. And Scott, as an American, this was box office when it came to be, because they got it right, and they also got the right drivers, and they put them in, as you can see there, Unser Jr., who's here this weekend, but they put all the drivers together, and it became a festival of speed that they enjoyed, because they were all effectively yoked equally. So it really was a drivers' championship, but it also progressed over the years where they used different cars. So we'll see a group of different cars out there. But amazingly, we've got so many of the original drivers. Danny Sullivan's out there.
Yeah, no, it's great. In like any sport, there's always a rivalry, right? And it's any kind of sport, right? Professional football players say, "Oh, those professional soccer players, they're nowhere," and the guys who are professional soccer players say, "Oh, those football players are nowhere." So you get all these disciplines of different sports. The same is true, road racers, don't understand what NASCAR guys do, and they don't understand what IndyCar guys do, and they don't understand what Formula One car guys do. So to bring a bunch of people together, especially early in the series, where they had drivers from all over the world competing in IROC in identically prepared Porsches. It was really a great concept, and it really got legs really fast. It drivers who were world championship level, Niki Lauda and James Hunt, everybody, they wanted to be part of the show.
Well, let me just give you some of the names that are out there right now. Scott Pruitt, one of the great names of sports car racing here and out there. Mark Martin, one of the great NASCAR names here, and still, even though he's up in a few years, he is very strong. He was brilliant at Lime Rock, and I expect him to do the same here. Kurt Busch is out there, one of the Busch brothers, and of course, not too long ago, recently retired from NASCAR, but great name to have here. Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren. We've had the CEO of Ford. Why wouldn't we have the CEO of McLaren? He's out there as well. Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott. Well, you might have heard of his son Chase. Well, Bill was the original.
That's like saying Julian Lennon's dad was in a band too.
You might have heard of Julian Lennon, but he had a dad called John. Bill Elliott is out there. I saw him this morning, and I just waved at him. But Bill is great. He'll do the odd TA race still to this day.
Sure.
And so it's great, and it's just wonderful to see these guys.
Names on the side of these cars, like that Porsche that just went by with Foyt. AJ Foyt's one of my heroes. Talk about a guy who could race a washing machine if you needed to. I mean, he raced every single discipline, and most importantly, he was successful in every field he went to. I mean, he was always a force to be reckoned with. And then went on to have teams, and I mean, just talk about a racing success story.
Now, you might be looking down and seeing that Porsche just in the background coming under the bridge now. And that is because when they first started, that was the car they used, the 911.
Right.
So everybody had the exact same type of car. So that was the year that they used that. But they've used Dodges, as you're looking at here, the Alfonso Jr. car, and Camaros. They've also used the Pontiacs. There's Andretti's name. Michael Andretti. No, excuse me. Mario Andretti.
That was Mario Andretti back then.
Mario took part in this series. Brilliant.
Yeah, no, the series had legs because the manufacturers, of course, would provide the cars, and they wanted the exposure that came with having the best drivers in the world drive them. But you think about it's funny, in the initial goal of the series was competitive parity. There's that Foyt Porsche again that I like so much. But now on the field we've got Porsches that are 20, 30 years older than the Dodges and the Chevys that they're racing against, and of course big displacement limits. But the gentleman driving the Foyt car, DeQuesta, he races a lot of cars. He drives a McLaren M26 Formula One car. He drives a Porsche 962. He's got a prototype car as well. So certainly no stranger to driving Porsches quickly.
No, not indeed. And I think it was so special, a moment in time. And of course there is the current Race of Champions, which is quite different, which pits both drivers and nations, of course, once a year at the end of the season. People like Jeff Gordon, who, by the way, is here today as well. But here's a name that is so important to iRock. Roger Penske, of course, had a big deal in being part of the formation of the iRock series, and Roger Penske Jr. is out there right now. Saw him yesterday, and just great to carry on that legacy, if you will.
Absolutely. I mean, talk about a racing success story. I mean, Roger Penske is the blueprint that everyone aspires to, and fantastic racing organization, fantastic businessman. Going a little wide there in that Stewart Firebird, but
Tony Stewart was part of it.
Yeah. So it's just great to see all these names and all these people back out on the track, and it all kind of gets back to that race of two worlds that started all of this when they pitted American drivers against international drivers. And interestingly, there's a car here in the F1 display, a midget racer.
Yes.
That was part of the race of two worlds, and it's just great to see all this history come together.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. And of course, this is the first time they've been part of the Monterey reunion, but I think it fits perfectly, if nothing but the quality of the drivers. Ken Schrader out there in the 95 iRock Dodge Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you fill out a resume to be part of this field, but I wouldn't qualify, that's for sure. I mean, just everybody in there has really got some great history behind
Well, when Junior's the pace car driver, that tells you.
Yeah, it tells you something, that tells you something,
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, Ross Merrill, I mentioned earlier, out there big part of Laguna, of course. And his son, Thomas Merrill, will be, I think, at the wheel of one of these cars tomorrow. Thomas, who grew up here in Salinas, now currently a TA2, former champion, and still pedaling hard around the world. He'll be in Canada in a couple of weeks, coming here.
And I think we've got some people who are currently racing, too. I thought I saw Tommy Dreesen.
Yeah, Tommy Dreesen's out there, yeah.
He's been racing a long, long time, and one of the first people I met when I started vintage racing over 30 years ago, and he's still pedaling hard.
Yep, and he beat one of the youngsters out there that's taking part, but fits in because, I say one of the youngsters, he's a little bit younger. Jensen Button, you may have heard of him.
Yeah, I think he's done a race or two.
He has. Yeah. He's in the 96 IROC Pontiac Firebird. Tommy Dreesen out-qualified him, and I'm sure I'm never going to hear
You'll
the end
never
of it.
hear the end of that.
No.
Yeah, no.
But good old Jensen, going along with the spirit of it. I'm sure he's never raced one of these in his life.
Well, you'd have to stack 3 of his Formula One cars on top of each other to get about the same mass, so it probably takes a little while to get used to.
Well, he's becoming very versatile, so think about that.
Absolutely.
He was in a Fangio C-Type Jaguar last year and an Alfa Romeo. He's in the Alfa today. Again, he's also in a Porsche, a GT3 car, and I think he's out there right now in one of these iRocks. So pretty impressive. And of course, in a couple of weeks' time, he'll be at COTA, racing in the World Endurance Championship, and doing very well there too. So Jensen definitely playing a role as a former world champion. And if you're here at the event or coming tomorrow, you can see his Brawn World Championship winning 2009 car.
Yeah, talk about a story and all the right people coming together and the right intellectual property, the right driving talent. Just fantastic. Jensen was an integral part of their success.
Now, the man leading the race is maybe not too familiar with everybody around the world, but certainly familiar to me. Scott Borchetta, very famous in the record industry for many years, but basically chose his passion of racing to follow on in his older years and made a good amount of cash doing the record industry with fantastic country artists, including Taylor Swift. And got to fame that way, but his real passion, his real love, was the love of motor racing and the Unsers. So this is a kid in a candy store right now, because Scott Borchetta is driving an Unser car. He's got an Unser out there with him, and it doesn't get much better. I talked to Scott yesterday. He had a big crash when he was in TA2 because he basically learned to become a racing driver by getting tuition from great drivers out there in Trans Am, and became a great TA2 driver. A very successful one. Did some commentary. We did the commentary on the Nashville event, which is where he's from. But he is just tickled pink. This is his first time back in racing since that accident, and I'm delighted to see him back out on track and having the bravery to get back out there and throw it around. But he was grinning like a Cheshire cat yesterday, and he's currently leading the race.
He's certainly not hanging around.
Nope.
Looked like there might have been a lead change there.
That was Zach Brown just going through.
Yeah.
What a year he's having. These are the types of years where you just want to go, right, that's it.
Right, that's
I
it.
can't do any better.
Can't get any better.
My team's going to win the Constructors. I've had a pretty good Indy car season as well. And, it just goes from strength to strength for Zach.
Well, but you make a very salient point, and that is, in modern racing, you're only as good as your last season, and nobody remembers who came in second or third. So it's you always got to stay on point. You always got to push the boundaries, and I'm sure that keeps Zach pretty busy when he's away from the racetrack.
Yeah, as he dives into.
Now, who's driving that Yarborough Camaro?
That is Zach Brown.
No, that's Zach Brown. That one, yeah.
He's having a great time. Yep.
Yeah, and talk about two very disparate vehicles, the Camaro and the Porsche. You can see the Camaro really can put the power down and close the gap, but then the Porsche in the corners can carry more speed. It weighs a lot less.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen Zach at quite a few of these events, and he's a big player and a big collector, of course. And I've seen him drive an F07 Williams, which he owns. He also owns a McLaren. I saw him here with that. He's here in this Yarborough iRock car this weekend, and he'll be in other cars later today. You know, his drivers really can't pull any wool over his eyes when they say, oh, the car's not really working that well, because he can drive a race car. And I'm not saying that he has the ability of a Paddock Award, let's say, or even a Lando Norris, but Lando can't come in and go, you know, it's not fair, this is not happening, and you don't understand because you're not a racing driver. And he's like,
Well, and the other thing that changed, too, that I'm sure Zach is very adept at, is now there's so much data on the modern racing cars. When a driver says, well, I'm flat there, you go, well, no, you're not. You're at 89% throttle. So there's really nowhere to hide. And, you know, Zach, again, you know, with his knowledge of racing, can see through the baloney, I think, and talk to the drivers and look at the data. And you got to believe he can make a meaningful difference in the development of the car.
Yeah, and he's a good man to make a bet with, too, because he has put bets with his drivers, including Daniel Ricciardo, back in the day, and has fulfilled them. Daniel said he wanted to drive his Richard Petty NASCAR, and so he won the bet. He won. And
fantastic.
Won for McLaren, and there you go. Here's Mark Martin in his car.
In his car. That's fantastic. So what would have been the, please forgive my ignorance, but what would have been the era of the car Martin's driving now? When was that part of the IROC series? Because that's one of the newest cars, I think.
Let's see. He is in this is a 95, so it's not, it's a Dodge Avenger from 95, but I suppose, the most modern is Kurt Busch in that 2003, 2006, Tommy Greasy in the Pontiac Firebird.
Okay.
So this is sort of the middle of the era, if you will. But Mark Martin, back when they were doing iRock, he was such a successful NASCAR driver, but he was huge in this series and really made a name for himself, no question about it. Because it's one thing to be a NASCAR or a Formula One dominating car, because you might produce the best car for that year, as you say. Every you're only as good as your last year. But in this particular iterance, they all had the same cars, and that was the point. It was really letting the drivers shine in equal material. And of course,
a good pass in turn 11 there by the yellow Camaro. No, that's a different car.
Oh, is it? Yes, you're right.
Yeah, got him with the braking on the inside of 11.
And that's Roger Penske Jr. in that Andretti car.
It was clean. It was a good pass. Everybody knew what was going on.
He's got the motorhome parked right by our commentary booth. I noticed that this morning. I was like, oh, that's nice. But hats off to Ray Everingham and his partner, because they've done a hell of a job. Ray involved right from the get-go, former Trans Am champion himself. But Ray, a great guy, and has toiled, literally, to put this together and make sure that everybody, because you can imagine when you've got these superstars, even though they're not currently racing, and they want their cars prepared as good as they can be.
And not only that, there's probably a few scheduling conflicts to deal with, and a few practice days to try to schedule and everything else.
Danny Sullivan out there as well. Mentioned him, Formula One and IndyCar 500 winner.
And which car's Danny drive?
Danny is in a 1984 Avenger.
Okay. Yeah, so Dodge was a sponsor of this series for a long time.
Yeah.
Initially, it was Porsche, and Porsche made no bones about it. They very heavily publicized, the IROC series, that they were the chosen car. Of course, when you read between the lines, they were the ones willing to write the checks to provide the cars, but the marketing for them was fantastic.
Sure. Yeah, no question. Back Dodge, if you look back in the late 60s and early 70s, Dodge didn't really figure as much as they could have done up against the Pony Wars and, Chevrolet versus Ford. There were Dodges out there, but it just didn't. I don't know, for whatever reason, it wasn't the choice, and it still isn't in the modern Trans Ams. But here, they really shone.
Yeah, well, I think they had a different, and certainly Dodge and the Mopar brand has had quite a resurgence. Who would have thought we'd have a four-door Charger that had 900 horsepower and drag race tires from the factory and everything else. So. I think the corporate winds of change influence what these people do, and then that affects their product.
Scott, this is an amazing event. We're celebrating 51 years. Put in perspective what this means to you, this event.
Well, when I first saw it when it was literally beginning in the 1980s, and saw the event grow.
Patrick Long?
Yeah, Patrick Long driving a Lauda car. That's pretty fantastic. Imagine Nicky
Nicky
Lauda
Lauda
driving that
what
Camaro.
Is this?
That, yeah. Yeah, so
I bet he loved it.
Yeah, but you can see him sneering at it when he looks at it at first. But the event has grown and evolved, and it's interesting now to see the way it's changing to the different fields of cars, which I think is important. I think one thing that makes the event really special is people identify with the cars. They have cars that they can remember from their youth, and let's face it, we're all getting a little bit older. So consequently, if we want the event to remain relevant, you've got to have cars that were made in the time period that becomes relevant to your audience. So as the drivers are now junior or the third, the car field is evolving as well.
Yeah, no question. And in your mind, we won't get into the politics, but over the last 50 years, because it's a leased piece of land from the local council here, there was always a worry that they may not be able to continue as they wanted to. So the investment was, and then Friends of Laguna came along, and they've worked so hard, and I've got some great guys, some great ex-racing drivers, some great local community people like Ross Merrill and et al., who have basically now signed a lease, and they did it last year, announced it last year, for 55 years. So we've got 54 years. And there is Ross Merrill, who I just mentioned, in the Peter Gregg car. But such an important thing for Laguna Seca, because they really can start to do more things now, invest more into the circuit itself. And for those who've watched Laguna over the years, you'll see the Mission Bridge, you'll see the new little tower and the corkscrew name. It's just got a facelift now that actually sets it up for the future.
Right, and I think what's important is continuity of leadership, and you see that in everything. It's great now that there will be a little bit more stability for the track, and because let's face it, these things survive because of corporate sponsorship.
Yep.
WeatherTech has certainly been a very able and very great partner for the track, as have other entities along the way. But they want to have some assurance of continuity as well. I mean, the Monterey Historics flourished as an event because for nigh on 40 years there was a benign dictator named Steve Earle at the helm, and he grew the event to the thing that he wanted. Now there's new folks in charge. They're carrying on that spirit, and they're working very hard to keep the integrity of the cars and to make sure that real cars are racing, and the driving standards are what they are. And from my perspective, from an organizational perspective, and from just the nuts and bolts of the way the event runs, it's fantastic. The way it's evolved over the past 10 years, the job that the track management folks do and the logistics people do, Ardell and Haley and April, they're the unsung heroes of this event. They get us all in, get us all out, and they make everything happen. And it's just great.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know the hundreds of people behind the scenes making this happen, getting the registration together, getting the groups together. I'm sure there's a fair few arguments. Yes, we have over 430 cars. I'll repeat that, 430 cars racing this weekend, and there are probably 100 who don't make it.
That's right. Oh, yeah, or more. Yeah, and what you don't realize, what you lose sight of, is Monterey is a town with a population of 26,000 people the rest of the year, and you get 4 times that amount of people just coming in and out of here, just wanting to see the race, just getting involved in different things. So imagine all the behind-the-scenes logistics that the track has to do to handle that sort of thing.
Mark Martin is the man you're watching, currently in 11th place, racing the car he raced back in the day. Great NASCAR champion. But it's Ross Merrill leading the way in this IROC. Qualifying 2. And Alan Davidson in 2nd place. So this is basically qualifying for tomorrow. But I would say it's a bit of an exhibition, but then again, put these guys behind the wheel.
Yeah, the guy who you really have to have hats off to is Carlos de Quesada. I mean, he's in a pro driver sandwich that's 3 layers deep on either side of him, and boy, there's certainly he should be quite chuffed that he's 4th in this field. I mean, when you're behind Kurt Busch and Ross Merrill and Alan Davidson, you're pedaling pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Bill Elliott, but Bobby Labonte out there as well. Scott Pruitt and Patrick Long, 2 names that you don't often see in 17th and 18th.
That's right.
Of any race.
That's right. That's right.
And well done to William E. Connor too, and I'm sure you know him well. Doing very well. Top 10 for him, just behind Zach Brown. Down the corkscrew comes Martin then. Had a good chat with him at Lime Rock, and he's quite a character. He was asked a question at Lime Rock, is he as mean now as he used to be during the races? And he goes, no, I'm not. I was never mean, but I know what they mean, because he would get out of the car. He looked like he was ready to get in a world championship boxing match.
He was a very intense competitor, but that's the focus that's necessary for success. I mean,
Paul Tracy, the same.
That's right, and it's true in all disciplines. Ayrton Senna was never going to win a popularity contest, you know, and
nor was Michael Schumacher.
Yeah, nor was Michael Schumacher, you know.
Not at the racetrack.
Right. You know, you probably wouldn't pick Mika Hakkinen as a Scrabble partner, you know what I mean? But they were, you know, fabulous drivers, and that intensity.
I'd pick him to play ping pong though and be competitive.
Yeah, okay.
I was talking to Mika the other week. I'll say the other week, a few months ago at Miami, and his kids are racing in karts. And I said, "Oh, how many Formula One races do you do a year?" And he goes, "Oh, forget Formula One." He goes, "I have 63 karting races a year." So that's Mika. He's now having to do the work with his kids. But Group 13, the Unser family, Tommy Teresi in that 2006 Pontiac Firebird 135.4. And for those that know Tommy, he will be well happy to be ahead of Kurt Busch, Scott Borchetta, Bobby Labonte, Ross Merrill in 5th, Bruce Canepa, another fantastic historic driver, Randy Johnson, Zach Brown of McLaren, David Roberts, and Scott Pruitt. That's your top 10. He in that 1990. Now, it's unfair because look at the difference in 2003 to 1990.
That's right.
You can't really compare.
I was going to mention that, but I didn't want to be a wet blanket.
I think that's fair to say. That even though the spirit of iRock was to have equal cars, this is a display of all the cars that were used over that 30-year period.
Sure.
And have been brought back to life and are hoping to do more of this. I think this is just the start. Well, Scott Durnick, what are you going to be out in? When are you going to be out?
Going to drive a Formula One car in the demo laps the rest of the time, making sure my customers have a good time.
Which car?
Today I'll drive the Sixties TS16, and tomorrow I'll drive the Alpha 182.
I don't have any accolades in motor racing except that John Surtees gave me a karting trophy for being in a corporate race, and he said, "Well done, you got second place." And I was like, "No, I've been given a prize by John Surtees,
That's
the
right.
only man to do 4 and 2 wheels." Are you kidding?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to become friends with John, and he was my hero as a kid growing up. And the fact that now I have one of his cars, and I've had several others, is just beyond over the top for me.
And a true gentleman, very much like Sterling Moss in that ilk. Well, thanks, Scott Durnick, for coming in, and we'll look forward to that exhibition of Formula One later in the day. We'll take a short break, and as you can see, the fog is rising, as I said earlier in the day, and we are getting a sunny California sunshine day. We'll be right back with more from the Corkscrew and the Rolex Reunion.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, when you come to the Rolex, there's all sorts of memorabilia to look at and to buy and to drool over. But excitingly this year, you can actually get your hands on some pretty cool stuff with the help of a silent auction. So there's a QR code which you should be able to see on your screen right now, and they're dotted all around the site. Things like this authentic Mark Martin iRock fire suit, which has been donated by the guys at iRock, which is just phenomenal. But there's all sorts of other things as well. So just scan that QR code and get yourself involved. It runs right through till 1:45 on Saturday, and it's a silent auction. So you just scan the QR code, follow the instructions on screen, and try and bid what would be effectively your best bid. And fingers crossed, you may get lucky. Might not just be the fire suit. You might find yourself with an NHRA experience with Tony Stewart Racing. There's a couple of tickets up for the grabs to the Formula One at Las Vegas. There's mini helmets. There's some artwork by Bill Patterson, which is awesome. If you're lucky enough to have one of those signed by Bill, well, then you're in a good place. I've got one at home. He's a great guy, a brilliant artist. I've been lucky enough to get my hands on one of those. But yeah, so there you go. The silent auction running till 1:45 on Saturday. Scan the QR code and get yourself in the mix.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Well, great track action as always. As you walk around the paddock down here at Laguna Seca, you're catching up with motorsport racing royalty, none other than your Dorsey Schroeder here, 1989 Trans Am champion, and also as well the HSR race director this year.
Yeah, actually it's my 10th year with HSR as race director, and really enjoying this out here.
We were just chatting, Dorsey, the numbers of cars that you've got here this year at the Rolex and the provenance of the cars that are here this year is second to none, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this might be the very strongest year we've ever had out here. You know, with Formula One being like it is and iRock coming down and Ray Evernham bringing all these cars, we're going to have a huge fan base on Saturday. It's going to be nuts here.
Yeah, it really is already. I mean, the iRock cars have just been out on track. They're come back in now. We were just saying about that. What a great race series that was. Brilliant idea. And you love racing in it as well.
Yeah, I had 2 years on 91, 92. I raced in iRock, and that is, it's really neat to see all the generations that are still around. We got the Porsches from the year one, and of course the Camaros were year two, and then it turned into Dodge Daytonas and Avengers, and all of them.
And what people might not have realized was under the body shell, the car that you were racing was pretty much the same.
Yeah, it is the same. All the chassis were exactly the same, and they just hung new bodywork on it. And they got heavier each year because they kept having to put new bodies on, so new bracketry had to be. And then television also, as it evolved, we put more and more cameras in. All the cars had cameras all the way through the field, and it was fantastic racing.
Well, it's great racing. It's great to see them all 7 generations of it under one roof. Like you say, that's going to bring the fans in. As well, though, Formula One, 75 years of Formula One this year. Nobody has put a display of Formula One cars together like that yet. Maybe won't ever again. There's something from every era over there.
I have never seen that many Formula One cars in the same place at the same time ever in my career, and I've been doing this over 50 years.
What do you make when you look at like the 2025 Red Bull that's there and the 2024 Constructors winning McLaren that's there on display? What do you make of that? They're just like something from another world, aren't they? With all the aero package and the size of the car and the size of the tires. It's insane, isn't it?
Well, it's amazing, you know, the technology, how it's evolved over a short 20-year period of time. You know, the Red Bull car, you know, the engineers that built the cars in the 50s and 60s would just not understand at all what's happened.
Spin their mind, absolutely spin their mind, I reckon. But speaking of the 70s, behind then a 1970 Chevy Camaro, and I've said this to you many times before. This race group, Group 2, Trans Am cars from 66 to 72, it's my favourite. I love the colours, I love the styles. As a kid growing up, this is Americana right here.
Absolutely. You know, this car was a real car. This was a street car back in 1970. Jim Hall built this car and drove it himself, and as well as Vic Alford. And this was what a Trans Am car was in its infancy. But then you look at a new one, a current one, it's full tube frame, carbon fiber, 900 horsepower, huge V8 in the thing, and they're wicked fast. But man, are they fun to drive.
Oh, I bet they are. I bet they are. But the point was, in the 70s, you could pretty much go and buy one of these from your dealership, make a few tweaks to it, and then take it racing.
Yeah, you see them up and down the way. Up there's a bunch of the old Mustangs, Parnelli Jones car, and you know, all these cars that are running vintage, those were real cars that came off the assembly line, and then they put roll cages in and seat belts in and all that, and it evolved into the beast it is now.
And they are beasts, because when these things fire up, they'll shake your teeth, shake your fillings from your teeth, won't they? They're quite something.
That's what's so cool about being next to the IROC cars and having these Trans Am cars over here, because when these guys fire up, everybody knows it. You know?
And you just mentioned the Boss Mustang up there, Ford Mustang as well. Great to see Jim Farley here out on racing. He's just put his Cobra in first place out on track.
That was a great race, too. He had a really good race with another Cobra in a Stingray Corvette, and they put on a great show. The three of them ran a car length apart for the entire race, and Jim squeaked by. He was in second. He got up to the lead and won the race, which is fantastic. I just love the fact that you can have the CEO of a big corporation racing a car like that. Jim Farley, he's a great guy.
He really is a great guy. Very personable, very chatty. You're all great guys, you motorsport guys. So thanks as always for talking to us, Dorsey.
I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody out there, too.
Johnny, how about that? We'll come back to you up in commentary for some more action out on track.
Yep, doesn't get much better than that. As a man I've known for many a year, as a race director, but of course as a great Trans Am superstar and hero in many forms of motorsport. But coming up next, another special group, and we've got some very special guests, because we've got a father-son duo for the Jim Hall Cup Race 1, Group 8, and it is Jamie and Michael Cleary. Welcome, gentlemen. Now, Jamie, you made a comment to me that you go everywhere with your dad. So do I, when I can. And Dad, if you're watching, there you go. Michael's here, and I say, if Michael can make it to my commentary booth, you and me can go to that Paul McCartney concert that you want to go to. Right? Right, Michael?
Yes, exactly.
Tell me a little bit about your history, you guys. Obviously, you love your racing, and you love this event. Let me start with you, Michael. Where did this all come from?
Well, it came from sports car racing, which I did back in the 60s. And
50s.
then I got told that I was married and I had a child and I should not be racing anymore. So I bought an antique car. And that seemed to be fun. And then Steve Earle came along and started racing antique cars.
1974.
And that little boy who was just a baby when we started, now was 12 years old, and he came along with us, and so it became okay to race. Anyway, so we've been doing it ever since.
And was there a particular car that pricked your interest?
Ken Purdy, in a book called Kings of the Road.
There you go.
And you remember that one? Good book. Told about auto unions and Mercedes and Duesenbergs and Bugattis.
And Jamie, being born into a world like that, you were bound to follow footsteps, right?
We're mostly restorers.
Yeah.
We restore our own cars. We like to spend our days in the garage, not at the golf course.
Yeah.
And so we restore cars. Racing is you know, this is my only race this year.
Yeah.
And racing is something you should do regularly, but we have a great time doing it. Our race cars have grown. Our stable has grown. It started with an H-modified, Crosley-powered H-modified my father built in 1955, which we still have and race regularly. And that went to a second H-modified race car when that one became uncompetitive, and we have that race car. And then the Bugatti. The Bugatti was acquired in 1964. It was found in a cornfield in Iowa. And took a good 10 years to put together. And then Steve Earle in 1977 had Bugatti year up here in Monterey. And up until about COVID, we had made every race, usually with 3 cars, because my brother-in-law is into racing as well. And Kevin Pitts, throw a shout out to him. Let the cars go by.
Away we go. Group 8 is underway, and we'll talk a little bit about this Jim Hall USRRC Cup Race 1 for sports racing cars from 1963 to 1968. And Jamie, I didn't want to stop you in full flow
It's
there.
all right.
But let's just concentrate for a second as we welcome Cleary Jr. and Cleary Sr. to the booth. This was a very special period, and one I was not aware of before I started my American journey. Just the respect that you had, and also the innovation, and it's kind of apropos that it's Jim Hall we're talking about, because he was one of the great American innovators. And I said earlier in the day that if Adrian Newey were asked who inspired him, he would probably say Jim Hall as one of them. Because he was great, known for his Chaparral cars from Texas. But what I love about this group, it shows how the little European cars would come here and you'd go, what the heck, they're beating our muscle cars here, and they're nimble and they're fast and they're light and they're Colin Chapman, how light does he make them? You know, and so on and so forth. And you started doing your own specials, but also you gave huge reverence and bought a lot of these cars which are still here today.
What we love people coming out and showing interest in our cars. We promote getting people in our cars. If you come to our pit, you're welcome to sit in our car. We get lots of people in and out, take a lot of photographs. We want to promote this sport because we love it.
And Michael, what about these cars to you? Are there any ones you want to pick out? We've got fantastic Lotuses, many of them, but we've also got the California side of it, the Huffaker, the Genies, and also the Elvas. We've got a Brabham BT8 out there.
We tend to light and small. Colin Chapman is our hero, and I've been trying to emulate his work.
I think the only people who have criticism for Colin Chapman are the fact that those that saw just how willing he was to make it lighter, more nimble. Sometimes they kind of question marked just exactly what was going on, but boy, he was dedicated.
Unbelievable. Actually, our future project, if we ever get to it, is a Lotus 7 that has been sitting in my garage for several years.
Derelict.
And it appears to be a car that was put together in the period, raced once, I think I even have a picture of it hitting the hay bale, bent the frame, it was taken apart partially, and then it's sat.
Wow.
And it's been sitting in Santa Barbara.
And that's a story across America, and thankfully, quite a few wealthy restorers and owners willing to do that have come back and, invested the money to do so. And that really is something quite special, and I really take my hat off as we take a look at the McLaren of Griot leading the way at the moment. Richard Griot, of course, and that 67 M6A, and he'll be a prominent factor for most of the day. Cowdrey behind him in the number 6, Dan Cowdrey in the Lola T70 Mark II. And Lola, of course, became a big name over here, just like Chevron. These are names, all the yellow flags out. That's never a good sign at a historic event, but let's keep an eye on what's happened there. So this could end earlier than we expected, but there's an almighty battle at the front. And it is a full-course yellow, so it'll slow things down, but it gives us a chance. As you can see, that we've got the recovery truck out there already. But yeah, tell us more. Tell us more, Jamie. It's the 72. Ooh, it's got gravelled. And that's John Fudge, who is a very, very good racing driver. So a bit of a surprise in his Huffaker Genie. Do you want to, either of you, pick up the Huffaker Genie and it's sort of...
Well, actually, that car was owned by Lee Osborne, a friend of ours who also runs small bore, and he decided it was exhausting. It took its toll. He finally, we run a lot of H-Modified. We love H-Modified. And it is Colin Chapman in a nutshell. It was a bunch of engineers, my father being an engineer, self-made, Huffaker, built out in San Francisco. Helped us not too long ago. We had problems up when we were running Sears Point.
But they've been there from the get-go.
From the get-go. And, they are incredibly supportive of the sport and went to great lengths to assist us in getting back out on the track. It's a community. It's a wonderful community.
Yeah, when we see these smaller bore engines out there, or smaller cars out there, like the Lotuses and, the McLarens, the Americans kind of took to this and said, and this is kind of, we just saw Jim Farley win in a Cobra, but if you want to look at the essence of where they kind of came up with the Cobra, it's to put a big old muscle car engine
in a small light
car, right?
In so a that lovely is, AC.
But that, people wonder how things come to be, but that's really where they went, well, hang on a minute, the Europeans are beating us here, well, why don't we just put more horsepower in a smaller car?
Well, vintage racers aren't much different either, of course. I came in and going, boy, it'd be nice to have 20 more horsepower. As I'm running a Bugatti this weekend, and we had a really nice race amongst three of us. Lots of fun, lots of trading, position and feeling comfortable with the guys around you, the vintage bubble of sorts where we're not going to touch each other, but we go out and have a great time.
Yeah, it's the John Fudge car we're talking about, that Genie Mark V, 1961, and it was a small-bore sports car used by BMC, Alpha Porsche, and Corvair as a power plant. So this is what I'm talking about. You suddenly get a chassis like that, and you've got all sorts of different ways of going with it. And originally built, this one is one of the originals, shipped from the East Coast without an engine, and an Alfa Romeo power plant was installed in it by Jack Flatt. Its most successful year, Bridgehampton, 1962. Sadly, we're talking about a car that's stuck in the gravel at the moment as we're under caution here, but we are talking to the Clearys. I don't think there's any other sport in the world where the father and son, whether they be driving or just, in your case, restoring and driving, but there isn't a better way to work. And, they talk about fishing being a good way of going. That's another one. But motor racing just seems to have, and this field says it all, there's more father-son combinations racing, whether it's the Padding Dowling and Cayenne and many others. I noticed that Fulmer's nephew is out here. You've got Roger Penske's son, Junior, out here today. That's motor racing, isn't it?
It is. Pass it on.
Pass it on.
Pass it on. It's just so. I have a picture of him with his grandfather sitting on the frame of the Bugatti as an infant. So he's been around that car for 60 years.
Is there a car, Jamie, that you want to either restore or just drive that you've had your mind on?
Cabo Lago Grand Prix car.
Boy, there was no hesitation there. I love it. Good for you. Why?
It's one of the prettiest cars that ever existed. Good friend of the family, Peter Mullen, God bless his soul, owned one, and I got to race against it many times. Fortunately for me, Peter wasn't the fastest guy in the world, so I was able to keep up with him. And there's a model. My father has a model of one. He's had one as far as I remember.
It was one of my favorites, too. So,
I'm his mini-me in many ways.
That's great.
But Cabo Longo, there's no doubt about it.
Now, that car you just saw, we're going to go green very soon, but I want to point out the car that is leading, that 1967 M6A McLaren, there it is, coming through shot, was a 67 Can-Am Championship car with Bruce McLaren, and is the car that started the McLaren 1968 USRRC Championship car with Mark Donoghue. So this is a very storied car too. The fact that these cars were the originals, it blows my mind, it really does. As we see Perryman going through in the number 1 in that McLaren M1C Grand Perryman from 1967. So as they head up to the corkscrew, we should be going green again. You know, I was saying at the top of the show, I thought the 50th year was splendid. They've topped themselves again. They've gone even better, haven't they, for the 51st year?
It's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. The first year, it was dirt pits and
66 cars in the first 1974 Steve Earle
Ferraris.
Yeah. All of them?
Effectively.
Really?
Yeah, it was a Ferrari get-together.
Okay.
And they had so much fun that they decided they needed to grow it, and they didn't, don't want to say this, but they brought in Jaguar, I believe, the second year.
I think it was Jag. Then,
and of course, they'd already, from the Pebble Beach races, they already had a storied history, didn't they, of being here in California? So.
They did. A lot of Ferraris were in garages.
Yeah.
Where I grew up, Pacific Palisades, God bless its soul.
Yes, sadly.
We had Ferraris all over the place. We had Tony Krivonic. We had, God, why is his name escaping me?
Bill Ziering.
Bill Ziering.
And there was another.
His name's going to
had a Testarossa over on Villa La Paz.
But I remember as a kid a McLaren coming to the house. It was a street legal McLaren. Mm-hmm. And I got a ride in that down the street. That was very exciting. We had race cars around. We had,
and I mean, nothing to do with them.
Yeah. We had a local club, car club, called the No Name Race Car Club, which there were there were no registration, no dues, no president, no vice president, but once a month somebody would open up their shop, cook hot dogs, and we'd talk cars. And I was always the youngest one there. I still feel like the youngest one, and I'm turning 60 this year. But a lot of round sprint car and midget racers. I met some of the finest drivers ever and didn't know who I was talking to.
Yeah, I can imagine, yeah.
Just didn't know who they were.
Yeah, it's easy to do. So we take a look at the 57. Another one of the Lotuses, the 23Bs, quite a few of them out there. This one is 62. And we've also got a Bobsy Porsche out there. Donald Anderson at the wheel of the number 65.
One of the prettiest cars out there.
Yeah.
Oh my
Matthew
God,
Polk.
is that pretty.
Another 23C just following on there into Andretti in the 09. What's the hardest part of restoration? I mean, the obvious thing is parts, but is it as simple as that?
Time. Time is our enemy. I work. I've got a job. We take on big projects. Our projects generally take us up to 10 years.
Really? That's quite a commitment, isn't it?
We try to put an hour a day, whether it's calling for parts or trying to design or figure. But if you're not putting some time every day, you're not moving the ball forward.
Is he any good?
That's right.
Is he any good, I said? Have you taught him well?
Oh, way better than I am now.
We're very fortunate over time. We've built up a machine shop, so we're machinists. I won't say we're very good at welding, but we do weld. It's not the prettiest thing in the world. If we care about it, we'll take it to somebody who can do it pretty. But we're really good at it, and we take it seriously, and we move the ball forward. Our latest was a 1955 sprint car with an offing. And tell you a quick story. I grew up with an Offenhauser as a side table to the living room or family room couch.
Piece of glass on top.
Presumably made by you.
No, actually it was in Drake It was in Drake's lobby.
Oh, okay.
For many, many years.
That's
and
funny.
a friend from No Nage Car Club, when they were closing down Drake, called Dad and said, "Do you want it?" And
We
pretty
were
much,
there the next day.
next day, you betcha. And then we found a car that actually had one in it, without the engine. And we looked at it hard. And it's like, how do we get that running? Took us about 10 years to finish the sprint car and have had it here up at Monterey. I can't say that it ran particularly well, or maybe I didn't run particularly well, but putting that on dirt tracks and running it on dirt.
Wow, that's amazing. Just saw Kyan Dowling in, he's already been in action in that 167 Lotus, 23B. And there he is. Getting up the inside.
We seem to have, seem to have an affinity with head gasketless engines. Whether it be Bugattis, Offenhausers, or Crosleys, we seem to dislike head gaskets.
Well, I'm glad to say the weather is doing what California should, which is showing us some sunshine. Down the corkscrew they come. It's still, I'll tell you, when you see it on TV, it belies just how steep it is. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. As you start gaining speed towards Rainy, you start to worry about just how fast you're going, because you get to this point, and it's like, well, you're committed. You're done. 77 going through shot there. That's an Eldon Sturgis Mark 7 from 69. Beautiful.
Talking about corkscrew, my first race here, which must have been 25, 30 years ago now, they always told me to point to a specific tree.
Yes, the oak tree.
Go to that
bottom,
tree.
Yeah.
Point to the tree.
Our Cameron Lake is right by it. But, yeah, I mean, that's often the case.
You don't know where the entry is. It's pointed towards the tree.
Yep. Trouble is, in places like VIR, that tree's gone now.
It's gone. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, every circuit is like that. You know, there's certain particular markers. Talked to Brian Redman about that, about what you would look for at Le Mans, and of course, ever changing, things would change. So you have to kind of recalibrate sometimes. But,
of course, when we started, this was a 9-turn track.
Right. Okay. So what was missing?
The infield.
Oh yeah, of course, right.
You went straight around.
You went straight on, didn't you?
3 and 4
yeah.
were not there.
Oh, there. Yeah.
You went from 2 to 5.
5, yeah.
And it was fast.
Yeah, I'll bet. So literally almost a triangle, I mean not triangle, but a square up the hill and down again.
Yeah.
That was a long curve.
Yeah. And there's the number 10, Alan Friedman, in a Genie M10, 1964. Know much about those?
No. It's too new for me.
Yeah, oh, there you go. 1964, way too new. And there's the iRock pits, as they're all getting ready for their next race, but it is still Richard Griot out front in his McLaren, leading the way from Greg Hoff in second place. Gear Ramleth is in third, and I had a closer look at that. My good friend Roberto Moreno of Formula One fame is helping do the data, and helping that team of Gear Ramleth is another popular name here at Laguna Seca Historics. But it's great to have actual Formula One stars of the past. Roberto is still very much involved in single-seaters in America, in FR and F4. Working with him in a couple of weeks' time in Canada. But you just never know who you're going to see underneath the car. Checkered flag coming up here, the final lap, and that McLaren just going through some traffic, or having to navigate some traffic so much faster. But there it is, the checkered flag, and a win for Richard Griot. Nicely done. And not a surprise, I don't think. That McLaren is a cracking car and pretty fast. Ramleth does get on the podium. You'd be pleased with that. And what are your plans for the day?
I'm done.
You're done.
We're done. We had an 8:15 run, and I'm done for the day.
That's it. So what are you going to do?
We pulled the plug, checked the plug, looked good, so I don't know. Watch racing.
Watch some racing. Go and
watch some racing.
Go and sniff some oil somewhere.
Go look at other people's cars.
Yeah, exactly. What a joy to have time, because I always feel that events like this, when you're working on a car or you're doing the TV like this, you don't really have a lot of time to enjoy what everybody else is enjoying. And I had that chance yesterday, and I loved it.
Yesterday we sat together watching a guy take a transaxle apart in a LM car, and you know it was fascinating to me. We just sat there and watched him, and where else do you get to do that?
Yeah.
Watch a guy take a transaxle apart.
Yeah. And I don't know if you've had the chance, Mike, but at the exhibition of Formula One from 1950 to the current car. I mean, they've got a 25 car. I mean, they've got a Verstappen car right there. Amazing.
Watching the technology develop through that.
Actually seeing the different cars next to each other. I was looking at the, from the Braun, double diffuser to Albon Toro Rosso car to the McLaren Constructors winner from last year to the current 25. The size of the wheels, the way the wings, and have all of that stuff.
The front ball joints.
There you go.
They were, it just
the lack of ball joints,
or the lack of ball joints, and the
lack of anything being a
wear component.
Yeah.
All.
So then, confirmation, the first Jim Hall Group 8 race of the weekend, and it is Greg Hoff who wins. Actually, Gear Ramler takes
Richard
second
Grillo.
place. Richard Greer, takes the win. Greg Hoff takes second. Gear Ramler takes third, so that was correct. Matthew Polk in the 65 Lotus takes fourth, and Granton Perryman in the 67 McLaren takes fifth. Then it's Brannon, Larson, Jennings, David Smoker, what a great racing name, and Daniel Wise rounding out the top 10. Pretty much dominated by Lotus, but there was the odd Hoffaker Genie Mark 8 there from 1963, Lynn Larson in 7th place. Well done to Richard Greer. And my thanks to both Michael and Jamie Cleary, who've got the rest of the day off. We've given them day off. We won't torture them to do any more commentary, but they are very welcome to come back any time in the rest of the weekend. Go and see some ball joints or whatever you're going to fancy.
Fire pit.
Yes, I will.
Say hello.
I think you have been here a long time.
I've been coming back a few years, yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. I enjoy getting the stories out of you guys. That's what's important. This is your sport. I'm here merely to commentate and drive it, as it were. I have never driven any of these cars or restored them, but I love them. I have a passion for it, and I've been around it for a long time. But I just love hearing the stories, especially here on the West Coast, where, if I can be so impolite to say that Mr. Ferrari called the English, that's me, garagistas. Well, I think the Californians fit into that perfectly, because, and I proudly wear that hat. If there were a garagista hat, I would wear it.
Well, please come on by our
we will.
pit, and we'll be happy to put you in a car, and Jamie can give you a ride.
All right. Thank you very much. Father and son, the Clearys here in the booth. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from this historic race.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, how about that? Those iRock cars have just been out on track, and I'm pleased to say that I've caught up with a man who's made it all possible. And Ray Everingham, you've done an awesome job getting all these cars here and shouting about it over the last few weeks on the social media and on Instagram. So congratulations, you made it, buddy. They're all here.
Oh, thank you. But I've got to tell you this, I'm out front, but there's a great team of people. My partner, Rob Kaufman, and the crew of guys that have put these things together have done an amazing job, because all iRock cars from the same series are the same, but we've got 7 generations of iRock car here. First time in history that's ever happened.
Yeah, I was going to just say that. Has that ever happened before? Clearly hasn't. And what's also great is you've got the stars from back in the day here. I think you got 9 of your top guys there doing a little bit of an autograph signing session, and then a whole load of other guys jumping in them and racing them.
Yeah, but let me tell you, they have not lost their competitiveness, because everyone, the first they want to know is how fast did this guy go? How fast did that guy go? I need better brakes. I need you to do this. And like all of a sudden we're back at the Daytona 500.
And it was a great series. It ran for many, many years. I think 73 was the first one, right up to early 2000, 2006. But just give us the background on it. What was the original idea of it?
So Roger Penske and a gentleman named Mike Phelps, a couple other guys got together and say, hey, what can we do to get more eyes on motorsport? And they came up with this kind of a superstar challenge. Greatest drivers in the world, Formula One, Indy, NASCAR, sports car, in identically prepared cars. First year was Porsches. After they did the Porsches, they wanted to go do some oval racing. So they made Camaros, Chevrolet Camaros. And then Chevrolet Camaro were the Generation 2. They ran those basically from 75 to 89 with the Chevrolet Camaros. And then to the Dodges. They went from Dodge Avengers and Daytonas, and then finally to the Firebirds. So 7 total generations of iRock cars.
That's phenomenal. And it wasn't just oval racing, it was racetrack and oval as well. And like you say, it attracted all kinds of drivers. James Hunt's name's back there, and I've seen Niki Lauda's name on another one.
Yeah, that actually is the only iRock car that Niki Lauda ever drove that here. So some very famous cars here. James Hunt and Jody Scheckter both drove that car. We've got cars that Emerson Fittipaldi has driven. You know, Bobby Unser, A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, Richard Petty, Derek Bell, Jackie Ickx, Jochen Moss, lists and lists of people who've driven these cars.
It's a who's who, isn't it? And that's what it was all about. The idea was like kind of winner takes all, who is the best driver? And we'd love to see it back, Ray, surely. Please tell us it's coming back.
Well, we're trying. You know, the first stage is the historic iRock. You know, it's my dream to bring back the real stories. And they say, well, you know, it's only a dream unless you've got a plan. So my plan is to see how much interest we can generate with historic iRock, and then hopefully raise the money and navigate the politics to get the drivers to do the series. I think motorsports today is ready for a form of motorsport entertainment like iRock.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. And speaking of entertainment as well, you got people like modern day entertainers in the world of Formula One. Zach Brown behind getting the wheel of them as well. And I saw he did a great little feature with you at the 10/10th Raceway as well in the run up to this.
Yeah, and Zach's a sleeper. You know, Zach is a pretty darn good race car driver. You know, I mean, and he hangs out with the best drivers in the world so they can give him some tips. But Zach Brown is driving the most original iRock car on the planet. Never been restored. That car was not only driven to wins by Cale Yarborough and Darrell Waltrip, driven by Mario Andretti and people like that, but it was used in a fun PR day. Clint Eastwood, James Brolin, Gene Hackman, and Paul Newman all drove that car on the same day for fun. Zach has brought that car here unrestored, and he's driving the wheels off it.
Listen, Ray, it's great talking to you, and we could do it all day, but we're out of time. I wish you all the very best of luck, and fingers crossed, let's get this thing back.
Thank you, and it's going to be pretty exciting based on a little bit of competition between Mr. Gordon and Mr. Busch right today.
Great stuff. Lot to look forward to. How about that, Johnny?
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Second.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Well, the atmosphere under the IROC awning here at Laguna Seca this weekend is electric. And I tell you what, if you're lucky enough to own one of the cars, you can take it racing. And that's what my buddy Dave Roberts has done here. Dave, I just said to you, because we just met, you know, what's your story? A long-time race car driver. And you said, well, no, I've just sort of got into it in later life. And what a thing to get into.
Well, it is. You know, I started with a Porsche 944 about 20 years ago, and that developed into slippery slope. And I've owned everything from Porsches. I still got a bunch of Porsches. And I got a chance to buy this from Ray. And Ray maintains all my cars anyway. So we're friends. And I thought, what the heck, why not go iRock racing?
Go iRock racing. And the Tony Stewart 1998 Pontiac Firebird. This was the last generation of cars in the series.
That's correct. These ran from, I think, 96 to 2006. And then the series went away at that point. But it's a great car. It actually is a pretty darn good race car.
And you've just been out on track. I said to you, you don't look like a man who just stepped off the track. You look too fresh and clean. You should be sweaty and covered in tire rubber. How was it out there?
I love this track. It was something you got to get used to. I only come here once a year because we're from the East Coast. But we come each year. I normally am racing a 56 Corvette.
Oh, okay.
And I've got a 70 or a 67 Porsche that I've run. But this is the first time we got to bring the big stuff.
Yeah. This is the big stuff. It's quite. These are quite a brute, aren't they? They look like a big sort of angry, gnarly car.
Well, they're 3,800 pounds with driver. These are not light cars. They get small brakes. You know, they're NASCAR-sized brakes. But you know, they actually drive pretty well.
And at the top of all of this, I said to you, the atmosphere under this IROC awning is great. It really is, isn't it? I mean, there's some of the names and faces that are bobbing around here today. It's cool.
Yeah, well, you know, it's cool for me. I mean, I've known some of these guys, or known of these guys. I know Jeff Gordon because of race relationship, obviously, with Jeff. But, you know, to get out here and run with them on the track together, and, I mean, there's nothing like it. It's just fabulous. You know, even if I'm in the back of the pack as a spectator, it's worth it.
Of course it is, of course it is.
I'm not, though.
You're not. I was looking before. You were kind of in the top 10 heading out into that one, so you're fully in the mix. And we were just chatting to Ray just before you. This is great. We got to get this up and running again, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, the owners are excited about it. I mean, we'd love to go do it. You know, not a bunch of times a year, but maybe 3 or 4 times a year would be fantastic. Like I said, I've got other cars, and we do race at other places, but it would be fun to race against these guys, you know, in other races. So, yeah, I'd love to do it.
All right, Ray, thanks for talking to us, friend. Still more racing to go this weekend, so best of luck and rest up. Get ready for the next one.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Nice work, Kev, and fascinating, as you can see. We're here heading into the Andretti corner is our next group, and it's a big one too. It's the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy for cars in the FIA Manufacturers Championship from 1961 to 1975. And I've got 2 very special guests for this one. And if you don't know who Pedro Rodriguez, well, he and his brothers from Mexico were very, very much prominent in sports car racing in the day and pretty much put Mexico on the racing map, just as Fangio put Argentina on the racing map. And they were very popular in their time and pretty impressive too with their results. But we'll talk more about that because I'd like to introduce you first of all to our chief steward. We are honoured to have Bill Warner, who was the Grand Marshal last year but now chief steward, and it's your job to make sure these cars all are correct. Am I right? Go ahead.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
You know, these cars morph over the years, so you have to take into concerned what time period this car is being represented. It may not be as it was the first year, but it may be as it was the last year. So we ask for documentation when we see something questionable.
Yeah, but I know, because I know racing, and I've been, started as a journalist, and I know you've done that part of it too. It's a hard river to wade in, to argue potentially with people who want to race, but haven't quite got certain things right, and they are determined to be on your field.
Yeah. We started out last year thinking we're going to bring some discipline to this, because in Europe it's getting out of hand with replica GT40s and Lolas and brand new cars. So the real cars aren't coming out. In some cases, the guys running a clone car have the real car at home. We want them to be original and as they were. And we do make exceptions for safety modifications and reliability. For example, if you had an aluminum radiator where you'd have a standard radiator, that's okay. It's where you have a 427 cubic inch engine and what should be a 289.
Yeah, Brembo brakes.
Brembo brakes.
No, that's a no-no. We've also got here in the booth Rick Knoop, who will be out. Well, in fact, less than half an hour. He's going racing again. But a story history too. Tell me first of all, where are you going in 20 minutes?
I'm going on the iRock tour, which is going to be just amazing because the cars and being the inaugural voyage here at Laguna Seca, and we get to drive them with the California Highway Patrol escort, and we're going to the Quail Lodge. Nice. I'm just tickled to death. A lot of the drivers that are there, I've driven with in some form of motorsports.
I don't know. The Camaro's going to go first, or the Porsches? I'll be right there.
Group 7 then, away we go. The green flag waves. This is the Pedro Rodriguez Trophy. And as I said before, FIA Manufacturers Championship from 61 to 75. And a beautiful sound as they rush past our commentary booth and down into Andretti for the first time. And Bill, why don't we start with this group? Whoa, as we get a spinner from third place. That's a rare thing.
Well, a flag will come out on that.
I'm sure. But just talk about this group for a second. What is the tough part of homologating stroke? Not homologating, because you're not doing the homologation, but what is the tough part? What are you looking for in this?
The chevrons and the Lolas from that time period are probably the hot numbers.
Yep.
And, they're small display. Well, you say small display for probably 2 liters. And lightweight. And it's hard to say what's right or wrong because we're all, hand built.
Yeah.
They were built to race, so it's very hard to cheat other than going with bigger engines.
Yeah. But a beautiful era too.
Yeah.
A lot of innovation.
That Chevron B16 is one of the most beautiful ones of all of them, in a coupe form.
Pretty handy drivers out there too. And Rick, I want to say that you've got to know what you're doing with these cars, don't you?
Well, I think it complements a good driver. They almost handle like a Formula car, these Chevrons and Lola that Bill just mentioned. Most of them are powered with the BDA, Cosworth, and awfully high revving car.
Brian Redmond was particularly successful with the Chevron.
Yep, no question about it. Brian Redmond has a huge history with Chevron, and they respect that. But yeah, I mean, he is another, I'd love to have him here. Told him to tune in this weekend. But my father, best mates with Brian. Brian was his best man at his wedding. So there you go. Actually, here's a story. Were it not for Brian Redmond, I wouldn't be here.
Wow.
Because he basically chased my parents and drove their car out of the wedding, chased by several other rally car drivers and drivers of the day. And had he not made it out, I might, there might have been trouble. I might not have made it.
Well, it's kind of funny. It's funny now, it wasn't funny then. I had a bad accident in '83. I was in intensive care, asleep. I wake up, and at the end of the bed is Brian Redmond.
Well, that's nice.
He looked at me and says, well, you've done it now, lad.
Yeah.
Part about Brian and Marion is, and I had no idea that the wedding story, but being able to drive with them when I started doing world endurance racing, and the Stooks as well as the Jackie Hickses, people I was looking at in road and track and car and driver, it really, really made a big difference in my life. And what gentlemen. I found the nicest people. And by the way, the number 58 car, the Alfa Romeo, my first championship in 1977. and it's an Alpha GTV. It's the ex-John Norman car. I went from a championship there to Le Mans, and that was in '78.
Wow.
So
What a ride.
Yeah. But getting back to the Brian Redmonds, what a delight. And Marion, they're just gracious people. And to this day, he drives a race car with complete integrity, authenticity to match that time period.
Still going.
Yep.
And he's, I think, 87, 88 years old.
He's 80. Yeah, I think 89 actually. Amazing, absolutely amazing. And my hat's off to him. I saw him in a 917 a few years ago, thinking, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Actually, I saw him at the Silverstone Classic once. And I said, "How are you getting on?" And he was in a McLaren from the 70s.
Oh.
And he said, "Well, I'm fine." He said, "But my neck's not strong enough." And he said, "Going down the Wellington Straight, my helmet was pulling me. I couldn't see."
Oh, my God.
He said, "So I had about 3 seconds of blindness." But that's Brian. He wouldn't care. He kept going. He kept his foot in.
And you know, the endorsement is there's a line of people at every major event that want who to drive their car?
Yep.
Brian.
Yep.
He always brings it home.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big secret in life.
Well, and also, you think of Vic Elford and you think of Sterling Moss, and I'll put him in those ranks because of the Europeans that have been over to America and made it. David Hobbs, of course, as well. Pretty incredible to come from Europe, to come from Burnley and Lancashire, which is where my family hail from, as basically a brush salesman in his Morris back in the day.
That's right. His first car was a Morris Traveler.
Yeah.
He took the windshield out,
and then
the
he went
doors
to work
off.
on a Monday and put the brushes in the back.
Yeah. And then Monday, put the doors back on, the windshield back in, sell mops.
Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Love stories like that. And then, of course, like most racing drivers, we don't lose them in a race car. They end up in hurricanes and stuck in the Bahamas.
Oh boy,
and,
he really had a go round with that.
Oh gosh, 5 days we lost him.
It was 5 days, you guys. I've forgotten about it.
Marsh Harbor.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, Cal Meeker's leading the way with 7 laps to go in our Pedro Rodriguez Trophy race, and some really good, handy drivers in there, Fudge and Hager, McAllister, Rosenthal, and some really guys that have been around this particular event and historics around America, if not around the world. So some very handy drivers out there. Love to see that 4 Cortina out there.
And Chris McAllister, very capable.
Yeah.
I've run with him in the bigger the McLarens. He goes really well.
He looks like Harry Potter.
He looks like Harry Potter.
I do like that. So, Bill, have you had any problems this year? We don't have to name names.
I got my iRock Camaro here. I got Patrick Long in it.
Oh, well, that's no problem.
Oh, no problem at all. He's turning 36s, which is, he and Kurt Busch had a pretty good go-round at it.
Yep.
We had a little water leak and a little oil fitting leak. Got that all fixed. It's ready to go.
Well,
that's the ex-Nicky Lauda car.
Beautiful. So how many years have you been doing this? When was your first
I started in SCCA in '77, raced an ex-Bob Sharp Datsun, then I moved up, I had a Brabham VT8, and had a Shelby King Cobra that scared me to death. Then I went, brought a couple of Group 44 cars like Rick had.
Yeah.
I had the Paul Newman, Bob Tullius TR6, then the TR8 GTO car.
And I'm guessing
you talk about Brian Redmond. A couple of years ago, I started about 5 rows behind him. And about 3 laps in, I noticed I was catching him. So I got to 5 and I passed him. So
beautiful.
I kept about 5 laps in front of him. Then he put 2 wheels off in a corkscrew and got me back. I never saw him again. That night I'm having dinner with Tommy Kendall. The phone rings. It's Brian. He says, "Who was in your car today?" I said, I was. He says, "Well, either I was slow or you were fast." I said, "You pick it."
That's great. I love stuff. That's typical Brian, though. He'd call up. He's not happy with that. What's going on there, then? Brilliant. Rick, tell us a little bit more about your history in
Laguna Seca?
Well, yeah.
All right. Well, 50 years ago, this year, my first time on the track, in 1975, it was called the Monterey Historics, and I was in a McLaren Can-Am car. Beautiful. I was 21 years old, and I thought, boy, these cars are fast, Dad. My dad always had specials and Chevy-powered cars. He opened the track here as an entrant with a guy named Joe Huffaker, and I was so proud that the Scarabs were the class of the day, and Dad built a car with a Devon body, and I'm awfully proud to call Laguna Seca my home track, and I've been lucky enough to go across the continents with a guy named Jim Busby, and got back from Le Mans about a month ago, and I just embraced this track, and even the Pebble Beach, its roots on the 17-mile drive. And here we are, 50 years later. And Steve Earle, boy, what a great vision. In 1974, there were 3 Series 1 GTOs, Ferraris, and there's that car I was talking about, the Alfa Romeo.
Kalmika, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a wonderful, wonderful growth to see in motorsports in general. I mean, it's with the IROC inaugural this year. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, to have an event, never mind an historic one, that can be continuous for 51 years, pandemic and all.
Yep.
Just incredible.
You know, it's hard to believe. You don't think how time flies till you get old. And it's just everything's going by so fast.
Yeah, no question. Well, Kalmika in that HU65 73 Lola T294. It was a John Abrahams who bought the Lola and ran 2 races in 1973. Now that 115 you just mentioned, there it is. And he's leading the way, and he is carving through this field.
They're good-looking cars.
Now, just go on the rules. Was it part of the rules that you had a quasi-passenger seat?
Yes.
If
you were a
the
sports
thinking?
racer.
Because
and, Roger Penske pushed that, if you remember, in the USRRC, where he had a Cooper Formula One car widened, and a Can-Am car had to have 2 seats. We had a little sling. You could put Hervé Villechaize in the right seat if you wanted to, but that's about all who could fit. But they then honed the rules.
Yeah.
On my Brabham BT8.
Give them an inch, they'll take a mile, right?
Yeah. In the King Cobra, it required it to have lighting equipment and a horn. It had a bicycle horn. It didn't say it had to be an electrical horn.
No, that's true. There you go. We're looking at the Chevron B2326, John Fudge at the wheel. In second place at the moment. And the 80 in third of Paul Hager in the Chevron, another Chevron B23 from 1973. There's John Fudge.
Boy, to see the 2002 BMWs, it's just wonderful. And the Alfa Romeos, there's a lot of classes within a class here.
Well, that's where it was today, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure was.
I mean, even to the liveries, it's down to the original liveries. And that must be too, I mean, its own way must be hard.
We want that.
Yeah, of course we do. But there must be some companies that no longer exist, so it must be harder to find the decals or replicate those decals. No problem.
No problem.
Okay.
Everything's on the internet.
What's the hardest thing?
There's some things like Motronic injection. Some of the injection systems don't exist anymore, so you have to upgrade them to a modern. We allow that because you won't see the car unless you have that. Like mechanical parts are the things that are toughest more than the livery or the.
You know, the Lucas timed injection, those magnificent velocity stacks on the big blocks, Hilborn has taken upon themselves to keep those not only renovated, but some of the nylon bushings are brass now. And as the displacement's gone up, the Reynolds aluminum blocks are gone, the cast. Now it's Brodex, and it's really an interesting to carry the torch with period correct what Bill's saying. Visually, sponsorship, livery, we all try to. Inside, there's little upgrades, or else the fields will get smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
So some of the people are still, and the machine shops know how to make it happen.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, like in a lot of racing, they took away the ability to advertise legally.
Yeah.
You know, alcohol, tobacco. So you can see it on the livery of historic cars, but not on current cars.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That evolution and revolution. I mean, I now call in Formula One the tech industry the new tobacco, because it really is now a tech industry when you look at today's Formula One.
And also, don't forget, the tires have become a little bit of a challenge.
Avon,
to have
about the
Avon
only one,
Nova is coming back, and that is a big plus for this industry. The fields are big, and all of a sudden we lost Avon. Now it's called Nova, and they're retooling to make. I know the IndyCar series has a tremendous problem in the vintage Indies for the older roadsters, and there's such a surge going on right now. It's nice to know that things like tires and the innards of these cars can be duplicated.
So 2 laps to go in our first running of the Pedro Rodriguez.
Chip Fudge is doing a good job.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job.
He's driving a bunch of cars this weekend.
Yeah, Chip's always at these events. Beaujolard in 8th position, just ahead of Hagen and Leon. Top 10. I was down there by the Dunlop Bridge yesterday.
Nice pass there.
Look at that. Nice little group coming through there. Yeah, whoa! Yeah, the tyres are an interesting thing. I said it earlier in the day, Bill, that one of the problems, obviously, with historics is that the compounds have become so good that they almost bend the chassis, and that was something that, you know, you have to factor in, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, and the cars are old.
Yes.
You know, you got 70-year-old, 80-year-old chassis out there. Some of them were brazed rather than welded.
Yeah.
You know, was that better or worse? I don't know.
Here's your leader then on the final lap in that number 115, carving his way through in the Lola.
Whoa!
Whoa, that's a nice shot.
Good job.
Well done, Rob. Through Rainy Curve. Looking down high above turn 10. You don't see how much of a right-hander that turn 10 is until you see it from above. Same with 11. It almost comes back on itself.
Bank to it.
Yeah.
11 is the one with, from a steward standpoint, we have trouble with people come out of it and come back soon.
Yeah.
Where they should stay out.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point. And the drive is so important out of there. If you do mess that up, it takes your whole lap. Yep. So final lap then in our first running of Pedro Rodriguez Trophy cars. Beautiful display. As we look down on the number 80, Paul Hartnett. In second place at the moment. It's a 73 Chevron. But Cal Mika has totally dominated proceedings here, but not a surprise. You'll see Cal out in probably Formula One machinery later in the day. And again, a regular here at Monterey. The 51st running as the checkered flag is out for our winner. And well done to Cal Mika, who wins. Now you better go, because you've got to go. Rick,
I'm
good
going
to see
with
you.
you.
He's going to be in the next group. You got to both go.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to have you.
Thank you for having us.
Well done. Thank you for the job that you do. I don't think without you, this would be a very, very different event. So thank you.
Thank you. This is my last year.
Oh, my word.
Aging out. You know,
well, come
it's
on.
a younger man's job.
Come on back tomorrow and we'll give you a good send.
God bless you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So there, two great legends of the sport here, and just typical of what this event is all about. Last year's Grand Marshal and the current Chief Steward, Bill Warner. And, whoa, and a spin on second place. Oh, that's a shame. He just got, that's exactly what Bill Warner was saying. Got too much, got too greedy. And that last turn 11, and just hopefully he did not make contact, but that was a little nip and tuck there for John Fudge. And he fudged that one, you could say. Not to worry. He won't mind me saying that, because he is a very, very good driver. He'll be kicking himself for that, because he knows exactly what went wrong there. Alex McAllister got up to third place in the end there. Well done to him. Well done. More importantly, to Cal Mika. I'm sure he'll be doing the same again in tomorrow's race. But still, a whole bunch more racing to come from today's festivities. This, the 51st running of the Rolex Monterey Reunion. Finally, the sun has come out and it's nice and breezy, so it's keeping temperatures nice and cool. But it's a beautiful Northern California day as we celebrate the history of motor racing here in the US of A. Half the crowd in the stands, half the crowd wandering around the paddock. New pylon there from WeatherTech. And in the distance, the new Mission Foods and Rolex Bridge, which is a handy addition too, because the old one was kind of falling apart a bit. And our commentary booth just below that bridge on the inside of the track. And on the inside there, the lakes that often formed a catty island. My memories of this place started with MotoGP and World Superbike. I remember getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning in London to go and call the shots on what was going on with a Carl Fogarty or a Mr. Hayden. And confirmation of the results then. Cal Mika in that 73 Lola T294 wins ahead of John Fudge, who had a bit of a moment there at the end. Alex McAllister taking third in the Ford GT40. Didn't see much of it, but he got up to third. Rosenthal in fourth. Paul Hager in fifth position, and Beaujolard sixth. Then Schifferle in seventh. Goodman, Dave Hagen in ninth, and Bill Lynn in 10th position in that Porsche 910. And like I said, they'll be back in action tomorrow for their second race. But as we look down on the leader WeatherTech pylon, which is resplendent here at the circuit, and a great addition, we'll take a short break. A packed house here, as you can see, the cars on the hill. That's how you know you've got a big event at Laguna Seca, is how big that hill is covered in cars. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from the Rolex Reunion after this.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
It really is something special when you're underneath this iRock awning here, catching up with all kinds of people in the cars that they won races in, like this man here, Scott Pruitt, 1991. Yep. You won in this car, and you won this series many, many times before as well.
It is amazing. Now, here's the crazy thing. So I retired my last race, the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, just because I had won that thing so many times. And, Rolex Daytona, so which is always cool. So this is a Daytona, which is awesome. And I think it's one of the only Daytonas here. And so for me, I had a really bad accident. And I had shattered my ankles, broke my knees, broke my back in an Indy car, and took the whole year getting back. So this is my second race back, and I went on to win the race. So it was mega for me.
Absolutely mega. And you're back in it. How is it? I mean, I just said to you as well, I was like, hang on, has this been recently restored? Because it's immaculate. There's not a mark on this car.
It is. It's what Ray and his group have done is great. So Ray and Rob brought iRock back. I think what we're doing, so I told everybody when I retired, I am never getting in a historic race car, vintage race car. And so this is the first time in 7 years, and I love what they're doing, love being around all the guys. And what people don't, I'm not sure everybody realizes, this was the best of the best, right? So you had 12 cars. So they had 4 stock car guys, champions, For open wheel guys, champions. And for road racing guys, champions. So you brought all these champions together. We didn't actually drive the race car that we'd race until the race. So they had 4 test cars. We drive those leading up till the race. We went randomly drew whatever color that was, and then they'd put, the stickers on, what our names were, and so on, and then we go racing.
That is like the purest thing ever, isn't it? Because it's just the driver, and you just pull in a ticket, and you're going, all right, it's me and that car then. Let's see what we can do.
It is, and so when you think back of what iRock was, and you got Yarborough, and you got Hunt, and you got all these cars with these iconic names, it was the best of the best. You didn't have your name on the side of the car unless you were a true champion. And so what the group doing, bringing iRock back, and I think there's going to be this, even from what we've seen already here at the Rolex Historics, is the people and all the fans coming up going, I remember you racing that car, and I remember that car, and I remember this. I mean, it's been really, I think it's nostalgic, and it's also bringing back all these great memories.
I think there's a thirst for it. Just the buzz already on day one here on the Friday. I think there's a thirst for this. The fans are up for it.
Yeah, and here we are. We're gonna at 11 o'clock. We're gonna drive to the Quail. Yeah. Drive to the Quail down city streets and take this whole group of V8, normally aspirated, loud, open exhaust race cars and roll that into Quail. It's gonna be something different, and then our race tomorrow. So proud to be here. Also involved with the Rolex, and they're gonna have a bunch of people here, but all this group together and what we're doing and how we're doing it, and the fans that come to see all these vintage, iconic race cars is just fantastic.
I think it's awesome. And Scott, thanks for coming out. Enjoy your day. Like you say, you're off to the Quail, but then going racing again tomorrow. Thanks as always.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
There you go. How about that? iRock is back in 2020.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to the Rolex Reunion here in Monterey as we get ready for our next group action. And I'm joined in the booth by Cameron Healy, who we've talked on many of these occasions about this sort of racing, and it's great to have you on board. So far, so good. 51st year of what Steve Earle set up in '74, and I thought last year was pretty darn impressive, but they've done it again, haven't they?
This current team here at WeatherTech Laguna Seca is putting on such a great event for the Rolex Monterey Reunion. I know some of the individuals, and they've got a real vision for the future of this. So, there's two tremendous groups and historical groups to celebrate Formula One and IROC, and got some famous drivers here, and super exciting. I think today and tomorrow will be the big spectator days.
Next group up is a group that you should be racing in, the Briggs Cunningham Trophy. Tell us about that group and about that name, because it's synonymous with racing here, it's particularly in California, but American racing. We try to, when we can, certainly Rolex does, try to celebrate people like Jim Hall and Briggs Cunningham to kind of, and Miles as well. I think they do a good job of sort of reigniting the imagination. It's not just about the drivers, it's about the culture.
Exactly, and I think this was all, post-World War II run-up. There was certainly during the war, there was a lot of technological innovations. There was material left over available, some materials not available, but a lot of young men coming back from the military and wanting to go fast. And, of course, here in California, it was a hotbed of innovation, building a lot of specials with all kinds of different configurations. And some of those specials, turned into racers and ultimately teams. There's, teams that we know now even. But, this for 1947 to 1960 front engine. This was right before the rear engine, mid-engine revolution, and some pretty great cars. I've raced with a lot of these cars, and the owners, drivers, presenting them and driving them hard.
Well, if the stars of the show are the cars, and they really truly are, that's what historic racing's all about. The big star of this event has to be the circuit itself. Cameron, what is it about Laguna Seca that makes it so iconic, so special, and so many drivers want desperately to conquer it?
Well, that's a great question. Of course, the genesis of this was the Pebble Beach races in the early 50s. I have a car that raced in the Pebble Beach era, but I think like many make-do circuits on public roads because of accidents and safety and other issues, closed circuits were created. So 1957, this track was inaugurated, and what's special is it's got elevation changes. A lot of tracks don't have so much, and of course the legendary corkscrew. You also have weather, unique marine environment. A lot of mornings it's fogged in, and if you're in the first group going out, they have to sometimes delay, but many times I've raced where you're clear everywhere else, but you go up to the corkscrew and you can't see below you, and you just kind of go by feel, and it's fantastic.
And I was just reminded, as we looked across the Andretti hairpin there, that of course the original track didn't go to 3 and 4 that we're looking at now.
Exactly.
It went straight across, so it was much faster, but probably not as challenging, but different, very different, given that you did you literally did the front straight, and then you got this long straight that now is turn 5 up to turn 6, and then the Rahal straight, so it was pretty much flat out. Whereas now this new the regular circuit that we all know and love adds 3 and 4, and that really does make a big difference. And 5, a key corner here. What besides the corkscrew, because it seems to be that's the queen of the circuit. But what other corners are just as challenging, if not important, to get your lap time here?
Well, I think with that change you described, they used to carry a lot more speed up the hill, but now you go through this series of turn 2, 3, 4, and then you hit 5 where you start up the hill. And so it's more technical. You got to have a good line, and of course you do want to hit turn 5. It's a very cambered, positive cambered turn, so you can carry a lot of speed into that. And the sooner you can get on the gas pedal and go, the better you can pick up a lot of time going up that hill. Turn 6 is a check, is a little bit of a lift. Got to hit it late and then get on the power immediately because you can lose momentum. So I think that sequence, particularly at 5 and 6, is really critical to get up the hill. And the corkscrew, you've got to have a good line. It's a blind. It's a quick left, right. The right is blind. So there's a tree that you have to line yourself up with down below to hit the right apex. And that takes some doing. And of course, when it's foggy, you can't see that tree. So really going blind. So going down through 8, getting lined up for turn 9 is really important. You're now going down the hill. You want to carry a lot of speed, but it's off camber. You want to get a late apex, but you can gain a lot of time benefit there. And then 10 you've got to slow down a little bit and brake. It is a passing spot, but it's a tricky passing spot because cars are unloaded or loaded, and some accidents happen there. And then you get on the gas for turn 11, which is a 90-degree, very slowest corner on the whole track, and you've got to get real lined up. So you've got a real late position, so you don't drift out onto the outside the track, the sand, which I did last weekend. But it's a real driver's track. It's technical, but it has its own unique character in the world, and people love it. Of course, the history that's here.
Absolutely, and our Group 6 race is underway, and right from the get-go, the pole position man, David Swig, losing out to Greg Meyer, in the 84, so a quick change of the lead straight from the get-go. There's the 84, there's the 66, and in third place, Brian McKern. You were saying to me that you had your eye on David Swig as a potential favourite for this, but he was pole position, no surprise there. But will these two go at it, you think?
They will. I've raced close with both of these gentlemen, and they're really good drivers, and they race hard. The third place is my friend Ed Nigro in the Lola Mark 1, the red. And Ed is over 80 years old.
Is he really?
He still pilots his own jet.
That's
and
wild.
He's a go-for-it guy. This is a super fun group. I wish I was in there with them.
And super fun cars too. I mean, just beautiful cars. A combination of, the specials from the States, and obviously the Jaguar XK 120, which is kind of a favorite to California, given the Pebble Beach success it had in the early 50s with the likes of Sterling Moss, Phil Hill, and so on. But a lot of the Streets Manning special. I had Marcus Bicknell up here earlier. That's a very storied car that races. It's 1952, but you've got some really interesting cars out here, and ones that you may not, I'm thinking of the Goodwood crowd from Europe, may not be as familiar with because you did so many specials.
Exactly. Yeah, not many made their way over to Europe, and unless they were well financed. But I think of the British folks that I know from racing in the UK, they love coming over here and mixing it up with these American specials because it's a very innovative era, and they just don't have things like that over there.
Yeah, and we're just talking about to Bill Warner about the garagistas, but that is the epitome of it. We talk about tinkering. We had the Ken Miles group earlier, but that's the beauty, and that is the essence of American development of racing, is the fact that you were willing to do that, to take the brilliance of what the Europeans offered and later the Japanese offered, and make it your own.
Yeah. It's good old American innovation.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, it's a beautiful day here. Yesterday morning it was raining for my first session, and this morning it's been dry, and just a gorgeous day here.
Yeah, it started off foggy. It's a bit breezy, but as you can see, the fog has passed on. I'm looking for John Budabon in that 1950 Parkinson special. Another special out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a white, built at International Motors in Los Angeles by Don Parkinson.
Right, and that was a Pebble Beach racer, also back in the day.
Just want to welcome viewers from all over the world, but just our American ones. We've got Racer TV, now the new network, merging with MAP TV. So we welcome them to our broadcast. We also welcome Motorsport 1 and Speed Sport 1 and coverage around the world. We welcome our viewers. I mentioned Goodwood, and great to have them on board, and they'll be showing it to their world as well, worldwide. We also have Parc Ferme from Italy, and even a Ukrainian and Moldovan channel out there, giving us coverage both in Lithuania, Belarus, and Latvia. So welcome, one and all. Through goes the 66 of Swig, and he's right there in second place as they go up the hill towards the corkscrew. Now, when you're lining a move up here, where would you think of going? Not everybody wants to do the pass, the Zanardi pass, or the Stoner pass, as I call it, because it also happens in two wheels down that corkscrew.
Right. So you're saying going up over the hill, where's a good place to pass?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you've got momentum, you can take a pass just before you go into the corkscrew.
Yeah.
The driver in front of you's got to be very aware of your presence, but that's possible. It's and then coming down the hill, you can pass. It's also tricky because, again, cars are loaded up in off-camber positions, and so they can't move abruptly if you don't want to surprise them. I've witnessed a lot of spin-offs down in that area, but and then coming off turn 11 where the leaders are coming off, if you get a good run, good angle, and you get on the pedal earlier than your competitor, you can grab a lead there. And they're running very, very similar times. I think David Swig's just a couple tenths off Greg Meyer.
Yeah, Meyer in that Sadler Mark IV from 1959. And there's David Swig in the 66. Chaparral, we've been talking about the Jim Hall group, which ran earlier, and that is a 1962 Chaparral, owned by Rob Walton, who also races.
Exactly, yeah.
In fact, Rob's a regular, isn't he?
Rob's a regular. I understood, though. He had a shunt last weekend, and he had a concussion, so he's out.
That's not good.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but you forget sometimes when you're watching this majestic shots that they are pieces of metal and they can go wrong. You mentioned Negro. Is it? How do you pronounce it?
Nigro.
Nigro. Yeah. And what is your association with it?
We've raced close together for years, and I actually ran into him once. It's my only.
Oops.
In 33 years, my only real, my self-caused accident, and we became better friends because of it.
Well, he's in that Lola Mark 1 from 1959.
Yeah, he's a good driver. He's running about 4 seconds a lap behind Swig and Meyer. And I see Swig and Meyer lapping other cars now.
That car was displayed at the 1961 British Racing and Sports Car Club racing car show before being shipped to the USA, and was sold to Alan Ross. Entered the 61 12 Hours of Sebring, driven by Chuck Hall, brother of Jim Hall from Chaparral, we just mentioned, and Alan Ross finishing second in class.
Yeah, you have a few V8 powered cars. Of course, the two front runners are V8, and then you also have a whole lot of four-cylinder cars that are light and corner well, and so it's a fun juxtaposition. I drive a four-cylinder car that's very light, and I can keep up with the V8 guys because it corners so well, and it makes it a lot of fun mixing up with these guys.
Steve Yarborough in sixth place, just behind Robert Davis in the 391. There's Yarborough. That's a lovely looking car, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Devon Special from 1959. And there's the 391 I just mentioned. Robert Davis at the wheel. I love the blue and the yellow. It's just a nice touch, and that deep blue. Very nice.
Presented beautifully.
Yeah. Well, we just had Bill Warner up here, and I was asking about his unenviable task, but he seems to embrace it and has got the huge respect for this huge community to make sure that these cars are all present and correct as they were in period. Not an easy feat that takes him year round, I'm sure.
Well, that was, of course, Steve Earle's role when he, as the founder for years, and he was very, very disciplined about the cars being right, and it's great that Bill Warner has taken on that role.
Yeah, and it's funny, you and I have seen these events here in California, and I think we've mentioned it before, but as a youngster trying to learn, because let's face it, the automobile is changing. The days of combustion are changing. Horsepower seems an odd phrase now, doesn't it? But the truth is, the world goes on, the world changes. But I was pleasantly surprised by how many youngsters were interested in these types of cars and coming to events like this, because it is different, but also we can lay out the entire 100-year plus history of this, not just sport, but to be honest, the airbags, the disc brakes, the things that we have eaten to the mirror, were all innovated in motorsport, and it's something that's easily forgotten, and there's very few places that you can literally get a museum of history where you're actually watching it in motion as it was when it was developed and made.
Well, and I find I love interacting with kids in the paddock. I've got a little tiny race car called a Pooper, and of course kids are tracking.
A Cooper?
Porsche-powered Cooper that was called a Pooper back in the 50s, but kids are attracted to it because it's small, the name, and the
a pretty looking car,
and the passion that these kids and the knowledge they have really overwhelms me. And so we always get them in the car, strap them in, but they're fascinated by the analog nature of these cars because they've grown up in a digital world and they spend lots of time on screens, and so this tangibility of the analog machines, I think, is they're like giant toys.
Well, I mean, you put a good word in it. You're going to put a point on it. I mean, you can't dip into your Apple, iPhone or your computer every day and look into the backs and the guns of it. You could, but not many do, because they fall apart that way. Whereas these are built this way, where at the end of the day, these will be stripped down and put back together again. So any moment during the weekend, you can go down and see what these cars and how they are designed and what does what. You can ask a mechanic or an engineer what's going on and why did they do that, why did they choose to do that there. I had a bunch of NASA folk come to the World Endurance Championship not long ago, and it was fascinating the questions they were asking about putting small things in small places, because of course that's what rockets are all about, and that's really what we're doing here, is compacting as much power to weight as possible into a small place. Even though you say, looking at this huge Jaguar coming towards us, and that always amazes me that this car really found its way into historic racing. Well, not just historic racing, of-the-day racing. It wasn't, Jaguar certainly wanted to sell, swanky European cars, and this one just hit the mark, didn't it? It was big enough for the Americans to go, wow. And it's got the design, it had the design flow that was synonymous with European cars, and it just became a star in its own right, didn't it?
Exactly, yeah. The early MGTD and the Jaguars, they all came from Britain because there weren't, given the status of Europe post-war, they're just immediately post-war, there just weren't cars to be had, and so the British really supplied the early sports car racing in the U.S. after World War II, and then the Ferraris started showing up and other European cars, and it began changing things. The Porsches, but Britain was the source for these early race cars, and it's great to see them still campaign.
Yeah, this car you're looking at, the black 1952 Lars Mapstead car, races for CSRG at the Monterey Historics going back to the 80s with Joe Jensen's 20. And Lars, funnily enough, it's amazing, he ran for president recently, the last couple of years ago. Well, there you go.
Okay.
I love those little footnotes that you get when you get the bios. But Lars, yep. So somebody running for president out there right now.
And I'll throw in talking about analog, digital, internal combustion potentially becoming obsolete. I think the future of historic racing is using renewable fuels.
Yeah.
And I participated in the Goodwood Revival race last fall, and it was the first ever race that ran on 100% renewable fuel for all the cars.
That's really cool.
And they're going to continue doing that.
This is going to get tricky. The leader's coming through now on some slower cars, but they're trying to weave their way through out of 10 and into 11, but they're taking their time, quite rightly. But Meyer's still leading Swig, but look how close it is. Swig gets lots of room on the last turn 11, gets the drive.
Well, I know Swig has run some faster times with that car than what they're running currently, so I don't know if something's wrong with the car or not, but he can run 140 evens, and they're doing low 144s right now.
Shout out to my good mate James Alder, who's already been in the booth, but he hasn't been on the mic yet, but he fulfills the tradition in his Jaguar of driving it from Reno, where he lives, and he has the 120, and he drives it all the way here, sometimes in the snow, open top, gets a lot of horns from the trucks that pass him on the way, but a lot of fun. But that's the tradition. In the back in the day, you drove your car to the race
and drove it home. He may be one of the few that still
does it. Yeah,
that's the spirit. Oh, a little wide there.
This is a cracking race, and with 2 laps to go, this is gonna. I think David Swig's eyeing up a move here.
Yeah.
Just in that third. Here we go. Here comes Swig.
2 laps to go. Okay.
Side by side.
They got a lapper. They're gonna come up on to.
Into the corkscrew.
Okay.
Yep. Now down to Rainey. Like you say, there's not too many places if you're on the racing line and you're going well.
He's going to go for the inside.
He's given him plenty of room to do so, but he hasn't taken it.
Nope.
And 11 is tricky because it's so easy. If you make a move up there, you find yourself going so slow on the inside that you don't get the drive.
Right. Now they got to get around this traffic.
There you go. See that Swig's doing it well.
A little wide there. But
white flag waves then. One lap to go in
lap.
Our first running of the Briggs Cunningham Trophy for front-engine GT sports racers and American specials.
Well, we won't give up on Swig yet here.
Oh, no. Sadler going strong. Mark 4.
Of course, David Swig's a senior car specialist at Broad Arrow Auctions. So a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, it's a busy week, isn't it? You guys are up and down at the track, down at the auctions. And so much going on in the week.
Well, I think Greg Meyer.
Yeah, he's done a good job. He's been under pressure the entire race from David Swig. But as they head up the hill for the last time, he's keeping them at bay just for now.
Making mistakes.
No, up the Ray Hall straight then.
Okay, here he goes.
Here goes Swig. He's going to make that inside move, maybe.
Try to go the inside.
Yeah.
There he goes. No.
It's just doesn't have the grunt, and I guess the braking of Meyer is just enough to hold him off. Now the run downhill. Easy to let it go and miss your braking point here. He takes a nice wide line through Rainey and then tucks it down on the inside towards 10.
It's the last chance for David Swig.
I think he's going to accept the fact that this could be second place today. You know, taking third in the 61. Al Alcerio still in the top 5. I expected he would be higher up, but not to be.
Of course.
And Greg Meyer just about going to make it, I think. David Swig will follow him home, but there's the checkered flag.
Well, and these were both represent American specials.
Yes, they do.
Jim Hall and Bill Sadler developed these with their first versions.
Yeah, and I think they'd be pretty proud to see them going on the way they are. Jim Hall's son's here, I believe, this weekend.
Fantastic.
So, Greg Meyer wins the Briggs Cunningham Trophy Race 1.
Well, and I understand for the first time ever at the Monterey Motorsports Reunion, there's actually going to be podiums and medals.
Yes, there are.
I've never done that before.
No, and I think it's a good idea because they're going to do it during, like, if you like, in the middle of proceedings, because there are the auctions to go to. It is a long week and a long weekend, so to celebrate them properly, I think it's appropriate that we hand them out in the heat of the moment, in the heat of battle, as it were, in the middle of the day rather than at the end when some people are sort of traipsing off. Certainly the crowd are heading home. So, yeah, I think it's a good idea, but that's another new change with Mel Harder at the helm these days. Knew Mel very well from COTA. He was there in the early days of the Circuit of the Americas. Been busy with Ganassi and many other projects since, but now here as the head of Laguna. Great guy to have in charge. Well done then to David Swig and Greg Meyer, putting on a great show. And Pedro Negro in third place. That'd be a good spot to be, up there at the top of the corkscrew. There's always a good melee of folk up there. I think there was a bar up there.
Very popular bar up on the corkscrew.
Yeah, we were at the English Ale House last night, and they said, oh yeah, we used to have two bars, one at the top of the corkscrew and one down at the bottom.
Yeah, people have been known to slip and fall on their way down that
yeah,
steep hill.
it's a long way down.
After hanging out there all afternoon.
In the sunshine and good English ale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that concludes that group. My thanks to Cameron Healy for coming up here and enjoying the day with us. You will be out, though, in the John Morton Trophy, yeah?
John Morton, yeah, won 155, and then the IMSA group at before 4 o'clock.
Confirmation of the results then. Greg Meyer in the Sadler Mark IV from 1959 wins over David Swig in his Chaparral from 62, and then Edward Negro in the 1959 Lola Mark I takes third ahead of McCurchin and Alisario in 5th place. Davis, Yarborough, Khalil Uderman, and Lars Marmstead in 10th position. My thanks, Cameron, for coming in. Best of luck. We'll let you go and get your overalls on and get ready. But we'll take a short break here from the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion for 2025, the 51st running of this amazing event. Join us after the break.
Thanks for the opportunity, Jonathan.
So I've been working with Pilotti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, when you talk about big names in motorsport and big names in iRock, how about Kurt Busch here? Kurt, great to see you, buddy. The atmosphere under this awning is fantastic, isn't it?
This is such a great reunion, and all the different classes of iRock guys and the cars. Like, I grew up watching the Camaros, and now I'm out there racing with my Firebird and with some of my heroes. It's really, really cool to feel the vibe out there.
And winning in this Firebird as well back in the day.
Yeah, so this one is from 2003. I raced it at Indianapolis to win the championship. And so it had an oval setup on it, and so we had to kind of take her apart a little bit, put a road course set of springs and sway bars on her, and it's been fun, though, to just hang out and tell stories, and everyone here is a champion and a legend from their discipline in motorsports.
And speaking of legendary, things of motorsport, Laguna Seca as a racetrack kind of needs no introduction, but interestingly, first time that you've run here.
This place is that. It is so special, I mean, Sonoma's no slouch, right? I was up the road there racing for 30 years, and it felt like Laguna Seca was my unicorn track. I could never get here to race something because we were so busy on the NASCAR circuit. So it's so cool with the way the Andretti hairpin flows and through the flat sections, and then you go up the hill, and what goes up must come down, and that corkscrew is insane. It feels like the car drops. Like, it doesn't feel like it noses, it just feels like it drops. It's really cool.
Have you already picked out some marker points by the side of the track, like a tree or something to aim for, and then pitch in?
Yes, Scott Pruitt gave me a little pointer. He says, nice. you aim for the far left tree, and that's been very helpful. It's so cool. Like, you have your entry point, apex, exit, it's the same thing, and it's been fun to knock my cobwebs off, get out there and go shift some gears and have some fun with the boys.
And it's great what Ray has done, isn't it, with iRock, bringing it back, getting this all together in time as well, getting these cars race prepped and ready to go again.
That's a project. Congratulations, iRock, with Ray Evernham, with Rob Kaufman. Yeah. Seeing some of these cars, they hadn't been touched in decades. And to go through them and get the brakes safe, to get the transmissions to where they'll hold together, it's a project. And there's a lot of cars. I couldn't believe there's almost 30 cars here, and this is just the first attempt.
And it's like every generation of it as well, and the fans are loving it. There's, I don't know, a couple of hundred people under this awning. The people have come out for this. They remember it and remember it well.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, for me, I'm a kid. I'm a kid again, and my legend that I looked up to, who was my mentor at Roush Racing, is Mark Martin, and he's the winningest guy here. So, of course, I've been following him around, just making sure he knows what's up.
Kurt, thanks for talking to us, buddy. What's going on for the rest of the weekend with you? Obviously, we've still got the race tomorrow, but what about the rest of today?
Yeah, we had a couple of practice sessions, and then we're headed to Quail right now. We're going to do a parade all the way down. Hopefully the clutches hold up in these things, and then we got to get back here to the track, and then, tomorrow is our big race. Ray wants to see all the generations of cars on the front straightaway, bunched up before we take the green. And after that, we'll see what happens.
I'm looking forward to it, Kurt. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy your day, and let's go racing tomorrow.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Well, big thanks to Kev Harris there, who has now run rather quickly up to your commentary box because you joined me on the live comms. Great chatting to Kurt Busch there under the iRock awning a moment or two ago. Johnny Green, your race announcer, has been let free from the booth for a little while because up in a moment or two are the Ragtime Racers. And it's a class that he's been really looking forward to getting out and getting under the bonnet of, if you will. So we are going to go straight down to Johnny right now, who's run from the commentary position, who is with us live with the Ragtime Racers right now. Johnny, over to you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jonathan Green, and now for something completely different, as they say in Monty Python language. The reason I'm talking in this funny, strange accent is because that's how we used to speak on TV in England back in the day. Because right now we're going back in the day. Because we are now going to introduce you to the beginnings of motorsport. And I'll put my stupid accent away and tell you that this is really something very special indeed. Ragtime Racers. This is a tour of old cars from all the way to 1909. If you think about it, the Indianapolis 500, where Ray Haroon won the first race in 1911 with a mirror, you're getting an idea of where motorsports began. Now, these cars are absolutely beautiful and prepared by a group called the Ragtime Racers, and they dedicate most of their lives to being exactly that. In period, they're all dressed in the right gear, all the garages are the same. Now, if you've never seen any of these cars, you might be saying, boy, these engines are large. Well, that's because back in the early 20s, the best engines, as one fires up, were aeroplane engines. So, yes, you get names like Studevant and Duesenberg. There's a Pikes Peak winner there from in the number 7. Passengered, of course, because I mentioned the mirrors. Well, they didn't have mirrors. They had somebody to crank the front up and be a spotter. So on the Indianapolis 500, you had 2 people in the car, so one could spot and see where the other opposition was, and one could drive the car and also pump the fuel and the oil and whatever else was needed as the student. Is something quite unique in both American motorsport and in motorsport full stop. Let's see if we can get over here. Man in a Hudson. What have you got here, sir? What are you racing?
This is a 1916 Hudson.
Beautiful, 1916 Hudson. Now, in 1 minute, they'll be heading out. I'm trying to look, there's a locomobile there, just over there in all grey. What else have we got? You've got Hudsons. That Hall Scott that you heard that Kev was looking at earlier. But I love the dedication. And if you like, it's a bit of a variety act. They have some fun doing it. They get passengers around who get a special ride to do it too. They're not racing, it's exhibition. But look at these wooden wheels in some cases. Plus, just beautifully prepared. They work on them all weekend long. But the Ragtime races is just pure joy. I've had a ride in the number 16. And here they go, folks. First of all, the number 18. Heading out. You can see the pistons, you can see the plugs. And how about this Hall Scott, this number 9 in resplendent silver alloy. What a beautiful sight and what a beautiful sound. I'm glad I could come here. It's the first time I've actually had a chance to come down and enjoy these guys going off. A couple of years ago, I got a ride in the number 16 at Sonoma and had a chance to run around. Last time I saw them, they were at Indianapolis at the Brickyard. So I said, can I come down? And they said, yep, no problem. So they're about to go racing, and I'm going to hand back to my good friend, Kev Harris, who's back in the booth.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Great to see you out and about in the sunshine, my friend. Drink it in and drink in the nostalgia of the Ragtime races there as they roll out of the paddock and onto the famous circuit here at Laguna Seca. Brian Blaine then at the wheel of the number 18 car. That's a 1916 Romano Studevant Aero. And it's Brian who we have to thank for bringing the Ragtime races to the Rolex each and every year. And it's an incredible thing that all of these guys do. Look at that, lining up on the straightaway there under the Mission Bridge. Look at that. Super stuff. When you stop to think about it, I've just reeled off there that was a 1916 car. Over 100 years old, that car. And it's out on track in 2025. About to go around a race circuit at speeds probably knocking on the door of 100 miles an hour. And you're sitting up there out in the wind. How about that? No roll cages, no roll bars, no halos, just you, a seat, and maybe a lap belt. And a steering wheel the size of, well, and I don't know what. They are absolutely huge, the steering wheels on these things. And they need to be, because there's no power steering here. You've got to get a lot of leverage to get the wheels on these things turning. And as Johnny said, wooden wheels in some case. So really quite something, quite remarkable they're still running, and we love to see them here. The number 20 cars. Number 19 rolls out then. There's the National Speedway Roadster with Charles Test at the wheel of that one. Passenger on board. Not sure who that is, but they're in for a treat as we see some stunning pictures in the sunshine then. An exhibition race. Really, really good stuff. Lovely to see, and full credit to Johnny Grief for just jumping down there. He's just sprinted, by the way, from our commentary position all the way down to where the Ragtime racers are positioned at the far end of the paddock here. As we take a look at the number 16 car, just cruising out. Look at that. That is absolutely resplendent and in perfect working order. It's a Packard 30 with the driver Jonathan Burke at the wheel of that one. Phenomenal stuff. As look, we see one of the mechanics here trying to crank over number 31 to get it going again, the Remy Magneto. Look at that, just get it working, get it working. I'm sure we will. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that's a Buick, actually, yeah.
As
17.
As Johnny Green has run back up to the booth.
I love it.
Mate, your fitness knows no bounds. You've just sprinted about 300 metres from down there to up here, and we're straight back at it. How cool is that down there when they all start, by the way?
Well, when they really crank up, and then the noise. Here's my spotter and crankmeister. Yeah, when they get going, boy, can you hear them. They're airplane engines, because that's what they sound like.
It's phenomenal, obviously, yeah, because a lot of the technology here, some of these like post-war era cars, it was airplane technology, because that's all we had, wasn't it? All front-engined as well, sitting there.
But also, I was reading up on that. It's not just throwing an airplane engine into it, because the airplanes were built to be as light as possible. So were the engines. Because they had to have the power.
Yeah.
But so it was a natural for these cars to pick up on that. And so I would have thought they were quite unwieldy, as I say. With that big front engine car and a lot of power. I mean, these cars could do. There's the pumping I was talking about. Keeping it
on
going.
The number 20 car. Yeah.
But a lot of work to drive these cars, both for the driver and for the passenger, and I say passenger, but for the second man, both mechanic, starter, and pumper, and spotter. But I think this is such a special part of a weekend like this, because even though it's a demonstration, you can't expect cars that are literally over 100 years old to be racing, and they are so precious. And the guys that do this, Brian Blaine and his team, you've been around these for a few years, and I've been in that car, as I mentioned, at 16. I'll tell you what, when you're doing 60 miles an hour in one of those, you feel like you're going about 100, and they did, in the day, do almost 100 miles an hour.
That's incredible. I just sort of said, we reel off that there's a 1917, whatever it is there, or Brian Blaine and his 1916 Romano Sturdivant Aero, but over 100 years ago, that thing was put together, and it's still running in 2025, as there goes Brian Blaine dropping it down the corkscrew. 5 stories there from top to bottom. That must feel so good.
Oh, and scary too.
Scary. You're so high and proud sitting up in that seat there. You're kind of.
He's got it going.
Even
though it's going backwards. But no, he's going with the wooden wheels and all. But also, it's a very important reminder of how important Detroit and Michigan and that part of the world were to the emergence. The Model T Ford. These cars remind you just where it all began, and how I still can't imagine what it must have been like in 1909 to see one of these on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how we get the derivation of horsepower.
Yes.
Because everybody, that was the fastest thing they'd ever seen up until that point was a horse. In fact, these were unobtainium. These were the unobtainium cars, because only the very rich and wealthy could afford one of these. And so this would be a spectacle both on the road and on the board tracks. Remember, they raced them on boards as well.
They did. And am I right? They had those bank tracks with the boards, and the fans, the kids, would crawl underneath and poke their heads up through the boards and then pop down.
Ones.
The brave ones.
Or or the ones like you and me.
Yeah, exactly. You'd have gone there trying to get as close to the action as possible. The kind of the 20th or the 19th century or 20th century equivalent of like Group B rally car fans who are almost like on the gravel and the dirt trying to get as close as they can.
Well, and like I said, World War I engines and World War I pilots. Redenbacher, a famous name back then, went to racing after World War I. So there was a surplus of metal and of engines after the war, and so just as it was in World War II, motor racing gained from that ability. Pumping away on the number 20 again as they race away.
Whoever the number 20 passenger is, they're doing a great job. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Look at that one there. I can't see the number on that silver one there, but that's
the Hall Scott that you were.
That's the Hall Scott. Of course, it was actually 1917 Hall Scott. Then there it is. Yeah, the Hall Scott Aero, car number 9. Sean De Luna, that one. That looks incredible. Just in the aluminum or aluminium, as you say it, however you say it, shining there in the sunshine here in California. This is a great thing. And you said you were lucky enough to go out in one of these.
Yeah,
then,
the 16. Yeah, I went in that at Sonoma a few years ago, and like I said, it was a joyous experience. It really was.
Well, I mean, because we've been here now talking about these things the last 4 or 5 years. I feel like I've met Brian Blaine and Ed Archer many times now and seen these cars, but remarkably, one thing I've never done is actually get a drive in one.
You've got it. Tomorrow you're going in.
Yeah, I really, really think I would like to.
That was a 1915 National that you were asking about, that bronze-coloured one.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
See, 1915.
Stock National, steel frame and chassis.
That's 110 years old.
Yep. Mechanical rear brakes and wooden wheels.
Just incredible. Just incredible. Must feel so good. It's so joyous in the California sunshine. What a scene.
This will make you laugh as an EMAC man, because I know you've done your electric Fords now.
Oh, yeah.
But this car, that 1915 that we were talking about just a moment ago, was built between 1900 and 1924, originally electric powered. It didn't catch on, did electric power?
It didn't, and it was to do with simply the charging network and the range of the batteries they had at the time.
But I asked the right person, didn't I?
Electric vehicles are not a new thing. And obviously, if you cast my back,
got a breakdown.
oh, we got a breakdown. No, too bad. But yeah, so no, interesting stuff there as the electrification era takes hold of the world. But good to see aficionados of petrol power and cylinders and engines and oil and fettling are in full flow here at the Rolex this weekend, because really that's what we all love, isn't it?
Yep, that number 20 is flying, and that's Frank Zucchi, who is a Californian who has prepared several cars here this weekend. He's in that National Indy from 2011, the number 20. I'm not sure who his passenger is, but she's doing a good job.
I think they seem to they flip-flop on different sessions, so people get a different go going out.
There's that whole Scott.
There is. That looks so good. That is straight out of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, isn't it?
Well, you know, magnificent men in their flying machines. I mean,
Absolutely.
somebody said to me last night, it is like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and it's exactly right. Lovely.
Caractacus pots at the wheel.
Oh, knowledge.
There you go. Right, as they come past us here in our commentary position, then under the Mission Foods Bridge, then riding up the hill, and they start to dip down after that. And Johnny, you've called so many laps around this.
I know. But this, you know, I could sit and watch this all day. Look at the wheels wiggling about there. And I mean, you know, there's no disc brakes here, you know, guys. This is wooden wheels, and I tell you, you rattle your teeth. And I cannot imagine going across the brickyard, hence named because it was made of bricks. It wasn't just a yard of bricks that you have now. It was the entire field, or the entire track was bricks. So you must rattle your teeth. But I mentioned Ray Haroon there. He won the 2011 Indy 500, and it was the first ever use. You can see it here. You can see this man on his own.
Yeah.
First ever use of the mirror. He didn't have a passenger, which muted the weight, obviously.
Yeah.
And they thought he was cheating. They said, well, look, you've got to have a passenger. He said, why? It's not in the rules. It doesn't say I have to have a passenger.
No.
And he put a mirror on, and from there on in, we've all got mirrors in our cars.
That's phenomenal.
And he won the 2011. And that car still exists. It's in the museum. I saw it at Indy about a month ago.
Yeah.
And it is often used by the Ragtime racers, but of course it's priceless, so they keep it in the museum. But I love the fact that these aren't in museums.
I do as well. And it was great earlier when you were up here and I was down there just doing a little chat. We caught up with, what was our man's name? Chris, who was underneath that car that he was fixing up there. They managed to just get out and run it. I forget which one it was, but it's a constant effort to keep these cars running, even over the weekend, as the number 19 comes into view.
Yep, that's the 1911 National 40 Speedway Roadster.
That passenger is having a great ride, like arm out, flapping away in the
Hickory
wind there.
wood, that's what they make the tires out of, the wheels out of. Good and Goodrich 35-inch tires.
Amazing.
If you wanted to buy one back in the day in 1911, how much do you think it would cost you?
1911. I couldn't even
well, I said it was for the
guess.
rich and famous.
Go on.
$2,500
in 1911.
In 1911. So
if we were quick enough, we could work that what that is in
probably
money
be-
today. But that is
well,
outrageous.
No, I can tell you, in 2018, that's 68,000.
Wow.
So not a lot of people could afford those.
No, definitely not.
Spare tire on the back, and that's another reason for the passenger. He'd have to change the tires.
Yeah. I wouldn't fancy trying to change one of those tyres onto some wooden rims, though. You need quite a set of tyre levers to get that on and off, I'd imagine.
Yeah, there's a car out there, the Lexington Minuteman 6 Special from 1920. It won the 1920 Pikes Peak Hill Climb. That is pretty impressive in a time of 22.25 minutes. From 5,000 feet to 14,000 feet, which is a 12-mile elevation.
Yeah.
And Pikes Peak, if you've ever seen any of Pikes Peak, I'm scared of bejesus out of you going around in that.
Well, it would in one of these, wouldn't it?
Yeah, totally.
But also, as well, what I'm thinking is when you're in one of these in 2025 and you're at the top of the corkscrew there, which we'll see in due course on this lap, they'll start to point their way down the hill. You're going to really have to work the brakes or keep your racing line clean, aren't you?
And
they're going to take some stopping going from the top of the corkscrew down to the bottom, aren't they?
And by the way, Pikes Peak back then would have been all gravel. I mean, it was only recently that it got you know, kind of completely paved. But yeah.
That would have been quite a thing to see.
Oh, yeah. Talk about brave men and women.
One car that I'm looking for, but I haven't seen it, maybe it's not gone out in this session, is the number 33 car, which is a Duesenberg Straight 8
it is
at
there. 1920.
It's here, but are we on this session? Oh, there it goes, there it goes. It's just gone past. That's Bobby Green at the wheel of that one. I know him
he
well.
came in the booth last year. Yeah.
He's a top man, so if you're into social media, as many of us are these days, get yourself on the Instagram and follow Old Crow Speed Shop. Because that's one of Bobby's cars, and he's got all sorts of historic automobile memorabilia.
Remember I mentioned Eddie Rickenbacker?
Yeah.
Well, that car was driven by him. The Duesenberg brothers built over 30 race cars in the 20s. Eddie Rickenbacker finished 10th in the 1914 Indy 500 in that car.
That's awesome.
And it was then raced by a privateer, Jim Steck, on dirt and board tracks, we just mentioned, as well as the Indy Briggs. And its current owner is Bobby Green, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a top man, Bobby. So if you are here this weekend and you want to go and chat with, all of these guys are a font of knowledge on the Ragtime races. But if you want somebody to go and have a good crack with and a good just chin wag about all things, you know, automotive from years gone by, then he's a good man to start your conversation with. He's got quite some social media following as well. Number
One
20,
hand on the wheel.
Yeah. The thing is, as well, you've got to hang on some of these seats. You could easily slide out the side of some of them.
Yeah. Well, we were talking earlier, and I mean, those that well know their history on motor racing know that these cars were designed purposely. In fact, the safety belt wasn't used, or wasn't thought of being used, because they felt safer, even up to the 50s, being able to throw themselves out of these open cockpits if it turned over.
Yeah.
Which makes sense when you think about it.
Yeah, better that you're out and away from the vehicle if it's going to go over.
A large 2-ton piece of metal than not.
Well, I've just seen
the Hall Scott's just come in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking for where our commentary position is. We're just before the checkered flag here at the end of the straightaway. I've seen a checker, so I think they're now all peeling off and going to end in at the bottom end. Yeah, they are. They're coming back up the return lane of the pits just in front of us here, Johnny.
Well, I think you should go and bag yourself a seat for tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, we've got to talk about this because tomorrow they are out, I think,
they're at the end of the day.
End of the day, aren't they? Later in the day.
So you are going to have a look. Good.
That's it, mate. I'm gonna go and bag myself a seat for the end of the day. That could be my swan song.
I like it.
As we go out of here.
Ragtime races, look them up, folks. And if you do come to the States, look at their schedule because they go literally all over the United States. I saw them in Indy. They race at Sonoma. They race here at Laguna. And it really is quite a sight. Now, somebody just said in my ear that there's a possibility of lunch, and that means I'm out of here.
You think you've worked hard enough for lunch this morning, Johnny?
I don't know about that.
Been a great
thanks
morning.
for coming up, bud.
No, great, but also lots to look forward to this afternoon. Formula One and that exhibition Formula One group as well.
A lot of Formula One in this afternoon's package. We've got both exhibition and racing in the Mario Andretti Trophy. Thanks to Kev Harris coming up here. We'll take a short break, and we will have a little lunch break, but stay tuned. We'll put the timings up, and you'll be able to know when we're coming back on air. You're watching the Rolex Reunion, and we are having a ball. I hope you are enjoying watching these magnificent men in their flying machines. We'll be right back.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the west coast of America where the California sunshine is beating down on us here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as we are getting set and ready to go for the 2024 edition of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. My name's Kev Harris and I'm really pleased to say that I'm back once again being joined by my co-host and the man who is a font of all things motorsport in the US of A and indeed anywhere around the world for that matter, the one and only Mr. Johnny Green. Johnny, great to see you here once again. Great for both of us to be here really, isn't it?
Hey, it's fantastic. We've been to Monterey many times and we've seen this kind of festival, but there's never been anything ever quite like this. Celebrating 50 years of racing, and not just racing, historic racing, going back to 1974 when this event began right here.
And when you think about this, 1974, they were looking at historic cars back then. Not just racing cars of the day, they were looking back in time then. How good's that?
I know. Well, of course, you know, here on the peninsula, racing started back in the early 50s with the likes of Phil Hill and Sterling Moss and Jaguars and so on. So, yeah, I mean, that history goes that far back, and Laguna has been part of that ever since. And the future's looking pretty bright, too.
Yeah, the future is looking really bright, because yesterday I was lucky enough to sort of be part or just witness a celebration here that was the handing over of the keys to the friends of Laguna Seca. So the trustees now of this great, you know, motorsport facility that we all love, they're now in safe hands for the next 55 years, Johnny.
And that's huge. I mean, you know, in motorsport, it's always hard to plan ahead. You never know what the future holds. But for this particular event and for the history of this part of the world, an American motorsport, frankly, is in safe hands right here at Laguna.
Safe hands indeed, and hopefully we're going to be a safe pair of hands as we bring you all of the action across the next 2 days. Live action with all of the classes, 13 different groups, and then moments in between the groups. Well, I'll be running around the pit and the paddock trying to catch up with some really interesting and exciting people to bring to you. Listen, Johnny, you've got to run off and go and get in the commentary booth. Then I'm going to let you go and get set for that, and have a great day. I'll see you a little bit later on. Right, there goes Johnny. He's just running across, up the way up there. But this event just simply wouldn't happen with a whole army of people to make it happen. And the man that's kind of in charge of the army, if you will, is stood just across the way over here. Let's welcome in Barry Tupke. Barry, great to see you here. I think you're Director of Heritage Events at WeatherTech Raceway. You've done it again, mate. What a great collection of cars you've put on show.
Yeah, it's exciting that, you know, to celebrate 50 years of historic racing here in Monterey, the event that really started it all as a public event. It used to be just club racing, so now we're selling tickets and sponsorships. But this exhibit behind us celebrates all the past featured marks. We have 29 cars in here, but some of them were featured marks, you know, 3 times in over the 50 years. So we're excited about showing the history, showing the cars, the legends that have been here, and really celebrating motorsports.
Brilliant. An experience of entertainment and motorsport. That's what we've got coming up. Barry, thanks so much. Have a great weekend. I know you're very busy, so thanks for talking to us. We're going to go straight away now then up to the commentary booth. Johnny, over to you.
Thanks, Kev. Yes, I'm joined in the booth by the perfect person for the Jim Hall group, and that is Jim Hall Jr., his son. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. What a beautiful day and a gorgeous track, and you guys have awesome cars here. I'm so excited to be here.
You can't say it's not original when we have a group called the Jim Hall Group, Group 12, and Junior comes and joins us. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on this event and being represented this way.
It's a wonderful honor to my father. As you guys know, he was very creative in his race cars. And one of the things that's interesting to talk to him now today is that he loved testing the cars all the time. And he said, my cars may have broke down more than fully tested, but as soon as I had a new idea, I wanted to try it in a race and on the track. And of course, you guys know we had Rattlesnake Raceway. They could do a little development
Where
here.
was that?
It's in Midland, Texas.
Texas, right, yeah.
Right.
Because I've always thought, because I live in Texas myself, and when I heard about Jim Hall from Chaparral, from Texas, I was like, really? What race? It's quite not obscure, but it's not the natural. You know, California, definitely. You expect them to be designed cars.
The first Chaparral one was built by Troutzman and Barn in Southern California, but he, through his father and through his older brother, became an oil man, is where he made most of it.
That's the 167 getting around. That's Cayenne Dowling, actually, in that 23B.
Look at this day. Look at these great cars out there. And I'm honored to be here. I'm hanging out at our booth as much as I can.
So some nice little racing here between the 69 and the 39. The 69 being Malcolm Ross.
Of course, I wish we were on track with them, but it's nice to be here anyway and watching and enjoying.
Here's your leader.
Doesn't that McLaren look good?
Oh, it's fantastic, yeah.
We got to finish. We
do, and of course, it's no surprise that Richard Griot, who took the lead early on from the start, from the front row and from the pole, in his M6A McLaren from 1967, takes the win ahead of Greg Hoff and AC D'Agostine in third place. Well, thank you so much.
Honored to be here. We're very cool. They named the appropriate classes, the different drivers.
I think it's lovely.
I'm sure Dad is thrilled for all you guys and everyone loving and appreciating and enjoying the cars safely today. So we'll continue that. I look forward to it. And
come
I'll
join
be
us
back
anytime in the weekend.
morning.
Yeah, good.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Well, it doesn't get any better than that, does it? Jim Hall Jr. joining us here in the booth. Let's head down to Kev Harris, who's down on the grid.
Next to go out on track then, Group 6, the Ken Miles GT collection of cars. Jim, I've got to get the mic in under you here, sir. Great to see you once again. You've put it on pole. How about that?
Yeah, not bad for a CEO.
We met last year and I said to you, many people would think the CEOs are on the golf course at the weekends, but you're here at the front of the pack. How are you enjoying your weekend?
Oh, it's great. Great to be here, and I'm racing against a great Corvette with a young guy driving, so what could be better, right? Yeah, we're having a good time. Thanks for all the coverage you guys do.
Jim, enjoy your ride. Go well. We've got our eyes on you. Good luck, my friend. There we go. I think we'll hand to Johnny. We'll go straight to Johnny in the booth for this one. Let's go racing.
Perfect stuff. And you know what, Jim Farley, whatever you prefer, but summing it up nicely. And he absolutely is a CEO doing it right. And we now start our Ken Miles 60s GT Trophy. And for those of you who recognize the name and perhaps thinking to yourself, where do I know that name from? Well, he's come into fame in recent years because of the Ford versus Ferrari movie, which was effectively about him and his endeavors to help Ford build their famous car that won in 1966. It should have been a win for him, and in fact, it would have been a triple crown for Ken Miles back in 66, having won Daytona and Sebring, but unfortunately, the PR companies, they always get in the way.
Politics, yeah.
They wanted a photo finish, and Ken Miles was denied. I have to say, when you really hear the truth, the film makes it look as though he kind of went, okay. But really, I'm sure he still was probably quite bitter about that.
Yeah, absolutely. He got robbed for sure, and he was none too happy about it. But I'll tell you, he is one of the great unsung race engineers, drivers that ever lived. And I was really happy to see how he was overall portrayed in the film. You know, there was some talk in the early scripts apparently that he was kind of going to be placed as the bad guy and a villain, and I'm glad they treated him with the respect he deserved.
Well, they're not holding back coming out of 11, that's for sure, here at Laguna Seca. A lot of people say, are they racing? And I'm like, yeah, when they're getting out of sideways like that, they're racing hard. And it's great to see.
Absolutely, and seeing that Cobra up there is pretty special. So,
Uh-oh. That's the number 7. That is Jay Peril in that 66 Corvette. That's not looking good. He's got out of the way, I'm glad to say. I think that's the 31, the second car in this group to turn around. Right at the top of that's Craig Carter in the Corvette from 64.
Looks like there's a fair amount of liquid on the line there. You can see the guys trying to get around it, so there's a bit of oil in there somewhere, and that's going to cause havoc.
Yeah, no question. As you can see, we had a red flag situation which ends that, and obviously another flag showing that there is debris and some sort of substance down on the track, which is why cars were spinning at the corkscrew. But yes, it looks as though Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford Motor Company, and what a chance to get out and about. It's interesting times for Ford as they forge on into the electric era, and of course, back into Formula One after so many years. So, yeah, I'm sure he loves his racing and likes to avoid a bit of work while he's enjoying his time in the Cobra. But congratulations to him, and thank you to Bobby Aitken coming in here and joining us. Hope you enjoy your weekend and getting around the paddock. Sadly, that Ken Miles race over a little bit early than we wanted, but never mind. The fun is just beginning here at Laguna Seca. We'll take a short break from the reunion. We'll be back with more racing after this. Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. Let's rejoin the fun and head down to Kev Harris, who's speaking with McLaren CEO Zak Brown before he heads out to enjoy another race here at Laguna Seca.
Well, next out on track then, we've got a whole host of endurance cars going to be running in the Hurley-Hailwood Trophy. We're very noisy down here in the pre-grid, but lining up on the grid in car number 5, the one and only Mr. Zak Brown. Zak, great to see you here. You're getting set and ready to go. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Tell us what you're going out in today.
Jaguar XJR9 Group C car, so something I grew up racing. Feel very privileged to be racing it this weekend, and should be a fun race.
Yeah, it should really be a fun race. I know this isn't the only car you're racing here. People might not realise when we don't see you on the telly at the Formula One, this is what you like to do on your weekends off, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't keep me away from a racetrack, so everyone's on vacation, so am I. It just happens to be at a Laguna Seca.
So away we go then. This our Group 4A. The Hurley-Hailwood Trophy, Race 1. As we celebrate one of the greats of American racing, Hurley-Hailwood, and his era of endurance racing. Straight into the lead goes the 99. He got off the line quick then, didn't he? And that's the 1991 AAR Toyota Eagle Mark. And they make a beautiful sound roaring around the hills of Monterey, that's for sure. Nice little battle. Kadori chasing the 77. It's Tom Long in that Mazda from 1992. No surprise for me anyway that Charles Nuremberg has gone off into the distance here as we look at the 28 being chased hard by Philip Kadori. I'll tell you what, we've got some nice little mini battles going on here this morning as these guys just make their way. Zak. So, something wrong with the Jaguar, and quite rightly, Zak has pulled it out of harm's way. I don't know if it's going to slow proceedings down and where exactly that is. I'm trying to work that out. There's the Mazda again chasing hard on the Lola. Zak sort of making his exit. Doesn't want to be stuck out there. He's got a busy weekend, Zak. It is a time, folks, to just celebrate what Zak and his team have achieved in the last few years, especially in Formula One, but also in IndyCar. It is incredible to see this purple patch for McLaren Racing here in 2024, where they truly are now right at the top of their game in Formula One and in IndyCar. Well, sadly, as the checkered flag comes out, the silk-cut Jaguar of Zak Brown is parked up, but it's the number 99 of Charles Nuremberg who absolutely dominates in that beautiful Toyota to win the Hurley-Hailwood Trophy Race 1 in the number 99. Well, let's head down to our intrepid reporter, Kev Harris, who's trying out a very cool master simulator.
Oh! Hold it. All right, we're still on. All right.
I spun the back wheel.
Flip it, yeah.
Well, Carmel, listen, I'm doing a terrible job of a lap of Laguna Seca here. This is quite embarrassing, by the way, but just talk us through what Cooler Master are getting up to this weekend.
So we're basically coming here to Monterey Car Week, trying to introduce our dynamic simulator here. full steel, 14 different racing positions, 57-inch screen monitor, doing some time trials, first, second, third gets prizes.
It's really good, I have to say, but I am notoriously terrible at video games and sim racing, but this is quite something. And
well, I don't know about notorious. You're doing pretty good.
I don't know. I've crashed twice.
That's better than most. That's better than most. But yeah, we try to create a system here that pro drivers can use as a tool, car enthusiasts can get on and get better, and people can just have some fun on.
It is a lot of fun, and this seat that I'm sitting in is just remarkable. It's crazy. Yes. I'm getting every bump. When you're smooth, oh, this is the corkscrew. Oh, my days.
Oh, okay. Almost.
This is not easy. And no. one man who'd like to have a go, but I reckon also he wouldn't do very well, is our commentator, Johnny Green. So as I put it into the tyres, I'm going to hand to Johnny Green. Johnny, come down and have a go at this. Come on, have a go if you think you're fast enough.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, that's the problem. I've never been fast enough. But let's get to the guys that know how to do this properly. And away we go. The green flag is out, and we are racing again. Parnelli Jones, Trans Am Trophy Race 1, 66 to 72, the heyday. The, if you like, purple patch for Trans Am, as we see the grey ghost going through all the original cars, and they still race just as hard as they did back in the 70s. And it was here back in 1970 at the first round of Trans Am that year that kind of everybody went and woke up and went, wow, Trans Am is here. We've got manufacturers, we've got money, we've got drivers, and it really just took off.
Oh, and it's exciting, and as you said, they run fender to fender, create a lot of noise, and this race brings out, there's several stars that we're watching right there. The Grey Ghost, that Pontiac, a famous car itself, but it's driven by a very famous race car driver's father, J.R. Hildebrand from IndyCar fame. His dad is driving that car, and then right behind him is Scott Joy, son of Mike Joy, the great TV announcer, who's also in the field. So even though it had some big names in the 60s and 70s, we've got some big names in those cars today.
Yeah, Mike Joy still at the top of his game, of course, in network television. I'm sure he'll be in action later this weekend. And I saw him actually came in to the booth in Lime Rock, as you did. We were celebrating iRock. How is that going?
iRock is really going well. We had that event out at Lime Rock. So iRock at Lime Rock was back after years as we watch John Hildebrand going around in the Grey Ghost there. But the reception that we got from the fans and the excitement about the brand, and we hopefully will have some very exciting announcements coming up as well. But we are full speed ahead to get iRock back on track some more.
So here we go then. For the final time, here they come. A great close race, sideways by some of them on the final corner. But it is going to be the number 19 that takes the checkered flag of Joshua Fiber in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro.
They put on a heck of a show, to see that many big old American V8s running around there.
Spinning Andretti.
Little issue there.
Well, he did it at the right time when nobody else is in the way. That's Nelson Calais there in the 69 Chevrolet. So, Joshua Fiber, Patrick Byrne, and Bill Auckland, and alongside me, Ray Evering, one of the busiest men in American motorsport. Done it all, and another one of the great legends. And I wish you luck in iRock.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Good to see you. Feel free to come back and enjoy us and regale us.
One of these days, maybe we'll get a late night TV show or something.
I think we should.
I think we should too.
I think we should do it. I feel it coming. I'll hold you to that.
All right. Take care.
Thanks a lot, Ray. Let's head down to Kev Harris.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. What a spot this is. We are at midway down the corkscrew. I was going to say the top of it, but the top of it is just over there. And I've got a man stood alongside me who knows it so well because he grew up just the other side of that tree over there. President of the Friends of Laguna Seca, Ross Merrill. Ross, what a great story that is. Your family home is literally just the other side of that tree over there.
It's literally 4 miles from the apex of Turn 11. And I've been coming up here since I was a little kid. And I was just fascinated with this place and what was going on here my entire life.
Yeah. And we have just seen one of the best spectacles that you could ever hope to see. Historic period Trans Am cars, the whole fleet of them coming down here. The noise is deafening and the sight and the sound, it's like nothing on earth.
Yes, and I remember those cars when they were new, so that tells you how long I've been watching this stuff.
But this is an iconic spot where people around the world talk about Laguna Seca. First thing that comes out of their mouth is the corkscrew. Oh boy, the corkscrew.
What an iconic corner.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And to see it is to believe it, and what more is to experience it.
Yeah.
But coming up here and being this close to the cars and seeing them change direction so quickly like that, going down 3-4 stories in elevation, it's incredible. There's nothing else like it.
Great action here. A beautiful sunny day here in California. We'll take a short break from Monterey. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, where we're racing once again here in Monterey, California, and this is a cracking group celebrating the great man that is Mario Andretti and his trophy race won. Let's head down as the green flag waves and we are racing in historic Formula One.
Charlie Nierberg's in the lead here, Meeker behind. They're quickly gapping the rest of the field. And it's important to realize the different eras of these cars. The Lotus that's in fourth place there is a Type 79. That was a World Championship car, ironically, with Andretti driving. And car currently belongs to Duncan Dayton, being driven by Mike Fitzgerald. But fantastic, certainly the class of the field in its day. It's interesting how these cars get a new life in vintage racing. The Tyrrell is a really good vintage car because there's been time to develop it and cure a lot of the mistakes.
Yeah.
In period, you know, the teams had 1 week in between races, sometimes 2. Now we've got a lot of history and a lot of time, and the cars can have another competitive life.
And Dorsey, you're obviously an American racer through and through, but was Formula One of interest to you growing up, and have you had a chance to do the historics?
Absolutely. It was one of my favorite things to watch. And in my era, my heroes were James Hunt, of course, and Jackie Stewart and Niki Lauda. And I was a product of wanting to be them.
Yeah, no kidding.
Weren't we all?
Yeah, I think that's what
Did you
everybody
get to do historics, though? Did you get to drive?
No, I actually haven't driven one of these in historics, but I have done historics in several different venues. Cal Meeker pushing really hard.
He is.
Yeah, he is.
So this is the battle for
That's right,
third.
for third. So that's Dwight Matheson in another Tyrrell.
Yep.
And Zach Brown in an FW07 as well.
That's a sight you don't often see. Tyrrell going past the Ferrari at speed as Mika.
That's a Meeker lapping him. Yep.
Yeah. Well, he's getting.
Oh no!
He's getting into traffic now. Yeah.
No, Meeker's got a problem. Meeker's slowed.
Oh.
Meeker's got a problem.
Oh, Zach Brown won't hesitate.
He will not. No, sir.
He loves to mix it with
Meeker
these boys.
definitely slowed, or he had a moment, one or the other.
One of the two.
Whoa,
Whoa, and that was a
whoa,
bigger
whoa.
moment than it needed to be.
Oh, that was all Meeker's fault. That was all Meeker's fault.
Like, that's your opinion? Let's
Yeah, what do you think?
Dorsey?
Well, he didn't back into him.
Yeah, he didn't back into him. I mean, he hit.
That's a good point.
He hit the right rear of the Tyrrell with his left front. I mean, that's pretty indefensible. And Meeker was way high. Cal is such a heads-up guy and such a good driver. It's surprising.
He'll be kicking himself.
Oh, he'll be livid. Yeah.
That's going to give Zach Brown the win, isn't it?
It looks
It
like
is.
it. Yeah.
That is crazy.
I'm just trying to see if he's come out of the corner yet, but.
But maybe Cal will get across the line first. I don't know.
Let's see how far he was ahead. Let's see. Here he comes. He just crawls along, and he does take the checkered flag.
Oh, he does take the flag.
Still does
Good.
take it.
Good job.
But I think he did have some sort of problem, though.
He
that
did.
He was
No,
dealing with.
He had a problem, and I think that
he was probably
contributed
looking down,
to the contact.
Well, we've had a perfect insight here with Dorsey Trader, the race director, or at least somebody who's put in charge of making sure that these go or run as well as we can to time, because it's not an easy thing to do at all. These guys all love to race, but they are very careful, generally speaking. So, but yeah, great race for Zach Brown then in the 27. A World Championship winning Alan Jones car from 1980. Well, an eventful race for sure. Mika, though, taking the win. Let's head back to Kev Harris, who's joined by the founder of Revs Institute, Miles Collier.
Well, I'm down here in the heart of it all, of the beautiful kind of heritage display area, and I've found the founder of the Revs Institute, Miles Collier. Miles, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. We're enjoying the glorious California sunshine, aren't we?
We certainly are, and a little of it goes a long way, and I'm coming from Florida, so I know.
Certainly, and we've got some great cars still all around us. What the guys at Rolex have managed to do this year is put together a selection of cars that are each of the featured marks, I think, of this heritage display. And it was back in 1981 when I think it was Cunningham was the name that they put to the event. And that's the car that we got stood next to us right now. Tell us about it.
The car behind me is a Cunningham C4R, which was built in 1952. We did 3 of those, 2 roadsters, the other roadster looking just like this one, and a very horrifying and vicious looking coupe called the C4RK. Still holds the record today, as far as I'm concerned, as the scariest race car you have ever seen.
That is some accolade, because there's probably been a few that would like to take that crown as well. But the name Cunningham, Briggs Cunningham, post-war era, 1952, it would be a name that people would be well familiar with, but maybe not so much anymore. Tell us about that guy, because he didn't just race cars, did he?
Mr. Cunningham was a gentleman born to the class that allowed him to be what we refer to as a professional sportsman. And that doesn't mean that he wasted his time and substance lolling about. He was a very aggressive and skilled and knowledgeable yachtsman, and ultimately an equally capable competitor in motor racing. And he was influenced in motor racing by 3 nefarious characters known as the Collier Boys, who was my dad and my 2 uncles, to get involved with motor racing prior to World War II.
That is incredible. And America's Cup racing is what we're talking about, yachting.
All kinds of racing, but the thing we know him for was his successful defense of the America's Cup in 1958, which got him a Time magazine cover. Pretty good for a boy from Yale.
So, thank you ever so much for talking to us, Miles. It's been a blast.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure for me too.
It's a beautiful day here in August, and somewhat fitting as we celebrate Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion for the 50th year. It started in 1974, believe it or not, and we've been going pretty much big guns ever since, and it's grown exponentially each and every year, and so has the quality of the field. There's no question about it. When Steve Earle was running it back in 1974 and starting it all out, I can't believe I'm sure he wouldn't have believed that come 50 years on it would be some 500 entries plus and more, I'm sure, lining up as the years go on. But this is a very special one, and I'm delighted to be joined here in the booth for this one by Chris Ward, who is the president of HSR.
What a great race we have in front of us. And actually, just on the way here, bumped into Scott and told him that he is somewhat lumbered with having me calling this race. So I said I'd try and do him proud.
Off we go. Here we go. So this is our Legends of Endurance. Scott Pruitt here in the booth. It doesn't get any better than that. We had Jim Hall Jr. earlier, and I'm also delighted to welcome Chris Ward, who will be enjoying this race with us. A good, strong field of over almost 30 cars in this, so definitely. And are there a few that you've driven out there?
Beautiful cars, number of which I drove over the years.
Tell us which ones.
Well, I'm looking at the Celine.
That car back in the day, Jensen's now bought it and is very much a part of historic racing now. So great to see that 62 C-Type out. But well done again to the number 24 Peters for taking victory here ahead of Mayer and Swig. And well done, Jensen Button taking 8th place in the end. Fantastic weather, fantastic racing, and all that you'd expect from the 50th running of the reunion. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Laguna Seca after this. Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Reunion here at Laguna Seca. It's been a beautiful weekend of great racing to celebrate 50 years of this brilliant historic event started by Steve Earle back in 1974. More action to come, though, from this race weekend.
Well, I'm really excited to say we're down here in the California sunshine, and I've just witnessed a little bit of history, because the future of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is now set for the next 55 years, thanks to the friends of Laguna Seca. And the lady there is part of the team that's made it all possible. Is with you now, the CEO, Laurie Everhart. Laurie, great to see you. What a presentation. Just talk us through what we've just seen.
Sure, Kev. Great to be here. We just had a ribbon cutting and a handing over the keys for the new management contract that Friends of Laguna Seca is the new manager of the Laguna Seca Raceway. And we've got a 55-year agreement that we will be fulfilling and executing to really reimagine, reinvest, and refurbish this facility. You know, it's a beautiful piece of property. It's a beautiful part of the country. And because it's just been underfunded. And we've got the capital that we can raise. We've got some expertise that we can bring to the table, really start this new chapter and have another, 55 years of success here at Laguna Seca. So it's a really, really happy day.
There's been historic racing here for 50 years. It's the 50th anniversary. It was 1974 when it all started. So there's a lot to celebrate this year, isn't there?
It's a lot to celebrate with the 50th year of the Historics and the Reunion, which is a unique lifestyle event. I mean, you just walk through the paddock area and you see all these cool cars.
It's very cool.
It's very cool. And everybody should be excited about it. But it has celebrating 50 years here of Historics, one chapter, and now celebrating 55 years of the future. It's kind of the end of the bookends that we're celebrating. It's a really historic day.
It is. It's a really nice bookend. That's exactly how you put it perfectly there. Listen, Laurie, thank you ever so much. You're going to be very busy all weekend. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but please do just enjoy it. And thanks for talking to us.
Thanks so much, Kev. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for being here.
No worries. Thanks, Laurie. Johnny, how about that? There are more cars going on tracks. So I think we'll hand straight back to you. But, oh, boy, it's quite something down here in the paddock.
I'm now delighted to welcome a current superstar, but now getting his mind on historics and starting to enjoy it. Current driver Ricky Taylor here with me from the Taylor Legacy. But, Ricky, great to see you, and great to see you taking part and not just showing up. And rumour has it, the car you drove, and you'll tell me about it, you hadn't driven until the first lap that you got in it.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Gosh, this was, I can't say that I was this nervous anytime driving the IROC 06 as I was yesterday, starting this one. Just trying not to do anything wrong, not to break anything.
Well, listen, as is the theme for the weekend, we are talking about some of the greats of American racing. And Peter Gregg and the Peter Gregg Trophy is what we're about to embark on. And this, basically, is another fantastic group from 1973 to 1981. Before your time, but I'm sure knowing and being aware of and being around.
Yeah, definitely. I just looked through the entry list that you have here, and there's so many familiar names, and the cars are just iconic. And I think something great about sports car racing is hearing all the different sounds. And this era was, you could hear what car was coming. Jordan actually had the chance to drive one of the Greenwood Corvettes a couple years ago,
right.
And that is just a monster.
Number of manufacturers and the number of great drivers. When you look at WEC coming to the States in a couple of weeks and the amount of IMSA drivers involved in that and vice versa, I just don't think I've ever seen a stronger sports car era. And we always talk about eras and, that was a great era. But this is becoming quite a purple patch for sports car racing, isn't it?
It is. It's such an honor to be involved in this era, this current golden era of sports car racing. As they're going to green, we have such a great level of talent from the teams, the crews, the manufacturers, the drivers. It's just it's first class, top to bottom, and I think we have John Doonan and all the leadership at IMSA to really thank for that, as well as the coordination with the World Endurance Championship and the FIA as well.
Well, on display now, some of the early days of how it all came to be. Group 8, and we're calling this the Peter Gregg Trophy, 1973 to 1981, and that includes IMSA GT, GTX, AAGT, GTU, and FIA cars. Anything you want to point out? You mentioned your brother drove, which I've forgotten already. What
the Greenwood Corvette. I don't think it was the same one that's out there, but the one, I think the number 40 Patrick Byrne. It's currently in second. He said it had 4 gears, but you could leave it in fourth the whole time. It had so much torque. It was just
that's great.
It was just brilliant to drive. He said he had a lot of fun. He drove it in Daytona as well for the HSR Historics there as well. A couple years ago.
Now you've had a taste. Do you think, down the road, I'm sure you'll get the invite, but do you think you'd be interested in doing a little bit of this sort of stuff, or at least attending?
I love it. I was telling you before the race started that nobody ever asks me to drive their cars, for better or for worse, but I would love to do more of it. Just being here, seeing all the history. I think all the drivers are fans of the sports before we become drivers.
And the checkered flag is out for Timothy Pappas for the second time this weekend. Yeah, well done to him, winning the Group 8 Peter Gregg second run of the weekend in that beautiful Daytona when it Interscope. Well, Ricky, thank you so much for coming up. I know you've got family here, so we'll let you spend some time, which is a busman's holiday, as we call it in England, but time off work, but still at a racetrack. Ricky Taylor, currently part of the Acura scene. Watch him at IMSA, and he's hooning around the tracks as always. Great character. See him on social too. He's got a great following. And thanks for coming up.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, and you.
Thanks.
Let's head down to Kev Harris, who's down on the grid.
Thanks, Johnny. How about this? I found another quintessential Englishman here in the USRRC. And this car that we're sitting in, or you're sitting in, it's a bit special, isn't it?
It's an incredibly special car. Yeah, this is the prototype D-Type. It is the very first car. So it's an extraordinary car, very well preserved, very well looked after.
And just tell us what's going on at the moment, because you're lined up. We're sat here about, fourth or fifth from the front row, but what's going to happen out on track with you guys next?
Well, we're going to go and enjoy lapping Laguna, which is a proper bucket moment for me, I must admit.
Have you done that before?
No, I've never been around Laguna, so I'm really looking forward to this, yeah.
Continuing my run up and down the pre-grid area here, catching up with old pals Al Cyril and Mike Fulmer are sitting here. Al, I chatted to you at this show a couple of years ago, I think.
You did. We talked about the Lister and also this car.
And this one. And talk to me about this one, because this car has some provenance, doesn't it?
This car has a lot of history here at Laguna Seca. It won the first heat race with Dan Gurney in it. Bobby Unser drove this car up here. Al Unser drove this car up here. And Jimmy Clark in 1963 led almost half the race before his oil cooler broke.
Yeah. It's incredible to think that this car has been there, done it, and it's still doing it, and you're now behind the wheel, isn't it?
Well, the car's been in the family ever since 1960, so we never really got rid of it. And the history of this car is unbelievable, how much history it has around the United States.
How about this, Johnny? I'm down at the front with the Grand Marshal, Bill Warner. And Bill, what a thing you're saying. Talk to me about this.
I love these Myers Banks.
In which all began back in 1974. As we have looked back over those great 50 years, we also look ahead as the future looking very bright for this event and many others here at this famous circuit. Thanks once again for tuning in, and thanks to Greenlight Television for bringing us the pictures. We'll be back next year when it will get bigger and better, and we'll be celebrating 75 years of Formula One. Until then, from me, Jonathan Green, bye for now.
Folks, we direct your attention here to Paddock Stage. We ask that you stand and remove all hats, including you gentlemen who have ball spots like me. It won't take long. Welcome, the York School Chamber Choir, directed by Spencer Williams, singing our national anthem.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watch, troops so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in came through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
All right, thanks again. York School Chamber Choir.
What a beautiful
Spencer
rendition.
Williams.
I think we should always get a
Beautiful
choir
job,
like
guys.
that to
Really
join
nice.
us for the national anthem. Well done, folks. And what a great way to start the afternoon here at the WeatherTech Raceway. That is Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful day here. The fog, as you can see, just has dissipated into the distance, thankfully. And it's a typical Northern California afternoon. Sunshine and fun, and that's what it's all about here. Talking of which, I'm joined by Scott Dernick again. He's always sunshine and fun. And here, coming up, is kind of the reason we're here. Part of the reason we're here is celebrating 75 years of Formula One, and we did this race last year. And Scott, the Mario Andretti Trophy, and again, no introduction needed for Mario. The only American after Phil Hill, or the most recent, but that's 78. It's a long time ago, but we do celebrate what he does, and it's great to still have him. Shall I put
Absolutely.
it that way?
And talking about a guy who's competed again in all levels of motorsport, everything from sprint cars to dirt track cars to Formula One to Indy cars. He's run Le Mans. I mean, everything, and a family of racers. I mean, they're on the fourth generation. His great-grandchildren are racing. So, endless spirit, endless determination. I had the good pleasure of chatting with Mario last fall when he was here as part of another event. And, I mean, he's still every bit as tough and as determined as he was way back then. So really an honor to have the race named after him. And, boy, you hit the nail on the head. This is perfect weather to drive a Formula One car. The sun's warming up the track, but it's not so hot to cause overheating problems with the engines. The track is in really great shape. It's going to be a great race.
Scott, we've been talking over the day about this amazing circuit, and when everybody, if you say, wherever you are in the world, if you say Laguna Seca, they say, yes, corkscrew. But there's so much more to it than that. Built in 1957. Tell me a little bit about, as we take a look at this track, what makes it special to you. And you don't have to pick out the obvious. It's obvious that the hill, it goes up to the top of the hill and then drops 5 floors down the corkscrew. But it's so much more.
Yeah, I mean, the corkscrew is, in many respects, I know it's a fabulous tradition, but it's somewhat of a gimmicky corner in that, for all the mental effort spent on the corkscrew, it's not the most important corner on the course. The elevation change in this track is fantastic. It's also a really safe track. There's a lot of places where you can push the car and have an off and not destroy the car or kill yourself. This track is so steeped in tradition. Anybody who is anybody raced at Laguna Seca. And, you know, this is hallowed ground among American racing. You know, this track has been here forever. Curiously, the first races here in 1957 were run the other way. They drove up the corkscrew, and the cars of the time had so little horsepower that it was a complete bore. They were so slow coming over the top. So Pete Lovely said, let's try running it the other way. And that's what they did, and the rest is history.
I didn't know that. That's
really
interesting.
The track's gone through a couple evolutions since then. You know, people talk about, the old Laguna Seca and the new Laguna Seca. Fact of the matter is, it is a fabulous track. It is a challenging track. I've driven a couple thousand laps here. Not one of them was any good.
Did you ever drive the original circuit, which went from Andretti to 5?
I did not. I was not fortunate enough to do that. But I have a Can-Am car, and, you know, all the race records from then and everything are that old circuit. So really the only track in America that's left that is still the circuit that it was is Road America. So when you run a lap time at Road America and compare it to Denny Holm, it's actually meaningful.
I'll tell you what I'm interested in this year. Last year we called this very race, and it was Cal Mika in the Tyrrell 009 from 1979 that won it. Cal's been on great form already today, but he has just been thrown a ringer. Jamie Constable has arrived with his Tyrrell and has got the pole position, and I think it's going to be a bit of a doozy between these two, if not several others that could play a part in it. But Constable is well accomplished both here and in Europe.
Man, Jamie's a great driver. Runs in the Master Series, runs in the Le Mans Series, the Searle Series, CERL Series in Europe. And Jamie threw down this morning in the sports racer race. I mean, you know, Cal is really, really tough in his Lola 298, and Jamie led the first lap till he had some mechanicals. So Jamie is certainly a worthy competitor and a very skilled driver. He's got a great car and a great team that supports it. So this will be a great race to watch. There's a bunch of great cars in this field. You know, there's an ex-Lauda Ferrari driven by Chris McAllister. History gets no better than that.
And a great peddler, too.
That's right, great peddler, too. There's Carlos is driving the M26 McLaren, another really famous car.
How do you pronounce it? Caseta?
Caseta, I pronounce it Caseta. I hope that's correct.
Yeah, I think it is.
And John Dimmer in Tyrrell, you know, in that Tyrrell, steeped in history. What a great car, and John's a great competitor. You know, that's the oldest car in the field, 1970, I believe, or 71 Tyrrell. So, you know, really quite a big disparity in the aerodynamics and capabilities of these cars. That BRM P160 right there on the best day of its life might make 425 horsepower with the BRM P12, whereas these Cosworths are all putting out, you know, 475 to 500.
And given that we're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, obviously we want to look at the angle of the Americans, and they are about to come in strong. I know Haas have been there, no disrespect to them, but with Cadillac coming in,
they are loaded for bear. I mean, you look at the facility they put together, you look at the energy they're throwing behind this. You know, I think they realize it's put up or shut up time. If they show up in there and also ran, they're going to join the ranks of Toyota and a few other teams that thought they were just going to walk on to Formula One. But they are really putting the resources into it.
Big effort, though, made particularly for this year to include a Parnelli. People forget that 74 Parnelli was part of Formula One, as was Penske.
And the Penske. And the Penske. Yeah, the Parnelli and Penske both fabulous bits of kit in terms of fabrication.
Why didn't they hang around, especially Penske?
Penske was very pragmatic. He didn't see a way to make money in Formula One. and you know, Roger is...
Start with $1 million, and then you can make $1 million in one.
Brilliant strategist, you know, and you know, plenty of teams flailed around just making a small fortune out of a large one. Roger saw where that was going, and I'm certain Mark Donohue's testing had a lot to do with it, too. So
when I started watching Formula One, Shadow were part of Formula One, and of course, again, not a long history in Formula One, but an important one.
No, the Shadow cars, you know, American, they use British engineers. I mean, you know, Britain then as now was the center of all motorsport. Even today, every Formula One team has a base in Britain, and you know, Shadow was no different. But you know, you had Don Nichols, who was the P.T. Barnum of Formula One. You know, always the showman, the team clouded in mystery. So let's see this start. This is going to be something to watch.
So Jamie Constable on the right-hand side.
That's right.
In the 99. And on the left-hand side, it's Cal Mika, the winner of this race last year.
Yep.
And away they go then.
Away they go.
Beautiful sound of Formula One here at Laguna Seca. Formula One not part of the scene here in America, but it's lovely to see these cars here in the Mario Andretti Trophy race going into the Andretti corner.
Right. The Formula One group, they stay in grid order through the first 3 turns, which is very sensible to avoid any first turn mayhem. And then you'll see the racing begin once they exit turn 3.
John Dimmer, you mentioned earlier, just going through there in the number 4.
Yep.
A very storied car, that one. I remember growing up very much so.
And John is such a fan. I mean, he's wearing a Tyrrell T-shirt.
Yeah.
He's got Tyrrell stuff. He's probably got Tyrrell underwear. I mean, John is such a fan and you know, great competitor.
I got the opportunity to meet Harvey Possum.
Oh, wow. There's a storied name in Formula One.
Talking about design.
And that's
Adrian Newey.
Dr.
Harvey Possum.
That's right.
But I think he got them punching above their weight.
Absolutely.
No question about it. So away we go.
So Constable is already pulling away.
Yeah.
Already pulling away.
I just was reading about his story in motor racing, and it really is a classic story. Going to 2 years old, he went to Monza. His father was a huge motorsport fan, dragged him to Monza. He says he doesn't remember any of it, but his father was a marshal at Brands Hatch. So he used to drag him to Brands Hatch while he was marshalling. Took him to the 76 Formula One Grand Prix at Silverstone and never looked back.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, once it gets in your blood, it's just like anything else. It's really hard to get out. Now, that March 721 there that's behind the McLaren, that he's really punching way above his weight. They were not particularly great cars in period. That car's really nicely put together, really nicely prepared, and he's driving it very well. I mean, he's running behind a world championship car in a car that in period was not very competitive. Similarly, the Arrows that's in front of them both was certainly not a front-running car in period, but it's very well developed and being driven very well. And this class, more than almost any other class that they have here, the power plant parity is indisputable. I mean, you know, there might be 10 or 15 horsepower differences, but these cars are all at minimum weight. They've all got similar horsepower. The aerodynamic capabilities of these cars vary wildly. But, you know, everybody's here. They brought their best weapon, and they're trying to do their best job.
Yeah, it's interesting. I love this group because it really does bring me back to my boyhood days. This is the battle for the lead, and that Michele Alboreto-driven car, which was leading for a second.
Oh, that was you know, that's kind of the canopy line down there through through turn 9 really low, but he couldn't quite get it done. This will be interesting under braking here. I was watching Jamie, and he is really strong coming into turn 11. It'd be pretty tough to pass him there. He's carrying good corner speed. And you can see the power plant parity there. These guys are staying right there. Now, of course, the gap grows a little bit because we play in a lapse time game.
Yeah.
So you have a gap of 0.1 second. That's a much bigger gap at 150 at the end of the front straight than it is at 40 coming out of turn 11.
Yeah.
But nobody can complain about a cheater engine in this group.
Well, this car that you're looking at, leading the way with Jamie Constable, the 83 Tyrrell 11, driven by Michele Alboreto at Caesar's Palace, that famous race. So it did take part in the US Grand Prix back in the early 80s.
And what's crazy, you know, Michele Alboreto was a little guy.
Yeah.
He's not big at all. Jamie Constable is a tall, big guy. I mean, he's very fit, but I mean, he's not a small man. And the fact that he's wedged himself into that car and can drive it that well, feat.
And of course, this was Benetton's first venture into Formula One, long before the days of Flavio, who of course made it big and famous with Michael, and the days of Alonso and so on and so forth. But now of course back. And
that's right.
Goodness knows what will happen in the future now Flavio's at the helm.
That's right. Now it's going to be interesting to see how Cal Meeker's going to play this. I mean, Cal's a really good driver and a really fierce competitor. So it seemed like he was setting him up to do something there, but then he thought better of it. So
slots back in at 11, and away they go down the main straight.
I suspect Cal's going to have to get within striking distance because Jamie is consistently pulling away here. But
I tell you what, this is a two-man race. They're in the 22s.
That's right. Yeah, which is
and here comes the rest
fabulous.
of the field.
Yeah, but again, who is Todd Willing? I mean, he is really wheeling that March 722. I mean, that 721. I have a March myself, and I've driven those cars. It's no M26, I'll tell you that. Todd's really getting on well with that car.
Another man who's already won a race this weekend, Nick Griot. Out in that March 76. Watch out for that.
Yep, that's another of the March cars. So, you know, March was kind of the go-to choice for teams back then that weren't constructing their own cars. You could buy a DFV, you could buy a car from March, and away you go. In fact, Penske's first Formula One car was a March that they then improved and adapted and made better than March.
So we're watching a two-way battle.
He's closed up there.
Yeah.
closing up. See, he's going to try to go down low again. Can't get it done. Jamie closes the door.
I think I've seen Cal drive this, Cal Mika, that is, the second, drive this car all over America.
Oh, yeah.
And it's got its own historic history, never mind its original history.
Uh-huh. Now, in 7th place is Chris Locke. Very historic Lotus. Lotus Type 76, fantastic car. Chris is another great competitor. He's been, there we go. Cal's going to try and get it done. Oh, look at that, almost.
Up the inside and ready.
So, you notice Jamie did the single apex there.
Going for it again.
He's going to try it here. Oh, no, good. This is a great race. These are two great drivers. Really working it.
Well, if you want to celebrate Formula One, this is the way to do it.
Absolutely.
What a great little battle between these two, and they're seconds ahead.
And I will point out that Nick Grillo started last. He's now up to 9th. He's got Martin Lauber in front of him, who's also a really good driver, fierce competitor.
Been around a long time.
Be interesting to see how if he's able to dispatch Martin and make a move on Chris Locke.
Saw a quick shot there of Octavio Rincon in the March 821 from 1982.
Uh-huh. And that car's been around vintage racing a long time. Just belonged to a guy named Chris Bender, who drove it with great enthusiasm, was very fast in the car, and it looks like Mr. Rincon's coming to grips with it. That March there, that John Daly model cars, that's the car that, again, famous in period. They had that sponsorship for just one race on a lark, and it's now living on again.
Jackie Stewart car, I mean, he really does look the part, doesn't it? It could be Jackie out with the helmet and everything.
You know, John, we've had the pleasure and privilege of having John Delane as a client for a long time running his Tyrrell, and John and Jimmer and John Delane are so crazy about Tyrrell. They bought the Tyrrell transporter and had it pulled out of a river, put it back together. Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, let's have a look at some of the closer moments we just had. Have a look at this one, see what you see. You've been out there, but that was a bit too close for comfort, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, he had to pull out of that, didn't he?
Jamie Constable owes him dinner. That was a big gift. Yeah, that was a big gift.
So that's given him the break that he needed, but he'll make that time, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, now Cal's got the bit between his teeth, as if he didn't have it before.
He knew what he was doing, though, didn't he?
He did, yeah, he did. But, you know, the problem is the closing speed is such that even if you're being as situationally aware as one can be, you know, if you're 10 or 12 seconds behind the leaders, they gather up ground pretty quickly.
So that Tyrrell that Cal Mika is driving was first used as research for active suspension. I hadn't realized that.
Yep. Yeah, everyone was playing around with active suspension. Then Lotus was trying it. They also had a twin chassis car that they were experimenting with that was outlawed. So active suspension was only in Formula One for a few years, and it was then outlawed of it.
Mark Smith in 32.
Mark Smith is really going in that Arrows. I mean, it looks like there's this huge gap between he and the leaders, but there's nothing to be ashamed of with his times. He's running a 24, now a 23, quite quick.
Mauro Boldi drove in 1982 for Arrows.
And went on to a great sports car career after that.
Oh, yeah, God. Yeah, I never think of him as a Formula One guy.
Right,
really.
right. You think it was of course, a great partnership with the Momo company for many.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and of course, keeping to period colors and design and stickers and sponsorship. That's why you see the Marlboro, which you don't see anymore.
Absolutely, that's the rule. Now, when we race these in Europe, ironically, tobacco sponsorship.
What do they do?
Well, on our Alpha, we put the barcode for Marlboro instead of Marlboro.
Okay.
Yep. The poor John Player guys, they've got to cover up everything.
They do.
So but it's the European Union. You can't have any tobacco advertising of any kind, even if it's historic.
Looking up to that amazing.
Man, Todd Willing, like I say, right there in between Caseta and Smith. That's he's really got the doesn't have the sharpest knife in the drawer, and he's doing a great job driving it. Yeah.
As you say, Carlos Caseta. Here we're looking at him now. In that second, doing really well. Currently in 5th place.
Absolutely. Let's hopefully we'll go back to our leaders here and see how that's stacking up.
Yeah, I couldn't find that car when I first arrived here this weekend, but it was hidden right at the back just before they head out on Parc Ferme. And Have a look at it. Beautiful car. And there's going to be an exhibition coming up in a minute. See an 86 Williams out there, driven by Takuma Sato. How about that?
That's right. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And that Williams FW08 that's out there, again, super historic car. KK Rosberg won the championship in that car. And talk about a simple, workmanlike, elegant design. It was effective. It was simple. It was easy to set up from track to track. And everybody who drove those cars in that era loved them.
Well, this race is one and done almost. The first two, at least, they're way ahead, some 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, but that's all right.
Yeah. Distance in order to make something happen there. But Mark Smith is running strong, but he's getting no quarter from the two guys behind him.
No.
I mean, it looks like that's distance, but that's tenths of a second between them. One mistake, and they'd be by him in a heartbeat.
Mark Smith did he's from Sun Valley, Idaho. Been there. What a great place to go skiing. 124.5, so yeah, not far off the pace at all. And of course, because there's such a variance of years, different designs, you can't really.
Right, so now lap traffic is going to
well, we've got caution. We've got a caution, so this is going to help Cal.
Oh man, this is going to help Cal. Now
he's trying to wave him by. But
yeah, he's unaware of the caution apparently.
Yeah.
So yeah,
at least it gives us a chance to really take a closer look at these cars.
That's
Our
right.
cameramen do a hell of a job trying to keep up with them at 150 miles an hour. But easier at this speed, we can get a closer look.
Yeah, you can see that the later Tyrrell has got a little bit more sophisticated aerodynamics. Yeah, the safety car's picked up the leader now. Is there? There's nobody between. Oh, Cal is licking his chops now.
Yeah, there he is,
he's
right there.
He's going to get another bite at the apple, and
yeah, there's less than 2 laps to go. So
yeah,
if they go green,
if they go green, you can rest assured that Cal's going to stick his nose in somewhere.
By the way, we mentioned Chris McAllister. That 76 Ferrari, because I know there's a lot of people who love that 312, is actually chassis number 26.
And
Nicky Lauda's primary car for most of the 76.
Yeah, that is the championship car. The car is fabulous provenance. I'm a huge Lauda fan. And again, McAllister is so into the history. So into it.
Well, we are going to finish under caution, unfortunately. We just heard from race control. So it's going to be a Constable Mika finish, but I don't mind.
I don't mind, and I don't think they mind either.
No.
They're going to get another chance tomorrow. So,
well, that one replay we showed was where it was one and done.
Yeah.
But yeah. LMGTE and MotoGP.
That's a pretty good neighborhood.
Yeah, that's where that lap time of Jamie Constable puts him at a 121.3. And when you think about that,
in a car that is 30 plus years old.
Yeah, and when you think about that, because MotoGP really around the corners have such an advantage if you think about turn 10 or 11.
Well, but they can't stop like the Formula One cars
true,
do, and the contact patch of the motorcycle is so small relative to its mass. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's really interesting. First you think, oh my God, the motorcycles would just run away with everything. But then you start looking at the physics of it, and of course they have no aerodynamic downforce.
No.
So
just that bum hanging out.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm sure Constable's gratified by this finish. He had a frustrating race in his 2-liter car. He jumped out to a lead, but then had a mechanical, and they brought him to the pits, and we were watching. It looked like something had broken in the car, so he was unable to finish the race. But I'm sure he'll be back at it with a vengeance tomorrow with the 2-liter car.
United Cuddles of Benetton.
And this was really their beginning in motorsport.
Yes, it was, yeah.
You know, I mean, at that point, most Americans had never even heard of Benetton.
Well, and I'm sure that for an Italian, literally clothing apparel company, to go into Formula One was a big step into the darkness. They probably knew nothing about motorsport.
Yeah, but what people didn't realize is while Benetton had the line of clothing that had their name, they were the largest textile manufacturer in the world. They supplied fabric to everything.
So they had the money to go do it.
Yeah, so they had the money to go do it, yeah. But I think it even says on the car, world's largest textile producer. So all kinds of clothes that you bought had Benetton fabric.
Didn't have the brand, yeah.
Right, just didn't have the branding. So,
which makes a big difference.
Yeah. Well, I think they figured that out now, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting some lovely close-up shots now that they're going a little bit slower. We're under caution here, and that's how we're going to finish this. But it's going to be a win for Jamie Constable, the Brit.
That shadow they just showed there, the red and white car. Shadows are normally thought of as black cars.
That's right, yeah.
Once UOP wasn't the sponsor anymore, Don Nichols was seeking sponsorship from anyone, and Villiger was a brand of cigars, and their colors were red and white, and that's why that car is red and white now.
Got his autograph back in the 70s. Clay Regazzoni drove that car.
Uh-huh.
I got Peter Revson and Clay Regazzoni on the same day at Brands Hatch.
Well, that's a good day of sport.
That's not bad, is it?
And
how about this? And I got Layla Lombardi.
Layla Lombardi drove the March that I have now.
There you go.
There you go.
I met her.
Yeah.
I was stunned to see, first of all, a woman.
A woman?
Which is now, thankfully.
Who actually scored half a point. She's the only woman to ever figure in the results of Formula One so far, but I'm sure there'll be one in our future.
Chadwick's going to change all that.
Yep. Yep.
Well, we live in hope because there's some really good talent coming through now.
There's the checkered flag. I know nobody wanted it to finish this way, but that's the way it goes sometimes. It looks like one of the cars had a mechanical, and they had to
hand a nice bit of sportsmanship by the American and the Brit as Cal Mika claps him home.
Well, Cal is a diehard competitor, and you know, sometimes you just get out front and you stay out front, and that's not nearly as fun as fighting with somebody for the lead.
That's true.
And Jamie is as steady as a rock, and, you know, he's a great guy to compete against, and Cal's certainly very accomplished and knows his circuit well. So the two of them would have had fun if the racing continued.
Yeah, and they're going to get a chance to do it all again tomorrow. And I'm sure it'll be just as intense. We've got a beautiful day here in California right now. The afternoon has definitely lit up. Here's the results then from the Group 1 Mario Andretti Trophy, and it's Cal Mika with second place. But Jamie Constable in that Tyrrell 011 takes the win ahead of the 009 of 79. Both Tyrrells. Arrows take third place with Mark Smith. Todd Willing in the March takes fourth. Casada takes fifth place. The McLaren M26-4. And then Matheson Lauber. Martin takes the Shadow. First of the American entries to seventh place. And Richard Griot in the March takes eighth. Dimmer in ninth. And Octavio Rincon in the March 821 from 1982 takes 10th place. My thanks to Scott Durnick for joining us here. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
And
always
feel
fun.
free. And you're very welcome to stay if you've got time, because we're going to have an exhibition coming up of Formula One.
I could probably be persuaded to stay for a few minutes.
There you go. But we've got it literally left, right, and centre. If you're here at the event or thinking of coming tomorrow, but tune in. I know there's a lot of you tuning in from around the world. We have an amazing array of cars that celebrate the 75 years of Formula One. This is just the racing versions. We've got, like I said, an exhibition version, which you'll see in a moment, but we've also got cars here, including an entire history that goes all the way back to 1950 and all the way through, including the famous Gurney Eagle, and you name it. We've even got cars from 2020. We've actually got the show car from Red Bull 2025. And we've got the original, and it's the real car, winner from last year's Constructors' Championship. Lando Norris's car from 24 is here.
Yeah, they've curated a wonderful collection of cars, and we can touch on that after the commercial.
Yeah. We'll take a short break here from Monterey. Join us after the break with more Formula One to come.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Well, it's always great when you're wandering around and you get to catch up with someone who's had a hand in the organisation of the event, and none more so than Andy Prill, part of the advisory group on determining what cars come to the Rolex. And Andy, once again, you've knocked it out the park, haven't you? All these cars are period correct, they've got the provenance, and they've all got a reason to be here.
Yeah, we do our best. It gets harder as the years go by. People are getting older, and not too many younger people coming into the sport, but we're holding our own. Rolex Reunion still is the preeminent historic race in the country, and that's why we all make the effort to preserve that.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And what we've done here, or what you've done here this year, is put together a collection of historic Formula One cars to mark 75 years of Formula One. And we were just chatting, I don't think anyone else has done this yet this year and may never do it again. It's incredible.
Yeah, I can't claim all the credit, and very little of it, in fact. This heritage exhibit was put together by Ellen Brearley and a team of us, and it's come together fantastically well. I don't think in this anniversary year of F1 that you will see such an eclectic, representative collection of cars that show the whole evolution of the Formula One World Championship.
I feel like there's that picture that exists of like the evolution of man, where he's sort of like slowly getting taller and taller. You know that picture? Classic sort of evolution of man thing. I feel when you start at this in 1950 and work your way all the way around and then end up at 2025 with the Red Bull that's over there, we're seeing that, aren't we? It's incredible.
It is evolution, and to think what those guys did back in the day and what the guys are doing today with these monstrous cars, so big, so powerful, and all the aero. But these guys driving these single-seaters with skinny tyres, massively powerful on dangerous circuits, absolutely incredible. And we have managed to get a very representative group of cars.
Yeah, you really have. And it's not by chance that we put you next to this Porsche, which I think was Porsche's first and only win as a full sort of manufacturer in Formula One.
Yes, of course, they went on to be a very successful engine manufacturer with the TAG engines and the McLaren team. This particular car is a very, very special car. It's an 804, 1.5 litre, flat 8, tiny little piston in the engine. And this is the very car that Dan Gurney won the Rouen Grand Prix in France. And if you've ever been to Rouen, what a track. It's a lot of gradient, lot of very dangerous corners, and none more than the bottom corner, which is a hairpin on cobblestones.
And when you look in here as well, we're getting some pictures just inside the cockpit here. You just pointed out that he's sitting in the fuel tank there. The moulding of that aluminium is the fuel tank around the seat.
Yeah, and you have to remember how long a Grand Prix was then. And that's why there's a vast amount of petrol. And Dan and whoever's driving this is literally, the seat is moulded into the tank. And yeah, that was, again, dangerous times.
Absolutely priceless. I said to you, if you'd driven it, you haven't, but you'd love to.
I wish. There are 4 of these in the world. Porsche have 2, so that shows you how rare it is. This particular car belongs to an American collector, Ransom Webster, who's racing here this weekend in some fantastic cars. He's got his Carrera Abarth here, a Porsche 935, and he's very generous when it comes to giving us exhibits.
Well, listen, Andy, it's always great talking to you. Like I say, part of the advisory board, been with Porsche forever. And
27 years this year here. This is my 27th consecutive year at Monterey.
Oh, good on you. What I enjoy is when you fly into San Francisco or San Jose, when you're coming through immigration on the Tuesday or the Wednesday or whenever it is, I'm starting to see faces like, oh, saw that guy last year, saw that guy last year.
It's cool, isn't it? Well, we call it the reunion, and it really is.
Yeah. Really is. Listen, Andy, thanks for talking to us. The event is in safe hands with you guys on the advisory board, picking the right cars, doing the right job. So long may it continue.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Kev. And how about this? Look at that for timing. How about that for a car? We've got Scott Dernick, who is the perfect guy to have, given that he is one of the owners of several of these cars. But how about this? Zach Brown, CEO of McLaren, in a McLaren.
Not just any McLaren, a Lauda McLaren. So it doesn't get much better. This is the Technique Avantgarde engine, the TAG engine, which is a Porsche V6. These were wide-angle V6 engines that were turbocharged and in qualifying trim with what they used to call, mystery fuel. These things would make on the order of 900 horsepower.
You know, and talk about living the dream. I don't think Zach would mind me saying this. He's having a dream season with both his teams on both sides of the pond or around the world in Formula One and Indy. United Autosports goes from strength to strength. But for Zach, little is known, perhaps, or not many people know the story that he won as a kid, about 17, $3,000 in a kart competition. And that was his start. So to be driving this car, which he is the CEO of, and I've been to McLaren in Woking and seen their collection there, it's got to be a special moment. I mean, he just keeps having them. I've seen him race a Williams here a couple of years ago, but to be in a representative car, especially, as you say, Lauders, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk about, you know, right now, I'm sure while his job is immensely difficult, I'm sure there's moments he pinches himself. Now, just went by on the front straight, the 300 SLR Mercedes, basically the body, the W196.
Now, talking of Formula One,
fabulous thing.
He didn't drive it at the time. I think Nigel Mansell did, but Takuma Sato, who's still racing in Indy, well, now and again.
Absolutely. Now and again, yeah. And I saw Takuma Sato ran a Lotus 49 at Monaco one year. We were competing there because he'd not driven Monaco before, so he drove it in a historic race to get a first-hand feel for the course.
Well, our director's got a Lego version of that car. How about that?
Go.
I like a bit of tidbits like that. But I remember this car very well, and you forget sometimes because Honda now very much in the headlines with their movement and their success of late. And will it continue, we wonder, in 26? But Honda's story going back to 1965 when it was an American, Richie Ginther, who took their first win for them. And they have been in and out of Formula One, including selling the team to Braun in 2008. And they went on to, for a pound,
and
went on and won the championship. Amazing.
Fantastic.
And the man who won that championship is here today. Now tell me about this.
That's a what was called a Roadster back then, and that was in the Race of Two Worlds, which was a European to American challenge of F1 drivers and IndyCar drivers at different tracks around the world. And that car was fabulously successful. So believe it or not, that Roadster actually has F1 history.
Yeah.
There's a Cooper in front. There's the Lotus 49, a landmark car in Formula One history. Changed everything. Jimmy Clark drove it. Chris McAllister, very enthusiastic owner. You see the pad on the back of that Roadster. That's because they used to push start them with a pickup truck. That's what the padding is on the back for.
Oh, you are the right guy. Tell me about preparing these cars because they're all different.
Yeah, they're all different. They don't have any manuals, and they've been so altered, over the years. Some of them are like George Washington's axe. It's on its fourth handle and its second cutting head. There's not much of the original car left, but some are fabulously original. I've had the pleasure of when that Lotus 49 belonged to Robert Baker, we restored it in the C configuration that it ran, but it also ran as this car in the first iteration, and that's the configuration that Chris McAllister chose to present it in. Both are historically correct, and both are simply fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that Lotus in the classic Lotus colors was one of my first memories.
Oh, when we were kids drawing pictures of cars, that's what they were. They were a breadstick with wheels that had green and yellow on them. I mean, that's what we were. And that marks the end of an era because sponsorship crept into Formula One after the Lotus 49 was so good that Gold Leaf Tobacco came to Colin Chapman and said, "Can we give you money to put your name on our cars?" And he said, "Sure, we can do that."
Yeah, we can do that.
And the rest is history. But if you look at all the cars prior to the Lotus 49 in the curated collection down there, none of them have sponsorship on them. The British ones were green, and the French ones were blue, and the German ones were silver, and the American ones are red, white, and blue.
Yep.
After that, everything changed. It became tobacco and liquor and perfume and, sugar water.
I'd love to go back to the national color days. Those were great days.
Yeah. Belgians were yellow. Yeah. So they're going around at a safe and leisurely pace. Now, that's a Van Wall that's behind the 49. The Van Wall family, of course, British industrialists. They made engine bearings. And Van Wall back then, they used a BRM engine and a chassis that they constructed, and they went Formula One racing. Back then, Formula One was the sport of royalty and industrialists. It was the equivalent of the Kentucky Derby in many ways on the social calendar for European racing. And, of course, now it's a huge business. It's speculated that in the current budgets are $300 million per car per year for a modern Formula One team. I know at one time before McLaren actually began manufacturing cars, when they were still just, had a Formula One team, they had over 2,000 employees for the two, to field 2 McLaren Formula 1 cars.
And
Pretty astonishing.
58 Van Wall, as the quote goes, was built to beat those bloody red cars.
That's right. That's right. It was really a matter of national pride. When you look at, the Mercedes from 1955 and the Maserati offset centerline car, this was 1955. This was 10 years after a world war. There were animosities that exist till this day, and for the Germans and the Italians, who were the vanquished nations, to come out swinging and build cars that were world beaters was quite astonishing. It was quite astonishing. And in Mercedes, especially, the technology they brought to bear, mechanical fuel injection and the sophisticated suspensions and the alloys they used and double-stage turbocharging, so many things that they took from the aviation world that they brought into racing.
This car was given to Keke Rosberg as a retainer at the end of '83.
There's a Mercedes right there. Fabulous piece of history right there. Look at that car.
Love to be the passenger in that.
Absolutely. Just imagine you're in the right seat. You're Dennis Jenkinson and Sterling Moss is
yeah,
doing
going through a
180 out across the Italian plains of Barra, and you're sitting there. You don't have the roll bar. You barely have seat belts. I mean, there you go.
See, the things you can't do now. But can you imagine being Jenks and having a GoPro?
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
going, look what I did today.
Yeah, look what I did
this
today.
This is what Sterling does.
and people don't realize he had written all the course notes on
and
a roll of toilet paper.
I know that.
It was a roll of paper that he was scrolling through and giving Sterling
sense.
hand signals about the difficulty of the next turns.
And probably Sterling was giggling all the way through it.
Yeah. I mean, those days are long gone.
Demonstration. We're going to have another one as Zach pushes the car.
Yeah, rounding the bends of the McLaren. Laguna Seca on a sunny day. What is it Roy Salvadori said about Goodwood? Give me Goodwood on a sunny day and you can have the world. I'm sure Zach is kind of feeling that way right now.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he's feeling that way when I see him in Las Vegas, because it's going to be nip and tuck.
It's going to be a little bit different then. Yeah, I suspect
it's going to be a roll of the dice, so to speak.
I suspect it'll be a little different.
Yeah. Well, we've got Scott Dernick joining us here today, as he often does, to enjoy this demonstration and the exhibition of Formula One as we celebrate 75 years. And I think there's some serendipity. Ooh, they're taking
it looks
the
like they had
Curtis
trouble
off.
with the Curtis. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But it's great to see that car that's still around and still here. And just think about it. That was 75 years ago that car was racing. Now there's a car, the W196, another car that changed the world of racing.
I saw that car up close at Hockenheim with Phil Collins of all people. But
yeah, and Mercedes Classic now has come on really strong, and they're running these cars, more and more, and they're celebrating Mercedes' heritage in motorsports. Many people still think of Mercedes as taxi cabs or big limos for real estate agents, but really they have a rich history in motorsport. And
lest we forget, they gave us the car.
That's right, and they've proved it in Formula One, and they continue to prove it in sports car racing. And there's a CLK GTR display right outside the driver's lounge. I've had the privilege of driving and restoring, and it's a fabulous bit of kit. And when Mercedes competes in motorsports, they compete to win.
Yeah, what I love about Rolex is the reunion is that they're not afraid to take an exhibition like this. I mean, the cost of bringing these cars here, which are unobtainium, let's be honest. These aren't just regular cars. These are the cars that either won or have a history that is second to none in design terms and historic terms. And it's very rare to see them gathered, this many anyway. We've seen what we just saw, which is the sort of Formula One Masters, as it would be called, or Formula One Historics. They race and have raced for many a year, but we very rarely get these sorts of cars out, and it's a real testament to Liberty Media and Formula One and all those who've helped get these cars here to be part of this.
Let's not forget, the Laguna team that's in place.
Yes.
Ellen Byerly curated this collection, and you can't imagine how many phone calls it takes to arrange all this thing and the last-minute cancellations and everything else.
And I imagine the question is, so what else have you? Are you running that car?
Right. What else are you doing? Who else is going to be there?
Who else is there? Yeah.
What passes do I get? Do I need
I bet there's some board meetings going now.
Yeah.
Do we? They've got two McLarens. Should we have? No. Yeah, I would not want that job at all.
No, but she does a great job, and people don't realize that she was a former director at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. So she is certainly not her first trip to the rodeo in terms of having cool
I
cars
just
on
saw
display.
the new restoration of it.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. If you
That's
get a
right.
chance to go to the Indy Museum, please do. Well worth the trip, and I think you won't be disappointed. Not cheap to get in, but it is well worth the price of the ticket.
A lot of life is that.
Yes. Nothing's for free. No free lunches.
Interesting car. They're driving the two Mercedes together. That second car is the 722 SLR. It's basically a open version of the Gullwing SLR car with a high horsepower engine. It's a tribute to Sterling victory. I think they produced it 50 years after his victory. It's a 2005, and that's what they're driving out there. And there's if I could drive a car home, it would be that one, the W196. What a fabulous
I don't even want to think about what that must be worth.
It's a big number, yeah. It's a big number. The gentleman who's driving it is also the same technician that looks after that car for Mercedes, and wherever that car goes in the world, he goes with it. And really interesting gentleman to talk to. Knows the car backwards and forwards. Now you see those little platforms that are behind the front wheel.
Yep.
People often think that, oh my gosh, that's some sort of wing or something.
Aerodynamics,
That was to keep, when the cars were raced in the rain, the treaded tires would throw up water
into your face.
Yeah, well, especially when you turn the wheel.
Oh, right, of course. As soon as
so
you
it
turn
just
left,
doused
it's
the
straight in your
driver.
face.
Yeah, so those shields are to keep that if it rains, that the rain does not douse the
Well,
driver.
you don't want rain in your mustache, do you?
No,
Fangio?
you don't. You don't.
But no, great. I love that, because you're right. You presume that was the first sort of inflection of aerodynamics in some ways, but no.
No. If you look at other cars in the period too, the 250F Maserati used those. Any of the cars where the track width was so wide and the body was so narrow as well inside the wheels, they had to keep the driver. Because the other thing too, you can imagine if those weren't there and you put two wheels off on the outside of a corner, you're going to get pelted with whatever you went over.
Everything. Horrible. Yeah, I often get into the occasional argument with people who aren't motor racing fans and say, oh, it's just a bunch of rich guys, having fun with their big toys. And I'm like, yeah, but you wouldn't have a rear view mirror and disc brakes and any of it. What keeps you safe on the road today is what these pioneers have done over the last 100 years.
I mean, we look at it and it seems so obvious now to just put mirrors on.
Let's head down to the pits where Kev is with the one and only Zach Brown.
Well, faces of Formula One everywhere you look here, and I'm pleased to say that Zach Brown has just taken a moment to have a chat to us. Zach, you've just been out in a pretty special car there again, but you always bring something special to these events.
Yeah, this is amazing. Niki Lauda's 84 championship car. Unusually, he did the full season in this car as well, where a lot of times you get into multiple chassis. So the history on this car is, I think it won 4 or 5 races that year. Drives perfectly. First time I've driven it. I need to maybe take the seat out because my shins are killing me up against the steering column. But what a great experience, and great to put it out here for all the fans.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thanks for bringing it. And I know as a collector of cars yourself, you get cars that mean something. A Lauda championship winning car. And that's what this is all about. Historics is taking the provenance of the good cars.
Yeah, 100%. The history that's around this paddock is amazing. It's all the stuff I grew up watching, so to get the privilege to be able to pound around in Niki's car, who was a great friend, a legend. And then, of course, we've got a couple of my other cars out. The iRock this season, this weekend is amazing.
Yeah, because you're racing in an iRock car.
Yeah, it's when I saw the driver lineup, I thought I'd maybe regretted entering. But I've not been going too bad so far, so it's a lot of fun.
And we got to mention modern Formula One, because we got a phenomenal display of 75 years of Formula One over there, including your McLaren Championship winning car. Congratulations from 2024. Lando's car on display in the middle. What a kind of evolution of cars that is on display.
It's amazing. 75 years, and you can just see the history, the progression of all the technology. So it's cool to see, most of the major team brands with history represented here, and we just wanted to do our part.
Well, you've really done that, and I got to say as well, as I watch Formula One in 2025, everyone has their kind of problems, but all of your problems at the moment seems to be like good problems to have. You had a great race end there in Hungary a couple of weeks ago. You're just trying to keep 2 youngsters you know, on the straight and narrow, and one of them's going to win, surely.
Yeah, no, it's looking good. We don't see it as a problem. We see it as a challenge.
Yeah.
We're excited. We love racing. They're free to race. You've seen that. It's gotten close a few times, but you got two guys fighting it out for the World Championship. I think Max is still in the game, maybe in another couple races. Hopefully he won't be, and it'll just be our two guys, but a lot of racing left.
Zach, you did a great job with McLaren, so huge congratulations, and as always, thanks for bringing your cars out here to the Rolex.
My pleasure. I'm here every year.
There you go. He's here every year, and we will be too. So wherever you're watching this in the world right now, do it again, same time, same place next year. Johnny, back to you.
Excellent stuff, as always. And rumour has it, Lando, if you're watching, he's actually got his own hero cards, which he's signing. And I know this because I was with a bunch of 17-year-olds yesterday who were just hanging out and wondering what to do next. And they said, let's go down and see Zach Brown. He's got some hero cards. Maybe we can get one. So there you go, Lando. Stock up, order some more hero cards, because even the boss is getting in on the act. And by the way, he's pretty handy. And as he said, he's part of the furniture here now. He's been coming to these events on the board and very much a part of what's going on here, and has been for many years. Great to have him here on a busy schedule like his. But we're watching this wonderful display of Formula One. It was great to have Scott Dernick here explaining what's going on. And just walking in here, another man that I've been wanting to talk to for a while, James Alder, joins us, and having a pretty good time in your Jaguar out there. The man, I was mentioning you because you're always my favourite, because you keep to the rules, not the rules that they force you to make, but the rules of how historic racing should go, which is you drive the darn car here to the race and then put it on the track.
Yeah, that's certainly how I've always done it, Jonathan. And when I first started racing, I just didn't really have the financing for a tow vehicle and a trailer. I didn't have any choice but to drive the race car to the event. And originally, you know, it was a little bit of an embarrassment to the other competitors. I'd unload my world possessions and have it spread around the car, and everybody had these beautiful transporters, and they'd lay down AstroTurf, and I was kind of the redheaded stepchild for a while. But then over the years, I eventually kind of won them over. They decided, hey, this guy's really doing it the way it should be done. So my financing has improved over the years, and I could afford a tow vehicle and a trailer, but I continue to drive it to and from in some sort of insane masochistic way.
But, I mean, you know, like you say, you've been very blessed to have done this event multiple times, which means that you've kept to the rules, the actual rules, and obviously you've kept within those rules and done a good job, because it's not an easy field to get in. It's quite a fight, isn't it, between all of you to be part of this?
Yes, the first 3 years that I was entering this event, which was in the early 80s, I was summarily dismissed. I was
same car?
Not accepted, same car. This is actually season 43 with that car. It's generally always been driven to and almost always been driven from. However, I did race in Phillip Island once, so I obviously did not drive it to Australia.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that the Aussies are tuning in. We are live
Excellent.
across Australian television.
That's a great event, and that's they're wild, enthusiastic. They're
the Aussie fans and the Kiwi fans. You know, it's worth remembering just what they have brought to the table, both the Aussies and the Kiwis, and particularly in modern day IndyCar and American racing, what the Kiwis are doing, especially with Van Gisbergen at the top of. NASCAR, Scott Dixon still at the top of his game, and now youngsters like Marcus Armstrong and many others, Lawson, coming through. It's absolutely amazing.
About the New Zealand guy in NASCAR, what's his name now?
Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, I hear that he's just.
He's another gurney. He's another. Literally, I've watched him. I've seen him won a single-seater race in New Zealand. I've seen him won a rally stage in New Zealand, and I've seen him. Obviously in NASCAR. I mean, he is one of those guys that you could throw anything at and he would come up on top.
Well, that wonderful movie, of course, The World's Fastest Indian, put Invercargill on the map.
Absolutely.
Everybody
down there
knows
too.
That. Yeah.
They love their racing down there. Fantastic museums. They have literally an American museum of tractors and trailers full of American
iron
wares,
yeah.
as well as the Indian, which is still there in the hardware store.
Oh, that's great.
Great movie. How's the car?
Car is pretty good. I've got to do some brake adjustment. you know, four-wheel drum brakes and that weight of the car, the drums kind of get out around. That creates kind of a violent pulsating. That's quite disconcerting. Under really hard braking, the thoughts that go through your mind is, hey, is the drum going to break? Then the pedal would go to the floor. I mean,
and you have all these sorts of engineers from Honda looking after you.
Oh yeah,
Jaguar,
yeah.
right?
And of course the McLaren engineers are working on a ceramic drum, you know, for the 120.
There you go.
Some modern technology would be good, but you are allowed to use a high performance brake lining.
Right.
I use a material that's called Carbotech. That's the name of the company that manufactures the lining. I think it's called chelated metallic. And it works pretty good because one of the problems with a drum brake car is that as the drum heats up, it expands. And as it expands, your brake pedal goes lower and lower and lower. But this material, the chelated metallic material lining, it expands with heat. So the pedal stays relatively consistent. The drums go out, then the material expands a little bit. But I have manual adjusters on that. As they wear, I've got to adjust them out. So that's kind of my next thing to do, to tweak it a little bit for tomorrow's race.
All right, we'll look for the 33 Jaguar, all in white. James Alder at the wheel, and that's the Briggs Cunningham group.
Yes.
And we look forward to that. A big group of cars, but one of the best here. Thanks for coming up, James. We're going to take a short break from the reunion. We'll be back with more from Monterey.
Thank you,
Monterey,
Jonathan.
stay with us.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
I got to say, I'm loving it under this iRock awning here because it's a who's who was just awesome in this series. And I've caught up with the winningest driver in this. 5 times, Mark Martin, you took the overall title in this. That's some accolade.
Well, it's the crown jewel of my career, certainly. Yeah, I jokingly say it's the only thing I beat Earnhardt in. So, it was such an honor to be invited to participate. And I got to race with world-class drivers. I mean, even Martin Brundle came into this thing and beat us all one time. So we got to race with Fittipaldi. All these guys I would have never had the opportunity to meet.
Lauda, Hunt, Fittipaldi, yourself.
Crazy, yeah. Just it was so much fun. And it's like a reunion now to get these drivers together and everything. And so nostalgic because you've got cars that race from 74 all the way up through 2006 here.
It's quite a span of the years, isn't it? And this is the first time that all 7 generations of the cars have been under one roof.
Yes, it is. And it's just spectacular that Ray Everham has been able to bring this all together. It's a major undertaking because Ray and his guys pretty much prepared all these cars. Yeah. Not all 27, but probably I would say 20 or 21 of them were prepared by those guys. So it's a major undertaking. And all of them, my car runs flawless. It was in a showroom for 30 years, and when he put this together, I called the showroom. I said, go out there and lift the hood and see if there's a motor in it. And they said, yeah. And so, you know, I sent it to Ray. They rebuilt the carburetor and the fuel system and the brakes, and it runs perfect.
Yeah, and it looks perfect as well. And I've been following Ray on his social media, on the Instagram and yours. And like you say, it's a major undertaking what they've done to get all the cars ready and to be here. But it's been worth it because the fans are loving it. This is the busiest awning on the whole of Laguna Seca this weekend.
Oh, yeah. It was a huge hit at Lime Rock last summer, and this is even bigger. More cars, more drivers, more fans. This is such an iconic racetrack, and for many of us, it's our first time here, so it's so cool.
That's what Kurt Busch just said as well, and like anyone who watches motorsport just assumes that you guys have kind of raced everywhere. You know all the tracks, but you don't, do you? Because you only race the circuits that are on your series.
That's right, and so we never, all us stock car guys never had the opportunity to come here and race because it was IndyCar, open wheel, or whatever. It was outside of our, you know, what we did. So this is amazing, and we've all watched these races on TV. And somebody asked me, have you ever been there, you know, before? And I said, no, but I watched the IndyCar race 2 weeks ago, so, and stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night, so, you know, I'm good to go.
You are good to go. And you got a great, excuse me, got a great day to look forward to as well. You're off to the Quail now, I think.
Oh, yeah, and, you know, this is another treat. Yeah. I didn't even know what the Quail was, but it is going to be amazing. So it's just so much fun. I hope that we continue. I think I heard that they're going to continue to do this event going forward. So it would really be cool. I love to come back.
Mark, thanks for talking to us. You're a busy man, but we do appreciate your time. It's just been an honor, and enjoy your weekend, sir.
Thank you.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Rolex Reunion, the 51st running of this prestigious event, and it doesn't get much better. You could argue that this is the biggest event on the West Coast, the biggest event for historics in America, if not the world. Been going longer than even Goodwood. I know I'm going to be straight to hell for that one, but I'm sorry, folks. This Englishman has put his flag where he belongs, and I belong right here, enjoying every moment of this. And it is a celebration not just of American history, but also it shows how the Americans have given such provenance and respect to what the Europeans, the Japanese, and the rest of the world has brought to America. And they built on it, they've made their own specials, and they are a huge part of the history of racing worldwide. And we are celebrating it this weekend, and I'm delighted to be welcomed in the booth with, I don't know if they'll agree with that last statement or not, but a few Americans, including Carrie Eisenlaw, who's been with us before, Jeff Weisard, whose son is racing in this. Yes, it is your son that's racing in this. And Casey Mollett, who is also here with us. Welcome, gentlemen. First of all, let's talk about your son. How's he getting on? What's he in, and what should we be looking for?
Jonathan, he's driving one of our cars. Ben is. He's 26. He He's been around racing for a long time. We're a 3-generation family doing this. My dad, Herb, and Rose are sitting back home watching this very telecast.
Hi,
right
Herb and
now.
Rose.
So hi, Mom and Dad.
There you go.
Grandma and Grandpa.
My dad's watching too, so hi, Mom and Dad.
Awesome. Anyway, Ben is driving our Glockler Porsche, 1952 Glockler Porsche.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
The Glockler was a guy from Germany. It was a Frankfurt, Germany VW dealer post-war, and he decided that he was going to be the first one to hot rod Porsches for racing purposes. You know, Porsche really got their start in 1948, post-war, and he took early, pre-A 356 model Porsches and lightened everything. You know, drilled holes in everything, put aluminum bodies on them, and still had small engines, 1.5 liter engines. But because they were so light, they were really good on the brakes, really good in handling, and they were giant killers. You know, they would beat cars with sometimes twice the power because of their nimbleness, right? So anyway, this is one of 7 that Glockler built. This is number 3, Glockler number 3, and Ben's been doing a great job driving it. It's not a really fast car in a straight line. It's got 60 horsepower, but it only weighs 1,100 pounds. So it's fun to watch him under braking in the corners. Sometimes he surprises some guys with more powerful cars, and he's gotten to be very smooth. I'm glad that he got to learn in what is the stereotypical momentum car. You have to be very smooth because every time you turn the steering wheel on that thing, you're scrubbing speed, and you can't get it back with bonus horsepower. So it should be fun to watch him. He's starting pretty far back, but he's aggressive. He'll be giving it his all, and we enjoy doing it as a family and watching him do his thing.
Yeah, and we're just having a slight delay on track. I think they're clearing up some debris that's from the previous display. But this is the John Morton Trophy coming up. But it gives us a chance to talk next to Casey. Casey, obviously interested in this group, but what's your background to this event?
To this exact event, it's kind of an interesting thing. John Morton, who the race is named for, is a friend, a very good friend. And when I was in college and the Datsun 240Z first came out, I saw the article in Road and Track. So John was sort of a hero of mine, and it got me interested in Datsun automobiles.
Sure.
And I started racing in 1975 in a Datsun Z car, and its serial number was 116. It was actually a 1969 Datsun Z car. Many of these roadsters that are out here today started out light as 1,500 cc engines. And I would assume that most of them are running today 1600s or 2 liters. And John actually drove a 2-liter Datsun in C production. They were originally D production in SCCA racing. But to get their points to go back to Road Atlanta in the national championship in the Z car, he had to drive the Roadster for the first part of the season in SCCA racing.
Interesting, and we are looking at the schedule, and as you can see, if you look at Group 12 John Morton Trophy, that's what we're talking about. 1955 to 1967 SCCA small displacement production cars. That's what it's all about. Coming up, we have Scott Pruitt, Legends of Endurance, Race 1, and we spoke to Scott earlier. Hurley Haywood, another one of the greats, American race. Peter Gregg, these are all just household names here in the USA for racing. And we finish off the day with 2 of the greats, Parnelli Jones and Dan Gurney represented. But let's talk more about John Morton, because he was teamed up with Ken Miles. Ken Miles, it was Carroll Shelby who put them together, and Ken Miles, we've already had his group. And I love the fact, would you agree, that, and I'll bring in Carrie here, but would you agree that, having names that aren't as household names outside. I mean, everybody in the world knows who Mario Andretti is. John Morton and Ken Miles, perhaps not. Now, Ford versus Ferrari made Ken a bit more famous and so on. But I love the fact that this event particularly celebrates not just the drivers, not just the cars, but the guys who innovated as well.
Yeah, and those guys were huge in the background because they weren't necessarily driving the fastest cars out there at the time. But all of this was the back support, which brought drivers up at the time, where kids start now with go-karts. They used to start back in the B production, C production classes and stuff like that. And these guys were really heroes of the time, and you don't hear quite as much as if they didn't win Le Mans at the time if they weren't a Carroll Shelby or something like that, who are all great people. But there's a lot of people who've helped put this together. These are some of the names that it's great to do, and I look at even myself. And back in the day, I raced when Scott Pruitt was out there, and I can relate directly to that. And he was miles ahead of me, type thing. But it's like you go, wow, I remember these people, and I think a lot of the people here remember these names when they might not be household names, and this helps bring the history up, and that's what it was about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like going to a concert to see your favorite brand, and you don't often see the riggers, and you don't often see the guys putting the drums together or the guys setting up the instruments, but those guys make the show. The guys doing the lighting, the guys, I'm doing an analogy here, but you know what I mean, and I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. They aren't necessarily the people that you would turn to or know, because if you read a history book, their names aren't often mentioned, but here they are.
But when you go along with John Morton, though, and I also say that not some of the big races, John absolutely went up into the GTP cars at one time, and he drove the big cars, and John really did. Of some of the drivers here that maybe not make it quite as far, John had one of the longest histories of anybody in pro racing, starting from the very, very ground up to the very end with the GTP cars. I think one of the Nissan GTP cars is here today that will be running in the later on this afternoon.
Yeah, he raced in 5,000 Can-Am.
Yeah.
9 times a 24-hour Le Mans class winner. That's not a bad icon, and did a little bit of Indy as well. So
John's done it all.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
Yeah. Yeah. And did a lot of testing for some of the people and stuff like that back in the early days. John did all kinds of different driving. So,
but he really made a name for himself originally in largely this track as part of the early Trans Am series in the Datsun 510. That's why he's my hero, because growing up, that was my first car, and that was a cheap car to hot rod, and watching him drive it was inspiring to guys my age. I'm 64, and John's about 20 years older than that. And I remember coming to the 71 Trans Am race that was a support race for the Can-Am that year here, and John and Horst Queck in the Alpha came down to the last race of the year. It was the last race of that season. Virtually tied for the championship lead. Whoever won the race or finished ahead of the other guy was going to be the champion. And it was back and forth. I'll never forget watching those guys go through the trade in the lead, back and forth through the corkscrew every lap after lap. And Horst ended up finishing first on the road in that race. But after the finish, it was found that his fuel tank was larger than was legally permissible, and he was disqualified. John got the points for the win and won the championship, and I couldn't have been happier, but that was really what put him on the map, wouldn't you say, guys? I mean, Casey, you're a Datsun guy.
In a professional series, that's absolutely correct. But primarily, a lot of people know him for the Z cars, because he was the first national champion in 1970 in a Datsun 280 or 240Z, excuse me. And it was hard. They almost did not qualify for the runoffs. And when I mentioned about running the Roadster, they had to get their points, and they barely made it to the runoffs, which was a real challenge for them. And people don't probably know this. John was a fabricator as well.
Okay.
And he actually figured out the problem not only in the early 240Zs, and we probably shouldn't talk about them too much because this is a different race group, but they had a vibration problem with the crankshafts. And they finally got that figured out. But then they were having an oiling problem, and they would starve the bottom end. And John came up with the design of the oil pan for the wet sump engines that you see in almost every single 240, 280Z to this day, and 260Zs, and the racing cars. And that was his design.
Interesting.
He actually worked for Shelby as a small fabricator in the late 60s.
What a thrill that must have been. I mean, you never realize it when you're in the moment. But to be at the center of the planet in motor racing terms, to be working with Carroll Shelby.
Well, it was very interesting. As a child, Shelby, he used to be down in Culver City on Hot Rod Row. Dick Goldstrand was down there, and it was all lined up there. Dewey Weber had a surf shop there. and it was right almost in line with Howard Hughes' airport that they had down there, right below Loyola Marymount University. And then when he started doing more of the Ford projects with the GT350, the Mustangs, and things like that, he got a huge hangar. And if you went to the end of Imperial Boulevard and looked over to the right, which was LAX, that's where his hangar was. It was huge. And they used to have all these Mustangs lined up. There must have been hundreds of them out there. And that's when, in the movie, in Ford versus Ferrari, you see them on the airport.
Yeah, you do.
They didn't film it there, but
that's what it
you
was
get the
presented,
idea,
yeah.
and that's how it was, yes. So it looks like the race is
Well,
about
we
ready to
finally
begin.
got some movement on track. It is, as you can see, by Rolex time, 2:10, and we've got some great guests here as we celebrate the next group, which is the John Morton Trophy. And guys, what I like about this, and Carrie, talk to this for a moment. I like this group because we've been talking about the British and European invasion into America, and then the evolution of the, the specials. But here, now we have the rise of Japan joining the fray, as it were, and this group really represents that battle, whereby you've got Porsches, you've got Datsuns, you've got MGs still going, Austin Healey, and so many, and Lotus, obviously. But that's what I like about this. This is when Japan came to the game, and the West Coast was actually the perfect place for the Japanese to import and get in the game of race on Sunday, buy on Monday.
Yeah.
Group 12 it is. Oh, there's some beautiful cars here. We'll pick some out if you want to, boys.
Looks like we have an Aston out there too. Or I need to look at the list.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a 67 Datsun 311 we were just looking at. Triumph TR4 from 61. Now, here's a good story for you. That there's an Alfa Romeo TZ from 1964 driven by Mannix Delineus, who has the amazing story of being in that car 51 years ago at the first ever Rolex Monterey Reunion. Wow. And he's still here, and he's still racing it.
That's impressive.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that story. I think that's just fantastic. So he's in this group. But, this is just...
Steve McCord's got the only 911 looking car out there, and that's actually a 901, which they only made a few hundred of those at first, and then because of a lawsuit, it was Peugeot had a car that was 901, and so Porsche had to change the name to 911. And so
well, that did okay though as a name.
Yeah. And so he came back, and so one of those, the car out there, the only one that you see, it looks like a 911, is truly a 901. That's a very, very rare car.
Nice shot there coming down from... Can you take that outside line when you're racing? They take it here and obviously as we go on the warm-up, but is it a line that you can take or not?
Well, I've noticed when I'm in my GTU car and a GTP car comes past, he can pass me anywhere
he
there.
wants. Okay.
That happened to me yesterday too. I had a sports racing car go around the outside of the bottom of that's turn 8A, technically the bottom of the corkscrew, and that I don't often get caught by surprise, but that did catch me by surprise.
Quick look at the 491 of Alec Hugo in the 356B. That's one of my favorite cars, the 356 Porsche.
And this should be a pretty good race because you've got fairly equally matched cars all the way through, where they're not having to have big cars with little cars and stuff. So this is going to be an exciting race.
Pure racing then, as we go for our first lap of the John Morton Trophy. The first time these guys have been in action today, and they'll get another run at it tomorrow. But away we go. Group 12 underway. Green flag waves. And just a reminder, 1955 to 1967, SCCA, small displacement production cars, and as we've mentioned, a real smorgasbord from around the world. And look at them all diving into Andretti. Boy, it's close quarters for these beautiful historic cars, but they know what they're doing.
4 abreast going into
I love it.
Yeah.
I think old Cameron Healy's going to be a tough one to beat, though. That Cooper Porsche, better known as a pooper.
Yep. He was up here talking about it earlier.
Really quick, and he knows it really well.
When I first heard of a Pooper, I was like, what on earth? And then, of course, it makes total sense, Porsche and Cooper. Yeah, I get it. But the first entrance, I was like, oh, what's going on with that all about?
Must be an American thing.
It must be an American thing.
Gunnar Jeanette, though, in that number 77 Carrera GT Speedster, the white car.
Yeah. Well, Gunnar's fairly handy in any car.
He's a professional driver,
yeah.
and he'd be my dark horse for this one after Cameron.
171 going through our shot there. That's Kevin Adair in the Austin Healey 3000. Always a big fan of the Austin Healeys. Through goes the 4 of Bill Lyon in the RS60 Spider. Well, we expect some good racing, but it's already spreading out quickly here in Group 12. There's the 4 being chased by the 491. We've already mentioned him, Alec Hugo, in that 356B. And many of these cars have appeared at this event over the years. As we said, the first event had 66 cars. This event, over 430. And not everybody makes it. Had Bill Warner up here earlier in the weekend and just talking about, hey, it's got to be right. You can't just, you can't just bring something in and get away with it here.
It's still pretty good class here too. We got 36 cars out there.
Yeah.
So this is a large class, and they got some great cars out there.
Yeah, Gunnar Jeanette's car from 1958, Carrera GT Speedster.
That's a Miles Collier Revs Institute,
yes,
part of their collection, and as you know, he's
part of that. Yeah.
He's one of the preeminent collectors of Porsche racing cars in the world, and good on him for bringing them out here and running them hard with Gunnar. He definitely gets 110% out of whatever he drives. So you're not just seeing an exhibition with him. He's driving it as quick as they would have run in the day.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. I think if you pull that off of a weekend with no damage and no incidents, that's pretty good going. Because this isn't an easy track. It's a technical track. It's not for the faint-hearted. You've got to know what you're doing. And like you say, they're not particularly holding back, that's for sure. We saw a Formula One race earlier, and there was all sorts of shenanigans, and we love it. That's what it's all about.
There you go. He came down there, the speedster coming through the corkscrew, and you could see his hands going from one to the other. Yeah, he's working it hard, man. There might be not a lot of huge horsepower out there, but boy, they're still driving the wheels off these things.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Hagen, that is.
It's all controlled slides on the skinny tires, yep.
Yeah.
Notice Ransom Webster's out there as well in a Bath Carrera from 1960. Yeah, that's good. I recognize a lot of the names over many years of historic racing. And, there's some pretty good names out there that know what they're doing.
And there's a little difference there when Ranson gets out of this car, then the next race after this, he gets in his 935. Just a little difference there.
Just slightly.
Yeah.
Kevin Adair going through shot in that Austin Healey from 1959, leading this group into Andretti. And there's the 54 of Glenn Myers, who's also been in action already in another 1960 356 Porsche.
Pretty good group there, 4 guys running pretty close. Coming through turn 4 right there.
Nakamura is another one that's been at this event many times before. I recognize the name. Hiroki Nakamura. He's got a Lotus Elan 26R, and obviously a Japanese name, but I'm sure he's a California man. But interesting to see what cars they choose to race, given that we have Japanese manufacturers out there today. Great to have Honda here with that Williams. Oh, somebody's smoking.
See some smoke out there coming up the hill near 6. Hopefully he won't lay down oil. So
yeah.
That's a fast turn.
Yeah, you don't want to be stuck up there. Yeah, you forget. It's only since the sort of emergence of drones that we've seen that drop-off in its kind of glory, as it were. Because before, with the track cameras, you never saw over the hill, did you?
Yeah. Yeah, some of the ground level shots do give you a good feel for the elevation change here. That sometimes that's hard to see on television.
But also, from a commentary point of view, you get a much better idea of turn 10 and 11. I hadn't realized just how tight they were. I've gone round the track, but that's different than watching it and seeing how late you need to brake. I hadn't realized how tight 11 really truly is, and how easy it is to make a mistake by either going too wide or going too far to the inside and losing the drive. And that battle continues. 718 of Daniel Schwartz in a Turner 950S from 1958. Answers on a postcard. Anybody know the Turner 950? Nope. It stumped us all. And I thought I had my A-class in the game. Yeah. Cameron Healy leading the way, as predicted, though, from Nakamura. And Andrew Larson in third place. Bill Lyon.
The Turner's going underneath him in turn 5.
Underneath it. Yep.
There you go. That was turn 4.
Turn 4, yeah.
Sorry.
Now, they've made some... Have they done something to 5? They were talking about that, some of the upgrades they've done. Is that...
It drives the same. When I was out there, I
Right.
haven't looked to see if they did much else, so they didn't really change anything. I don't think
They
huge,
put some.
but I think they get better runoff.
They paved beyond the exit curbing.
Okay.
So you can actually make a wider radius on the exit of that corner, but there is some peril in doing that because it's off camber there if you go too crazy.
And the 55 going through shot again. Frank Altamura in that Super 90 GT from 62. Simple but elegant.
The center steer car is really a cool deal.
Yeah.
There are very few of those that were made, but that's a beautiful car.
What's the reasoning behind? I mean, I know production cars were two-seaters, but what was the reasoning why you wouldn't have more center?
Center steer cars on the street. Well, the problem is where do you seat everybody? So you want to have 2 seats in there, and it's harder to get in and out of. But for weight distribution and everything else in a race car, it's absolutely the way you want to go.
Sure.
But it's just not practical, I don't think, and especially back in these times, everything was kind of about, it was after the war and stuff, of making something cool but still practical.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's a one-person car.
And wasn't that a converted open-wheel single-seater, Kerry? That was a Cooper. I'm not sure it was a Formula 2 or 3 car, but
I believe so. And then, but Porsche also did, correct me if I'm something like an RS60.
Yeah, RSK center steer. It was a convertible.
Yeah.
You could have converted it in the day to center steer for Formula 2 purposes, and then GT configuration for sports car racing.
Now, who's this kid, Ben Weiser?
Yeah, we recognize.
How's he getting on,
guy.
Dad? He's in the thick of it, I'll say that.
Oh, yeah, he's getting lapped, but he's going by can't tell what that is.
He's 26?
26.
I love it. It's great that he wants to do this, because I'm always amazed. I went into the crowd at lunchtime, and does it not surprise you how many youngsters are still interested in a sport that we're celebrating of over 100 years? We're all codgers. But,
most of them are more turned on by the high horsepower stuff. But
yeah, sure.
You gotta start with the. If you understand the history of motor racing, I think you can appreciate driving faster cars when you get the opportunity to do it.
I'll tell you what. Instead of going to castles when I was a kid or museums like the British Museum, I would have less yawned and less been mischievous had they taken me to a real museum on wheels. I'd have been hooked much earlier.
When did your interest start in motorsports?
Well, I was telling the story earlier. My dad's best man was Brian Redmond, so that puts it all in perspective.
That's a start.
I never raced, but we followed Brian's career, obviously. And I was at Brands Hatch at Prix, and he was, mid-70s, and at the height of his. I actually brought him back to. I went to Le Mans with him as a guest, and sort of when Aston Martin went back to Le Mans, Brian was asked to drive the car, and I'll never forget it. It was one of those special moments. He never won Le Mans, but boy did he figure.
Fair to say though, it's in your blood.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. My dad did a bit of rallying, but not to any level. But Brian was who we followed, and he was just fantastic.
Yeah, great guy.
And I know James was his best man at his wedding. He's tuning in, so good afternoon, the Redmonds. Good to have you. on board and watching, and we're enjoying every moment of this historic race weekend. And as we said before, it's not just a race weekend. We have the Prix reunion, and this is the racing part, but we've also got the Concours d'Elegance and the auctions. Gosh, how many people? I was staggered to hear that the regular population of Monterey is like 26,000. Probably Carmel's not that big by the sea. So it really is taken over. There must be 100,000 people here.
Yeah, or more. Most of the hotels for 50 miles are full.
Amazing. Well,
there's the head. Love that.
I love that. There you get. That's a beautiful shot of showing you how you drive one of these cars, and it shows you the inputs are so much more than a modern car, aren't they? I mean, you really are. They talk about wheeling a car well. You see it there in the 191 of Andrew Larson at the 356 Speedster.
Yeah.
There you go.
And the newer cars, it's much more about being smooth. With the older cars, you can pitch them into a turn and drive them through the thing, and it's a lot of fun. That's why I have some of the older ones myself still, because the new ones, sometimes you lose that fun feeling, of the visceral feeling of what the car's really doing, and feeling the tires on the ground. And you just don't feel that with all the power stuff, the ABS, the power steering, and it's all great, but these old cars, you really feel what driving's about.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I've got Jensen Button coming in here tomorrow, and I'm just very interested to hear his take on driving historic cars versus what he drives in WEC, and of course for what he did in Formula One, and also get his take on someone like Jensen Button, because he's still on Max Verstappen, because I would hazard a guess that someone like Max would really enjoy driving older cars, simply because we talk about the mastery of what he does in a car and how nobody else can drive the Red Bull and all this sort of stuff. Is it not more the case that he's just got that feel, an adjustment per millisecond almost?
Got something.
He's got a feel that no one else has, and that's why he can set up a car and can keep it under control, even though it's moving underneath him, and that might shake a few people to not drive as well. Whereas he's just a natural. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, some of that stuff is hard to learn. I mean, you have to have some of that natural ability. Then you get the education behind it. You put the two together, and you're a weapon.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly seeing a nice little demonstration here by Mr. Larson, as Andrew Larson, in that 1956 356A Speedster, is absolutely hooning away down, carving through the asphalt that is Laguna Seca, with a few facelifts from previous years and a big future ahead of it. They signed a massive deal for the leasehold on the property last year, and it just seems to be an air of real anticipation here at Laguna, and the new president, Mel Harder, here, and new members to the team, but the event just goes from strength to strength.
Bigger and better. Keep growing.
Number 4 is Bill Lyon in R60 Spider. Just got a quick glimpse of him. That's a 1960. Heading down the corkscrew.
That's a multi-generational racing outfit too. Bill's father was General William Lyon, military general who became a fantastic businessman. He was actually a real estate developer, residential real estate developer in Orange County, Southern California. And he passed his love of cars and his collection on to Bill, and Bill's done a wonderful job, especially with the sports cars, and most notably Porsches.
Interesting. Yeah, I love the backstories. I love where people come from to get into racing, and it does take all sorts of people, different people from different walks of life, and to arrive at the same destination and to be part of this community.
All comes from that four-wheel passion.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful car. RS60, I believe that is.
So, lap and a half to go. Cameron Healy putting the car through its paces. Cameron here in the booth just about an hour ago. I was looking forward to this. And this car successfully competed in SCCA in the Midwest from 1953 onwards under the original ownership of Tippy LPA, the Pooper had much success in the mid and late 50s, including winning at Cumberland in 1955, beating the Porsche factory team. They wouldn't have liked that much.
George Fulmer made his name in a Pooper. Not that particular car, but one like it.
His nephew out here racing this week, I believe, George Fulmer. Of course, one of the greats of Trans Am.
The white flag going, so we got one more lap.
Yep.
And we're going from there.
Trans Am's historic will be coming up very soon.
I think then all three of us are going to go jump in some cars and
all right.
go out there ourselves.
So
right
which
after
group?
this.
Tell me what you're in the. So tell me what you're in, Carrie.
Well, I'm going back out. I'm going to mess up the deals, but I'm going to be in the Trans Am group.
Good.
I'll be in one of the Diatley Budweiser Camaros.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to run that, and then I jump out of that immediately, and I get into my GTU Porsche 911 in the next group right after that one. So
keep Tommy Dreesy at bay. He's living on cloud 9 now. He's at Jensen Button to race against.
Yeah, Tommy can drive. Boy, he's been doing a great
he's a good
job.
friend.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get him up here at some point.
Yeah, we do that. And then Casey's going to be in a 280ZX, which is his original car that he raced back in the IMSA days.
Right.
He built the car himself. And the short little bit on that is that's how we met. I purchased that car from him. Then I raced it, and then he purchased it back, and it's back restored again from the original builder. And now he said, if I'm the original builder and driver, I guess I got to drive it again. So he's here this weekend, and he's going to drive it again.
How is it? The car's doing well. It has a 40-year-old engine, original Frank Leary engine, and the number 43 280ZX Turbo is Frank Leary's car. Frank Leary did my engines back in the day, and I was very fortunate to finish third here in 1983 in that car.
Wow, well done. That's pretty impressive. That's a good span.
A good podium with the car in the IMSA race.
Well, gents, I'll let you go because Cameron Healy is going to take the checkered flag as anticipated in the 55X. And quite a good display of racing once again. And Hiroki Nakamura will take second place in the number 43. Well done to him. And he's, of course, in that Lotus Elan 26R. I haven't seen much of that, but the John Morton Trophy, race one, won by Cameron Healy. And in third place, it's Andrew Larson, who we did get quite a little bit of time with in that 356 Ace. And a little further down, Mendelowitz, Hugo Freestone, Kevin Adair, Myers just behind, and rounding out the top 10, Chris Mayring. Well, great to have three drivers and three guys that are taking part literally in a few moments' time as we have 4 more groups to go here in the day, so don't go anywhere wherever you're tuning in around the world. I hope you're enjoying this fabulous festival, if you will, of speed. Scott Pruitt's Legends of Endurance coming up, Hurley Haywood's Trophy Race 1, and then the Peter Gregg IMSA group coming up. Then Trans Am Historic, and if you've not seen that, the Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy will be a cracker, and we finish off the day with a saloon car endurance race, which is always fun here. That's probably the highlight of day one, and it always throws up some great racing. The Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy Endurance Race. Confirmation of the results then for Group 12. Cameron Healy with the win in the Cooper Porsche Pooper. The Cooper Pooper. Love it. Nakamura in the Lotus Elan 26R. And then Andrew Larson in that 356A Speedster. Then Bill Lyon, Phil Mendelowitz in the Datsun. Then the Porsche 356B of Alec Hugo. Paul Freestone in the Austin Healey. And another Austin Healey from 59, this time Kevin Adair. And ninth goes to Glenn Myers in the 356 from 60, and Chris Mayring in another Porsche from 1956, 356 Speedster. And if you're just tuning in, don't forget, plenty more coming up tomorrow, all the groups, each of them getting 2 races of the weekend. Now, I mentioned a very famous driver for Honda recently, and still racing in Indy. Well, he only does the 500 these days, but he's as fast as he ever was. I met him as a young 16-year-old at Macau, and he's done quite a lot since. Takuma Sato. He's with Kev.
Well, you got to love this, haven't you? I've just walked into the garage here with Honda, and Takuma Sato's here. Takuma, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. But this is a car that I grew up watching on the television. I'm pleased to say you did too. It's as famous as, well, it's as famous as Nigel Mansell himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, my smile can tell everything, right? This is the original car, back in 1986. And the Williams Heritage actually restored the car a couple of months ago. Okay. And Nigel himself drove it in Goodwood a couple of weeks ago. So this is the one. Right. So the engine, of course, is carefully built by Honda. Yeah. Of course, as you know, the Honda correction hole keeping the car so beautifully. Yeah. I mean, this is just a phenomenal experience. Particularly Laguna Seca. This is one of the historical racetrack. And I can see the old crowd was cheering, and there's so much big smile, and so did I. This is amazing experience.
And is this the first time that you've driven this car, been behind the wheel of it?
Yeah, specifically this car is the very first time. And I drove it very similar to the age of the Formula One car. I'm fortunate enough to drive from a Honda RA272, which is a 1960s car, 70s and 80s, 90s as well, like a McLaren 444, 546 as well. But this car is just beyond your imagination, because when actually there were the low levels, the engine's trying to hanging like this, but then when you actually boost it, it's like explosion. The power and the torque delivery. I mean, this is 12,000 RPM with 1,200 brake horsepower, with only I think 500 some kilos. It's just phenomenal.
It's so lightweight. That horsepower, that power to weight ratio is incredible in the cars of this size, and it makes you realise how the cars are developed. And when you go and look at them now on the grass over there, the development's incredible, isn't it?
It's incredible. Obviously, the safety comes first. So with today's Formula car or any racing, it's a lot safer due to that. It's got more heavy protection. But this time, I fully respect all the drivers doing this. With the Monte Carlo to Spa-Francorchamps to Suzuka to obviously Monterey wasn't actually on this car for the race day, but I could imagine all those drivers giving the 100% with this time. It's unbelievable.
Brave drivers, brave guys.
Absolutely. Same as you, I was 10 years old boy when actually this car was racing, and that was just a lifetime experience. You just never forgot the moment. No. I couldn't believe I drove it in the cockpit. The sounds and the vibration and the energy is just everything. It's just amazing, the experience.
This is one of the great things about the Rolex, and when you chat to racing drivers, you suddenly realise, you look into their eyes, they're all just fans too, right? You've driven all kinds of things. You've raced Formula One. You've won in Indianapolis, but you've just got out of this, and you're beaming. You're like a small boy again.
Absolutely. This is like an early Christmas present for me. It's so privileged. So proud and so fortunate. And I'd like to say everyone big thank you to make this happen, and all the stuff. Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, and well done to the guys at Honda, as I've been reading, and it's like without racing there would be no Honda. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
It is about the heritage. It is about histories, and this is so prestigious to actually be able to run it on the full rev, on the full throttle. I'm very lucky.
Takuma, thanks for talking to us. What are you doing for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the day?
Well, enjoy the weekend, of course, and we still have an opportunity to driving tomorrow on this one, Sunday, 2:30ish, I believe, and hopefully everyone can enjoy it and have a great time.
There you go. Thanks ever so much. Always a pleasure. If you're watching us on the live stream on Saturday, he's doing it again on Sunday. What a car.
You forget sometimes just how much racing drivers become the boyhood wonderment that they had. Literally, him in his 40s, still there. It's on track now, doing a little demonstration. That's the Castrol Jaguar, another famous car. The number 61. XJR9, Castrol Racing. Sold at Sotheby's and was the 24-hour of Daytona winner. And beautiful car. And yes, if you were around in the late 80s, early 90s, it was a great era for sports car racing, and I happened to attend Le Mans a few times in that era. I mentioned Brian Redman, that's why I was there, but some of the cars, there's a Mazda here too, the Screaming Mazda, as we used to call it. See that demoed later in the weekend, but familiar faces, familiar names, familiar colours. Those Castrol colours and the silk cut Jaguars, of course, no one will forget. So, yeah, it's great to have these sorts of cars back in their originality and worth millions, over 2.5 million, I believe this car itself is worth for its history. As it pops back in safely. Not quite sure who's at the wheel of that, but it doesn't matter. Tom Walkinshaw Racing Limited from Kidlington in Oxford. We used to live in Banbury, so made just down the road, a piece from where I grew up. So, as we look down on the new bridge for WeatherTech and Mission Foods, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your input into Laguna. But like Borchetta, he's put a lot of time and energy into sponsoring racing, and it's great to have them on board. We'll take a short break from the Rolex Reunion. We'll have more after this break.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful afternoon here in California. We're celebrating 51 years of this prestigious event, and I'm joined in the booth, and we're keeping them rolling in, and I like to have them fresh off the track. And we just watched Ed Hugo go around in his Porsche. He was the number 164. We got quite a lot of shots of you. How was it out there?
Thank you. It was great, and I've got to give a shout out to Daniel Schwartz in the 718 Turner. He and I had a great race, and it makes it so much better when you're with somebody as opposed to just doing hot laps alone.
Yeah, people forget historic racing isn't all about who comes first and second. It's about how much fun you have out there, and it doesn't matter whether you're 21st or third. If you get in a battle, that's what it's all about.
I'd like to get in a battle with Cameron Healy, but he's
a little faster.
He is a little faster, and I'm trying to battle with my older son, Alec Hugo, who's in the 1962 356, the black one with the gold 491, but he's also a bit quicker than I am. But I'm working on it.
So you've brought them into the world of racing. Did they come kicking and screaming, or was it a natural progression?
Oh, no.
Dad?
Oh, no. I came kicking and screaming, but it was through my lovely wife, Heidi. They came willingly and voluntarily.
Okay.
I was late to the show.
How did your wife get you into racing? That's rare.
It is. So we live in Mill Valley, which is about 20 minutes south of Sonoma Raceway, which I refer to as Sears Point. And for a birthday present, she gave me a introductory track day certificate. So I, of course, immediately turned that into a 3-day driving school certificate, and there it was.
That is a familiar story. My partner in business did exactly that with Skip Barber. His wife bought him a time of, doing that, and now he's involved all the way to Formula One in broadcasting. And so you got to love that. I think that's great.
It is, and I mean, as great as this is, we have a lot of downtime, so it's really great to be able to do it with my sons. I got to give a shout out to the 92 Viper. I have a 2008, which doesn't compete with that one, but I love that car.
Well, we're going to go through quite a few as we look down at the Audi and another Porsche, but this is a great group. This is the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup, and it involves cars from 91 to 2011. That's IMSA, ALMS, and Grand Am, and of course includes the FIA, and of course the other three all being American. The FIA, of course, a world a world division, if you will. But that really does give us quite a lot to talk about when you consider that we've got ALMS, IMSA, and Grand Am. And I've got some great cars here.
I'll show you a picture of Mike Viper in front of Ruby Tuesday there.
Yeah.
Of course, he was laughing me, but it depends on... the photographer's prerogative to see who's in front.
Exactly. It's all interpretation. Yeah, that Ruby Tuesday, that's the Porsche Riley Daytona prototype. Mark X1.
And he was just a host for SVRA. I was there in my Miata and got to meet him.
That's the beauty of racing. It doesn't matter whether you're in a Miata or a big endurance race car. It's just as much fun.
It absolutely is. When you're inside the car, you don't see that you're in a Miata. You're just looking through the windshield and driving.
So what's your history of racing? You've already mentioned how you got into it, but what about historics themselves?
So I got into it late, which is bad because I'm not as good as I'd like to be, and I blame that on my late start, of course, because everybody needs an excuse. But my first car was a 1966 big block Corvette because I thought I always wanted one. I learned that I was not a good driver, and that car was not a good car. It was like 500 horsepower. They were perfect on a drag strip, but turning was an issue.
Now, we don't have a camera in the car in the booth, but I'll set the scene. Ed's in a pure Sparco black suit, but what really takes the biscuit is those shoes. He's got Alpine Star, American colored flag Alpine Star boots. Love it.
Thank you.
Perfect for the occasion.
Guess who picked him out? I actually did, and Santa Claus brought matching sets for myself and my two sons.
Oh, what a Christmas. All right, let's get ready for a bit of Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup. The pace car pulls off. We've got a full field. Boy, look at this field. Massive field. And it just shows you, I mentioned over 400 cars here this weekend, and this is one of the biggest fields. And listen to that roar. Away they go then. 91 to 211. IMSA, ALMS, Grand Am, and FIA cars all invited to this one.
Oh!
A little touch maybe into Andretti there by the Audi, but we'll let it go.
That was a shove turn. That wasn't quite polite. There they go.
So, Ed, I know you know plenty of these guys out here, or at least the cars, but you've got to know what you're doing to drive one of these cars.
It's a lot of car and a lot of speed, and this is such a beautiful track with the elevation changes and the turns that you go through all the gears, and you certainly use the brakes.
Keith Fresser in the Zytec LMP1 2009, taking the lead early on. In the 73, just going through shot, that's Patrick Lindsay. Notice that Mike Skeen is on the board with Dave Roberts in that third place car. And so some and also some interesting names you might have heard of. Marino Franchitti and Dario Franchitti sharing the number 33. Now, that's interesting. There's some really interesting drivers out there. I remember looking last night, and I hadn't noticed. You've got your usual suspects, like your Martin Laubers and a few others, but it's not often we get the Franchitti brothers out.
That's great. It looks like Martin's sharing a car with Doug Mockett. I met Martin in 2009 at the La Carrera Panamericana, despite the fact he lives in Tiburon. We're almost neighbors. Met Doug Mockett there as well. Viper moving.
Yep.
I'm not biased, but I do like that Viper.
Freshat still leading the way in the number 20. Jim Davenport moving up to second place in the Orica 03 from 2011. What else have we got out here? That Audi that we saw getting a little too close for comfort is 2014 R8 GTM. Bruce Leeson at the wheel, and we just mentioned Martin Lauber. He's in the 997 Porsche from 2009. Another Viper out there. Actually, as well as the Viper, I should say, there's a Panos GTR. Another long front, very similar looking in many ways.
Oh, no, I take offense at that.
I knew you would.
That was a low blow to all Viper owners.
I know.
The Pinot does not look like a Viper.
I have this Viper discussion with my friend in Trans Am who drives a Viper. And he swears by it. He won't leave it. He tried to do some TA2 racing, I forgot his name for a second, but he loves the Viper. Big power, all grunt in a straight line. He loves places like Sebring.
You know, it really is a big Miata. It can handle, though, as well, with a good driver, which I'm not, but it really can handle, and it's predictable. It's not like a GT3 where the back will snap around if you back off or just don't behave yourself through the corners.
Another one to look out for, and another famous car out there, the SunTrust, the 2005 Riley and Scott Daytona prototype. And John McKenna at the wheel, currently in fourth position now. David Roberts, Mike Skeen's car going up to third now. Yeah, McKenna just in fourth. Harvey, Lindsay, Keane, Griot and Miller in eighth position. Moulin and Seagal. So Seagal in 10th position. So take our first look at the 555.
That's be the triple nickel.
With triple nickel, there you go. The Ferrari 458. 2014. Bill Sweedler at the wheel of that. Another very good racing driver. Yeah, massive entry for this. This is great.
The SunTrust livery is just iconic. It's really great to see it out here.
Through goes 33. It's Colin Doherty in the 997 GT3 Cup car. Howard Swig also out there. He's just been in action, so busy boys you are. And you might have heard of the guy in the 2011 Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. Look out for the number 11, a certain Jensen Button. He's having a busy day.
Is that the flat black car?
It's the Hertz Porsche GT3. It's the what?
I called it the flat black car. The Blingmobile.
The Blingmobile. I like it. BMW coming into shot now out of 11. Now, who does your eagle eye? Spencer Trenere is another recognized name for me. He's with Howard Swig, but they're down in 23rd position. But Spencer's another popular figure. Franchitti's currently in 14th position. And Florent Moulin currently 9th. Nick Griot in his, third run of the day. He's already won a couple of races.
Spencer Trennery can certainly drive.
Yes.
He's got a SunTrust livery car. Has passed me many times, sometimes in the same race many times.
What do you enjoy racing the most, besides the Viper?
Well, I have a new car to me, which is a 1962 Devon C. It was the New York Auto Show car for Bill Devon. It was purchased by a local man who drove it immediately to Pikes Peak and raced it on July 4th, 1962. So I've been restoring that. and I made it through the Prix reunion, race 1, and it's now retired for a little while, but it was really interesting to drive. Very light on the front end because the engine's in the back and it weighs about 1,200 pounds. So that was interesting. I love the Porsche 356. That's my younger son Mark's car. I haven't driven it in a long time. It's really a wonderful, wonderful car.
Well, there is Jenson Button, who is very much making the rounds in the historic field. Still at the top of his game, though. He'll be at Coda. I'll be calling the race for the World Endurance Championship at the Circuit of the Americas in a couple of weeks' time. Labor Day weekend, September 6th. And if you want to go and see Jenson and the rest of the kids do the World Championship, well worth a chance to see some of the very best. And the field now, champions like Jenson, is pretty spectacular, and he hasn't lost any of it. And I think he's actually enjoying his racing as much as ever currently. And great to have him here. And of course, he is the Rolex ambassador.
The prototype showed him no love there. He got passed on both sides.
Yeah, that car that, as we take a look at the IROC, that car of Jenson's was in the American Le Mans series in 2011. Raced at Mosport, Road America Laguna here for the 6 hours, and Sebring 12 hours, as well as Line Rock and Petit Le Mans. Of course, Petit Le Mans taking place at Road Atlanta. Kevin Estrie, Chris Cumming, and Nick Ham racing during the day. But right now in the hands of Jenson Button. Take a look at the Orcas. Yep. Lights blazing on the 3. Jim Davenport letting him know he's right there. Keith Reicher, who's led the race since the start, is struggling at the moment to hang in there. And they've got traffic ahead as well. You know, the longer I watch this track, the harder it seems that overtaking is a possibility here, especially if you've got a similar car right there with you. And you're going through traffic. Oh, big moment.
There's your not a Viper getting sideways.
Yes, not a Viper.
So my favorite car right now is my 1958 Corvette. It's Panama yellow, and I was in with the, I'll call them the later cars with things like independent rear suspension and disc brakes and big blocks. But it's a lot of fun. It really is.
Yeah, that Panos we saw get out of shape there. That's a 1997, and it went to Le Mans but DNF'd and ran the full 97 FIA season. Best finish at Sebring in 3rd, and ran a full 1988 IMSA season, winning GT1. We don't have too many Panos race here at this event. Keith still holding on to the lead as he weaves his way through traffic here.
And traffic might be the key to the pass.
Yeah. Well, we saw it in a previous race. Crafty move by Jamie Constable at the top of the corkscrew to go high and wide and use the back marker as a way of stopping his Carl Mika shadow at the time. That was a lot of fun.
I was
really good racing here.
Yeah, it's great. I was able to do the same, and the corkscrew is an interesting place to do that because when you catch the slower cars there's different lines through turn 8, and it opens the door to some good passing.
There's the 145.
Flying Lizard.
Yep. Well, that's talk about an iconic name. The Flying Lizard is one of those. He's a little further back. That's David Alvarado, 145 GT3, 997.2. Sweeler now into the top 10 in the 555. And there's TRG Kevin Buckler. I'm sure probably at the wheel of that one. Well, that's Bill Sweeler. Oh, excuse me. Get myself all in a twist. In fact, that is Tate Pritt at the wheel of that one. Is racing this weekend.
And you've got the livery right, so that's half of it.
Yeah. I've known Kevin a while. And, of course, lives down the road a piece.
Petaluma shop right near Sears Point.
Yeah. And he always races in Sonoma events. It's not easy, is it, weaving through? This is quite an intriguing battle because they're racing each other, but they're also having to race the other cars.
So see which way they go around. Same or different?
Yeah. Heading down across the main straight, over the little hill. It's much bigger than it looks. And then into Andretti.
If you haven't driven the track, the faster your car is, the more a turn one is.
Yes, yeah. It's funny, it never looks like a turn, but the faster you go, and yeah, absolutely.
If you're going 150 miles an hour over it, which they
Big
were,
old turn,
or even more, it is a turn.
Yeah, no question.
And that's one of the beauties of this track is not only are the turns, but there's elevation changes before, during, and after the turns.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I've been racing here since 1957. And as we said at the beginning of the day, if you weren't with us, we're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, which began in 1950 with the first Grand Prix at Silverstone. But so too did racing here as the Audi making another lunge. But so too did the racing here on this part of peninsula that is Monterey in the Pebble Beach road races back in the day, back in 1950. And they raced for the first 5 years there, but racing through the forest is all well and good. They used to paint the trees with white paint just so you could see the track. But that kind of got old, and when a few cars got crunched and a few people got hurt doing that kind of racing, they said, we really need our own track. And so in 1956, they started scouting out Fort Ord, I think it is, an old army base. And they leased the land and have done ever since, and have just got a new lease for another 55 years in total, but last year signed. As we take a look at the Aston Martin 277. Haven't seen too many Astons today.
It certainly seems like the track's going in the right direction with the new leadership. And, you know, they've also got the tradition. People here are great, like Ardell Lind, who takes care of all the drivers. And we're not a needy bunch, you know. We don't need to do much, but she takes care of hundreds of people.
Oh, yeah, all day long.
All day long, familiar face, really, really great.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that don't get the credit, and thank you for mentioning Ardell, because she's been, for me anyway, especially getting you guys here, fantastic, and she just loves it. And her and her husband both work on the event, and yeah, long may they continue. We're on the last lap now, and these two have been at it. Bryson Davenport the whole race as they come through Rennie for the final time. Is he going to make a lunge? Is there a lunge to make?
Tried it. He had to back out.
Turn 10, 1 to go. This has been an intriguing race. They've had to deal with both themselves racing each other.
Oh, there's traffic.
And there's still more traffic, and he gets a really good tight turn, and it's going to be nip and tuck.
Is he going to close the door?
There's the checkered flag. Who's going to take it? Oh, well, Bryson did get the gear shifts going, and he just got the hurry up there, as that was a lovely Davenport inside turn there at turn 11. Thought he might have put a show on there. He just might have got it, but he didn't quite.
He drove like a gentleman there. I think he could have closed the door with the traffic.
That was good. Well, we've had some really good racing this weekend. Well done to Robert Skeen also on the podium. Not sure whether it was Roberts or Mike Skeen that was driving the car. It won't matter. One will do the other. Tomorrow will be the other. McKenna in 4th position. Harvey in 5th. Griot and Miller in 6th place. Keane, Moulin, Sweedler and Sigel in 10th position. So are you racing again tomorrow, or are you swapping cars? What are you doing?
I have successfully not broken the 2 cars I was driving today.
That's
so
good.
Yes.
Always a good sign.
Always a good sign, so I'm hoping to race them both tomorrow.
Oh, that's great.
Right and early, as a matter of fact, 8 o'clock.
All right, well, I'll be here.
Please make sure the fog is not.
Yeah, I was going to say, we might both be looking at each other kind of forlorn, because I never understand why we start so early. I do understand why we start so early, because there's so much racing. But it's always foggy, isn't it?
Well, today was actually an exception, right, because yesterday was terrible. So it all worked out.
It did. Well, that was a fun little group. Big group. And Ed, thank you so much. And to you and your family, I hope you enjoy your race weekend here. That's been fun to have you up in the booth and especially fresh off the track.
My pleasure. Thanks for tolerating me.
Not at all. Quick check on the results then. Group 11, Scott Pruitt, Legends of Endurance, and it was Keith Fleischer in the Zytec LMP1 who took the win over the Orica 03 from 2011. And as you can see, these cars not that far apart in history in terms of 2011, 2012, 2009. So the Audi R8 almost came together at the start there with Robertson's scheme coming together with another car, but not quite touching. John McKenna taking fourth, Nick Rio and Michael Miller fifth, Taz Harvey in sixth place in the Mazda, and then Deacon Keen in the seventh place, Florent Moulin in eighth position in the Viper, Phil Swigler ninth in the Ferrari 458 Italia, and Jeff Siegel in the 10th position in the 911 from 2011. My thanks to Ed Hugo. He'll be in action tomorrow, as he says, bright and early, so come and join us wherever you're tuning in around the world. We know you are, because we've got all the lists of who's broadcasting what. So thank you for coming in, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. We're enjoying it. We'll take a short break. There's more action to come, though, from the Rolex Reunion. Stay with us.
So I've been working with Pilotti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, how about this? 75 years of Formula One displayed in fantastic style. And we're going from, what, about 1980 something back there, all the way up to 2025 that way. And 1950 onwards is on that side. The lady that's put it all together is with me now. So, Ellen, phenomenal stuff. Firstly, huge congratulations. How have you managed this? All of these cars under one roof?
With lots of help. And the owners have been so gracious to loan us their cars and very open to sharing with all the people.
When sharing them they are, let's take a little walk. So I want to make sure that we get the viewing, because I think what you've done here with the way they're displayed as well, you've really shown the evolution of design, how the cars have changed, right up to 2025 Red Bull at the end there.
Yep. We wanted to show from the beginning of Formula One, which was in 1950, up until obviously present day, and we wanted to make sure that we highlighted cars from each decade so that people could see how the cars changed.
It's phenomenal. It is, especially on this side. I mean, like kind of in the 50s, 60s, 70s, they're kind of changing to a certain degree, but it's very apparent down this side as well. And you've picked out some pretty special cars with obviously, you know, a nod to the Americans because we're here in the West Coast of California.
Yes. We wanted to make sure that we showcase the 2 American world champions, Phil Hill and Mario Andretti, and also to showcase the chassis that were built in America and raced in, in Formula One.
And the Formula One display that's been out on track has been fantastic. We've had Takuma Sato and Zach Brown here as well.
Yep.
And what I love, and you know this, you know, the cars are the stars, but it's the people and the stories. It's the people that come to these things that make the event, right?
Exactly. It's seeing their reactions to seeing cars that they saw racing when they were children or that their parents told them about, and now they get to see them in person.
Well, listen, 2025 has been awesome. This is incredible. I'm not even going to try to ask you how you might top it for 2026. Have you got an idea? Is it under wraps?
It's under wraps. I'm not allowed to say, but we are already working on it.
Well, you're going to have to work hard to beat this because I think this is awesome. Alan, thanks for talking to us, and please do enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Made my way, as you can see, up to the corkscrew then, where the wind is blowing, the sun is shining, but it's where you get to meet the real fans. I'm pleased to say Wayne, Cameron and Reed are joining me now. We've got father, son and son. And guys, great to see you. And Wayne, we were just chatting, you've been coming out to this event for years.
We've been here for about 15 years. This is about our 15th year. It's the first year for Reed.
And Reed, what do you make of it here at Laguna Seca? Are you having a fun day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cameron, this is great. Obviously, you've been instilled with a bit of automotive love from your father, and now you're doing the same for your son.
That's the goal, yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's been a Father's Day gift to him every year.
That's fantastic. And how have you seen this event change over the years in Laguna Seca, Wayne? I mean, you've been coming here for years. I mean,
we were talking about how they've improved the facility this year. Very upscale from where it used to be. Yeah. And it's about twice as costly as it was when we first started coming.
It's quite the collection of cars, though, isn't it? They do a great job. I mean, whether you're somebody this age sort of seeing it for the first time or, you know, whatever generation you're seeing cars that we all go, oh, yeah, I like that one. And it was an Austin Healey that you were working on when you were much, much younger.
Yes, I had an Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite in 1960 back in 68. And now I have a 1972 MG Midget that I just bought.
That's fantastic. And I tell you what, you won't lose your money on those things because they ain't making them ever again.
It's very true.
And Cameron, what about yourself? You're into cars, you're passing it on to Reed here?
Not as much as this guy, but, you know, I do enjoy the day out here. It's always a good time.
And what about this spectacle then of the corkscrew? This is obviously infamous all around the world, but it's a great place to come and watch, isn't it?
I mean, we're from the South Bay, and it's, you know, I grew up playing video games and doing the corkscrew, and there's nothing like coming out here and getting to see, you know, people do it live. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it really is, and you're in the right spot. So listen, thanks so much. Reed, a great day from you. Thumbs up from you?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, buddy. Have you seen a favorite car? Could you name one car or a color or what it looked like or what it sounded like? A favorite one?
Number 8, the bug-eye that you sat in.
Number 8.
Number 8, a bug-eye that he sat in. So there you go, folks. Whether you're starting out loving cars or you've been loving them for years, there's something for everyone at the Rolex. And up here at the Corkscrew, it's a great place to watch. I think, Johnny, we're going to go back to you, aren't we? Group 10 out on track next.
Thank you, Kev. Yeah, it sounded like a mini me. It sounded like a mini Kev, didn't he? Yeah, number 8. Yeah, I love it. It sounded like Kev a couple of years ago. I've been watching Kev do his karting. He literally interviews young kids like that all the time because they're coming up through the ranks. Kev having a ball out there, I'm sure. But we get ready for our next group, and that is the Hurley Haywood Trophy. And many would argue that Hurley Haywood is arguably one of the greatest from America of endurance drivers ever. He won, the Rolex Daytona 3 times. Overall, 5-time winner of the Rolex at Daytona. 3-time 24 Hours of Le Mans, and 2-time winner of the 12 Hours of Sebring, as well as just had a couple of Trans Am championships and the IMSA championship. And once again, we take a look at this famous circuit. I've been learning a lot this weekend from what the others have said about this famous and iconic circuit of 2.2 miles, built in 1957. A couple of upgrades recently. They altered a little bit of turn 5, but not the track itself. But it is a challenge, and while we do talk a lot about the corkscrew, I would argue that the run up the hill from 5, just as important, and then up the Rahal straight, braking into the corkscrew, and then making sure that you're not going too fast into reining at 10, and then also getting the drive out of 11. So key. And as you've heard every one of the proponents of this circuit say today, that it's not just the location, it's very much the technical aspect of this circuit which makes it so tough. So many blind corners, and if you just heard there from one of the fans, grew up racing sims of the Laguna circuit, which are so accurate these days that you really get a feel for it. And to see it in real, though, is pretty special. I grew up watching racing of the 2 wheels here at Laguna Seca, which also has a star-studded history. Wayne Rainey here this weekend, and lives in the hills here at Monterey. So too does Eddie Lawson, 2 great names of motorcycle racing. And we get ready for the Hurley Haywood Trophy. Now, just so you understand, this is 1981 to 91, so a decade of IMSA, GTP, GTO, FIA, Group C, and Trans Am. So a busy time and a busy group, if you will, of different cars, but quite a smorgasbord of different cars, so it makes for quite an eclectic group, which includes some of the IMSA cars, some of the Group C cars, which are beautiful. We just saw Zach Brown's Jaguar XJR10 out on track earlier, and whether it'll be getting out there or not again, I'm not sure, but we'll keep a lookout for that. You've also got some Porsche 962s. And just a reminder, if you've just joined us, here's the rest of the schedule for today. We're now at the Hurley Haywood Trophy Race 1. And to come is the Peter Gregg Trophy. That is for IMSA cars as well, but more of the 73 to 81 cars in that one. Then we move to Trans Am, and that's 66 to 72, which definitely was the heyday for Trans Am. Although Trans Am, the longest road racing series in America, still going very strong to this day. And looking forward to that. And then we finish off the day with the Dan Gurney Saloon Trophy, one of the favorites here amongst those participating, and that is for saloon cars from 1955 to 1969. So plenty still to come from today's action. A lot of racing over the weekend. 430 plus cars here this weekend. And actually, I haven't heard too many reports of too many things, mechanical or otherwise, going wrong. So they've done a good job, have both the drivers and those preparing the cars to get them out there. And it's also fantastic to have the Unser Family Cup. iRock. They added a little spice to it. It's never easy for a new group to come in, but with something as prestigious as iRock, it's well worth it. And given the field of drivers they've managed to gather together, you can't beat it. Now, I mentioned that Mazda that I used to see at Le Mans. There it is in resplendent orange and green. And it really was. We used to call it the screamer. It didn't matter where you were at Le Mans back in the late 80s. You heard that thing coming. And, yeah, Mazda's history here, both in America and around the world. It's a very special car. And Jonathan Bomarito at the wheel of that. It's the 767B from 1989. And as I said, I was there to watch it race Le Mans. Pink Panther is also out there. That's another car that I've seen around the States, driven by Walt Brown Jr. And that is the Chevrolet Camaro Coupe, but it's all in pink as we look at the 45. And I'm joined in the booth by Horatio Simon. Very well. You've been busy. Yeah, I'll bet. Well, listen, before we get going, my mate has been running around. Kev's at the corkscrew. What are you doing up there, my man?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. So here I am then at the top of the corkscrew, and I can hear the cars coming from just over there. They're going to come flying down here over my shoulder, and I have to say, when you can hear them, there's an almost nervousness, and there's a real excitement being this close to the track, and you get just an incredible sense of the height that they're dropping down. 5 stories as we glance over my right shoulder now. There goes the pace car. I think that's Phil Cadore in his big endurance car there from Group 10. This is absolutely awesome. Look at the size of these things. Look at that Mazda dropping down there, the Nissan behind it. Oh, my word. This is fingers in your ears stuff. It's incredible, Johnny. Absolutely incredible. To be this close to it, pointing it down, that's the tree that they all aim for, and then they swing it hard and right. You can't hear yourself think. My ribs are shaking next to these Group 10 endurance cars. It really is quite something. What a privilege. That, Johnny, is the corkscrew. Group 10 going by. My ears need a rest. My mouth needs a rest. Wow, what a thrill. Back to you.
He gets all the good gigs, does our man Kev. Good stuff. But yeah, I've been up there actually myself for a moment like that. And when they're in full throttle, done a historic Trans Am up there. Now, it's not easy when you have a name like Simon Horatio and Horatio Simon. Which is it?
Well,
because I choose either.
Well, my full name's Horatio Fitzsimon.
Fitzsimon, right.
Fitzsimon's my surname, and Horatio is my first name.
Okay.
So
we'll go with Horatio.
Yeah, Horatio's easy enough.
Yeah.
And not too many Horatios around, especially in motor racing.
What have you been racing today? Because I saw you in that little Lotus.
Yeah, I was in the Ken Miles Trophy in a 1964 Lotus 26R Elan, and it's in a slightly different group than it usually would be. It's obviously only a 1600cc. But they're allowing me to race with a big capacity grid, and lap time wise it suits the car a bit better. Obviously the AC Cobras make up a lot of time down the straight, but where they really struggle is into the corners under braking, and that's where I make up the time. So it makes for an exciting David and Goliath race. But speaking of Goliath right now, this grid looks fantastic.
It is looking good.
Philip Cadore in that lovely pink 962. Always very racy at the front.
Well, let's go back to Kev, see what he's doing for the first lap, because this is when it really hurts your ribs. Over to you, Kev.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. So now they're going to come through at race speed, as they were obviously behind the pace car a moment or two ago. At race speed now, then, these 1981 to 1991 endurance cars. This is incredible. That is the elevation drop. That's the sound that you get, and they are wheel to wheel and bumper to bumper down through here. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. The noise, the energy. the raw power that's dropping from 5 stories up to 5 stories down, and they're bumper to bumper coming through here at race speed. Johnny, that is incredible. That's motorsport right there.
Good stuff. I can hardly hear himself speak, I'm sure, but we're getting a thrill watching it for sure. But Horatio, Charles Nurburg at the front there, Zach Brown and Tom Long, not a bad group. Jonathan Bomarito also up there in the Mazda. Have you done any of this kind of racing? Do you fancy a little bit?
I couldn't say no to a Group C car, definitely.
No.
But when it comes to any kind of racing car, I say yes to pretty much anything. All very different experiences. Just looked out the window, it looks like Phil Cadori's in the pits, which is a real shame. He's, I think, one of the favourites
he would have been,
to win this. He's always drives at 10-10s, and it's very exciting to watch. I've raced with him a few times here in the Elan when he was in his Cobra. It's always great fun.
Bruce Canepa, first time we've seen him today. Of course, on the board of Friends of Laguna Seca, a big part of the organisation and the part that is making Laguna Seca long into the future. Been on the board for a while now, and there's that Mazda I've been mentioning. And that's Bomarito in, 4th position, screaming down through the rainy curve.
That car's got such a great sound.
Hasn't it? I was just describing, before you came in, I was just saying, I was at the 89 Le Mans and saw that car race, and it didn't matter. It was a great way of following the race, because in the middle of the night, you don't know who's where, it's pitch black, and there's just headlights, right? But you knew where the Mazda was.
Absolutely. You hear that rotary engine coming down Mulsanne.
So screamer.
Yeah. I was at Le Mans a few weeks ago, and they had so many of the fantastic Group C cars out there, and it's such an amazing experience for anyone that hasn't been, to witness the cars that race there in the day. You know, the modern stuff's fantastic, but to actually hear the old, like the rotary engine, for example, when you hear that in anger at night,
oh, no question.
Really special. It gives you goosebumps, which you're very privileged to see so many different classes here.
Yeah.
They're doing such a great job. I've been coming to the Monterey Historic since I was about 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about your history. You're a youngster, but we've got to know each other. You've come up in the booth, which has been great. But how did you get into this form of racing? Because how old are you now?
I'm now 25, honestly.
Which is
yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
it's rare.
It is. I mean, I grew up in a motor racing family. My father raced Porsches many years ago in England. I was born in Towcester, which is the local town to Silverstone Circuit. Looks like Philip Cadori's going back out. Yep. So I was born in Towcester, and then my family moved to California when I was about 2.5. And I remember coming to the Monterey Historics just with my father when I was 3-4 years old. And it was always, this was the closest race circuit to home. So I grew up here. And then I got into kart racing in America when I was quite young. And at a stage when I was about 18, there wasn't really a feeder series in America. So I moved to the UK, and that's where I've been ever since racing. I started in single-seaters with the dream as every 18-year-old wanting to get to Formula One.
Sure.
And I started in British F4, and then COVID threw a real spanner in the works. And I got into historic racing, and really that's what's brought me here. I came in 2021, I raced Formula Fords in the UK, which is really the proving ground where you hone your craft. And then I got into historic racing, and it's quite funny the amount of opportunities. The unique thing for me is my age. Yep. And as long as you're respectful of the cars, you take care of them and you drive them well, generally
and there's so many professional opportunities now for young men to become professionals and then get working with a gentleman driver or owner to bring their career forward too. You then become a paid driver, you help them out, you look at the data, you bring your experience, young as it is, but you bring a perspective. And there's quite a few drivers now learning. I do a lot of SVRA as well, and there's quite a few young drivers making their way, getting their license in historics, and then finding their way into professional racing.
I think it's honestly still a great way. A lot of people look past it, but some of the guys you see racing in historics, though they may not have the resumes of getting to Formula One, NASCAR, etc., some of them have been racing at these circuits for so many years. They know their cars. They've been racing the same car for decades. And they're great people to learn from and race against. And I think another thing that's sadly a lot of things look past, people in my generation, for example, don't have so much interest in the mechanical background in the cars. Today's cars...
Oh! Round goes the 99, and that's such a rare move from Charles Nurburg, who is an absolute veteran, former land speed record holder. Well, got himself in a dizzy there. Poor old Charles, he'll be so mad at himself. I wonder if there was something down, because that's very unlike him to make a mistake on his own like that. But there you go, Bill Auckland in the Nissan, just behind. Currently in, what, 9th position, just ahead of Octavio Rinken. He's got it going again, has the 99 Toyota. I think he won this race this time last year, so he'll be really spitting. Oh, what a shame, but no harm, no foul. Nick De Vries, is that in the 77? And it looks as though we could be under caution. Oh, that's the... there's definitely something down, that's why. So that tells you that story. That's Zach Brown in the 61, and Brown was in 3rd place, and yeah, so I think that is definitely something on track, and it'll either bring out the safety car or could bring this race to a closure, because what we don't want...
there you are. That'll do it.
Dropped its guts, I'm afraid, folks.
Red flags out.
I kind of set that up. I gave you the commentator's curse. I was saying how well everybody done mechanically, and how we hadn't had too many issues with drivers not making the race or having a problem on track. But that was a big moment, and it has led to a red flag, quite rightly. Sorry, Ratio, we were in for a good race there.
No, that's all right, as long as everyone's all right.
Yeah, exactly.
These cars, I can't imagine a worse car to hit oil in. Anything.
Yeah. So much
It's
power.
very unpredictable, especially if you don't, if you have the sunlight in your eyes, you can't see the oil. Once you hit it, you're just a passenger at that point. But with the amount of horsepower these cars have, and you're relying on so much aero, as soon as you hit oil, you lose your grip, and it's just gone from you. And they only have so much lock.
Yeah. What else are you racing?
So this weekend, I'm just in a Lotus Elan, but I'm also here. This car we've not had out in a couple of years, not since Velocity Invitational 2023. And the car is wonderful. It's the original chassis, and it's just, sadly, with the Cobras a couple of years ago, we were a bit more, we were closer pace-wise. This weekend, I'm not quite sure, I can't put my finger on what it is yet, but we're running a couple of seconds slower than we were. We're still having a great fun weekend. And then we were just out at, I was racing at Le Mans Classic most recently. I was out there with a Ferrari 750 Monza. With Tazio and Patrick Otis's car, and then I also picked up a drive in a Lotus 15, and my first lap at Le Mans was at 3 a.m. So it was like you're
talk about being thrown in the deep end.
It was fantastic though, because I knew I'd have very little track time. There are no lights there. There are the floodlights at the chicanes, and I thought the best guy to hang on to was Andy Wallace. He was out in Mike Hawthorne's 55.
Try and keep up with that.
Yeah, 55 winning D-type, and my first go down Mulsanne, keeping my foot in it, and it was one of those moments in life that's a real bucket list. Frightening,
yes,
but absolute bucket list.
Well, we can see at the corkscrew we have just become uncorked, as it were, because the oil is right down the corkscrew, and that is a real shame. I'm afraid it's going to take some time to get that back on. But what an opportunity, and you've just given us your history, but for any of the youngsters who are either not at your level necessarily, but just interested in going this path, because, I mean, I do the FR and F4 series here in the States. You know, I'm interested. We'll tell you what, we'll take a short break, but I'd like to hear, you know, the sort of how you go about finding drives. But we'll take a short break. We've got Horatio Fitzsimon alongside us, but we are under a red flag situation in our latest group, the Hurley Haywood group, with oil on the track. Stay with us.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
right, folks, I've escaped the commentary booth and out in the sunshine, finally getting a bit of California sunshine because there's been a bit of an oil spill. Nobody's fault. That's motor racing, and especially in historic racing. I've been amazed that we haven't had more. Kev Harris is here. He's now looking after young Carters, and here is an ex-young Carter as well, because Horatio Fitzsimon, who was with me in the commentary booth, is with us as well. Kev's been running around. I've been in the booth. Horatio's been with me, but we've come down here into the paddock because there's a great story here. You'll like this.
Go on.
A guy we both know, Howden Ganley, who was the second guy to join McLaren from New Zealand, literally gave away his fortune, went over to England. He's come to this historics. He's been based in California as well. But he had a part in your career, and this is one of the cars, the BRM from 1970 that he drove. Tell us about how you met him.
That's right. So I've known Howden since I was about 3 or 4 years old. My father bought a McLaren M10A Formula 5000 car, and he was unsure of what the history was. He posted on the nostalgia forums about, does anyone know the history of this car? And to cut a long story short, Howden wrote to my father, and the two of them connected. Howden was a very close, he was actually a neighbor of ours here in the Bay Area, in Pleasanton. And I knew Howden from the age of about 3 or 4. And it wasn't until I got a bit older and started to absolutely adore Formula One that I started to appreciate his stories. And he's obviously he's now back in the UK, but he's still a man who I regularly speak to for advice. Standing right in front of a former car of his, this is a BRM P153 that he very famously, he raced this car at Alton Park at the Gold Cup and finished second. I believe it was Henry Surtees just in front of him, but Alton Park's a circuit which is very special to me. It's an absolute favourite of mine. It's one of the great drivers' circuits which requires real commitment. And it's a circuit. I was actually there a few weeks ago with Howden, believe it or not, for the BRM demonstration. But this weekend there's such a great display of all the great Formula One cars. It's hard to pinpoint a favourite.
I love stories like that. I want to bring you in here because what that tells me, and I hope youngsters out there are listening, because Howden Ganley was a hustler. You got to hustle in this world. You got to get out there. He went over and worked for Bruce McLaren. Similar story, because he knew Bruce McLaren from New Zealand. Went over there as a mechanic and ended up racing the cars for Bruce. You look after those young Carters in the UK.
I do.
That's the kind of hustle they need, right?
It absolutely is. If you're going to make it in motorsport, you've got to kind of just make the world work for you a little bit, because let's face it, it's not a cheap sport, right? So if you're starting out in karting, you've got to somehow afford to be able to do it. And by any means, any help and any advice and people that you can latch onto, you've got to latch onto them.
Well, that's again what we were talking about in the booth. Is like I was asking you when we just went off air when the oil spill came down. Is you chose to go historics, and at 25, that is rare. But more and more youngsters are doing that.
I think it's good. I think it's good that Horatio's done that. We need more people to do that, because who else is going to race these, and who else is going to look after these cars, 20 years from now?
Absolutely. I think the appreciation is still there. When you walk around and you see a lot of the young people, they still admire how beautiful. The Formula One cars of today are fascinating with their design and their engineering, but I think there's still a lot of appreciation for the days when the Formula One drivers really were really tough. They had to drive cars that realistically were trying to kill them. The generation before them were fighting wars, so that generation of Formula One, when some weekends when drivers were killed, it was just another weekend on the parade. But the era, the 70s, 60s and 70s is really what I'm passionate about, and I always have been. So it's a privilege to be able to race these exact cars. And Howden actually introduced me to a lot of people when I was a young man, and I first moved to the UK, meeting team owners and other drivers, and helped me get my first test in a car, and still a regular help in my career.
Yeah, and it's really hard to now. I mean, you think about it, 20 drivers in current Formula One, maybe 22 when you get Cadillac in there, but there's 200,000 guys capable of driving a Formula One car. And I don't think that's an exaggeration, because there's so many youngsters coming up through F4, through FR, Formula Regional as it's called. I follow that series, but it's hard.
It is hard, and there's lots of forms of motorsport out there. So certainly when I'm sort of on a weekend talking to young kart racers, they all say, I want to be in Formula One.
Sure.
But I'm also trying to say to them, well, it's not just Formula One. You might end up doing something else, and it's the journey that you go on that's the fun bit. So aim for Formula One, but if you don't get there, there's plenty of other cool things you could do or be driving and be involved with. But what is also cool is obviously Horatio's here racing at the historics. We've got all these historics cars. He's racing alongside Jim Farley, the overall CEO of the Ford Motor Company. Ford are just developing more and more incredible cars. All the manufacturers are developing more and more incredible cars, futuristic cars. They're all electric, right? But they're all car fans. They love coming back here and racing these things because this is the heart and soul of it, isn't it?
And guys, I don't want to be a lecturer, but you've got to hustle and you've got to get in front of people. And it's events like this where you've got to just pucker up and get out there and put your hand out, shake somebody's hand and say, hey, I want to do what you're doing and I want to be part of this. You did it. You went to BRDC and made the tea, right?
Absolutely. I made a great cup of tea, clearly, because it led to a fantastic opportunity with Fortec. And it's really just snowballed since then. And I look back at so many opportunities that I've had. Yeah. And if I didn't make the first step in the door, it wouldn't have led to anything.
Lightning can strike you, Johnny, but if you want it to strike you, go and stand at the top of a big hill on a thundery weekend and wave a copper pole in the air.
There you go.
That's what you got to do.
Good advice.
That's your advice, kids. Right. Apparently, the oil spill is being dealt with. We might end up back on track shortly.
Well, I hope so.
All right. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to go to the iRock awning, where I had a chat a little bit earlier on with Scott Borchetta, your pal.
Yep.
And what a great chap he is. Let's have a listen to that. So we continue our little run around under the awning here of iRock, and I've caught up with Scott Borchetta of Big Machine Racing. Scott, great to see you, my friend. Before we do anything else, just tell us how you got on out on track just now, fresh from the track.
Oh, we had a great practice session. I think we ended up P3, and to be out here with all of my heroes and just look like we're supposed to be here is really an honor. And the car feels really good. We made a bunch of changes to it. And they say it's an exhibition, but you know what happens. Once we strap on our helmet, it's like, how can we make it go faster? So.
Not a chance, not a chance. You've done pro racing. You're a racer. Everyone else under this awning is a racer. Yeah. But the list of who's who that has been behind the wheel of this car, I mean, with all of these cars, but with this one, it's someone else.
It's extraordinary. This car started off as a Camaro. And for those of you old school NASCAR fans, it's a Banjo Matthews chassis, and he was the premier chassis builder back in the day. Yeah. And then it was converted to a Dodge Avenger. And the first person to ever race this car was Cale Yarbrough. But Mario Andretti has driven this car. Richard Petty and the Unsers, Al Jr., Bobby. You know, the list goes on. And the beautiful thing about iRock, all these cars, they never let a driver race the same car in the consecutive races. So nobody had, oh, you want to have the number 2 car. So whoever was in the car in the series that season pretty much drove the car. So, and it was in for several seasons. So it is a who's who.
It was an incredible series. We were just chatting to Scott Pruitt, explaining about, you know, how they got the 12 drivers that would race in the series. It was the best on the ovals, the best on the road, the best on the stock. And it was just a great thing, wasn't it? Just to be part of this. You were already, you know, you were right up there.
Yeah, you know, and you look around, you see a James Hunt car. Yeah. You see a Nicky Lauda car. So it wasn't just American drivers. It truly was, you know, designed as the international race of champions. And, you know, we always hear stories when that old school would talk about, oh, yeah, when James Hunt came over and Nicky. Yeah. And there was such a camaraderie because what I find around the world is race drivers are race drivers. Yeah. And there's a certain language that we all speak. So there's really a great family feeling about being here with all these guys, and you know, just having the respect of the paddock to let me run with them is pretty cool.
Well, it is really cool, and we'll give it a mention because we were talking about it. This is your first time back in a race car since obviously you had your bit of an off in Trans Am, but good to see you back, my friend.
Yeah, it's great to be back. You know, I hadn't been in a race car since March 26th of 2023, and a pretty bad shunt. And so I think my professional career is definitely in the rear view. But my wife's been kind enough to let me do this and maybe a few other things.
Well, you're a car guy, right? You know cars, you love cars. So if you want to be involved in something, this is a great historic series to be involved in.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, when I was doing SVRA, one of the things I loved about it is we got to race on all of the premier tracks in America, from here at Laguna Seca all the way to Watkins Glen and all points in between. So, you know, getting to run those iconic cars on those iconic racetracks, it's pretty special.
Also pretty special this weekend, I pause for a moment, but Formula One over there, as a car guy, no one's ever seen a collection of Formula One cars like that together in one place before. It's incredible.
It's just extraordinary. And you walk over there and you see a Nicky Lauda car again, you see a Senna and a Schumacher, I mean, all the greats. And, you know, at the end of the day, really, this is about the stories. Yeah. All these cars and all these drivers, that's what we all love. And you get around them, they start talking, you know, talking to Zach Brown last night about his collection and the cars he's brought and he's involved with and what he's doing next year with the Triple Crown, which is really cool. So, yeah, it's just such a great community.
Scott, thanks for talking to us. Out racing again tomorrow then, like you say, kind of, it's, you know, you're friendly and what have you, but we're going to see some proper racing, aren't we?
Yeah, you know, it's supposed to be an exhibition, but I think once we get down the last few laps, you know, everybody's going to put it on. But Ray made it really clear. You know, Ray Evernham said, guys, I don't want to see a scratch on these cars. There's no metal to metal. And I do want to hit one thing. Big Machine Records turns 20 on September 1st. It's also the weekend of the Borchetta Bourbon Music City Grand Prix. And on that Friday night, August 29th, we're celebrating Big Machine 20. And that's what this logo is right here. And we're going to have an extraordinary lineup that includes Rascal Flatts, Riley Green, Sheryl Crow, the very first artist we ever signed, our very first #1. So it's going to be a huge celebration. So if you're coming to Nashville, make sure you get there for Friday night on Broadway. It's going to be a knockdown.
Man, if I could get that, I would be there. But best of luck with that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll chat after this.
Let's talk to the boss.
We'll talk to the boss. They're over there. But listen, Scott, best of luck, man. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
41.
Oh my God. So we are down here live in the pit and paddock then. I'm pleased to say I've just caught up with the owner of Intrepid Racing, Bert Skidmore. Bert, sorry, we were just mid-chat while the director's coming to us there, because I was catching my breath there. You just said, tell us again, how many times you've been coming out here to this event?
I started in '84. This is my 41st consecutive Monterey reunion.
That is absolutely incredible. I wonder if anyone else has done that many in a row.
I think they have, but we're getting few and far between. Yeah.
And bigger and better than ever and going well for you once again this year?
Absolutely. I mean, our cars are great. Our customers are great. I got great mechanics. You can see on the wall, one of my guys, Johnny, has been with us for 20 years. This is his anniversary. I don't think I get that on film, but he's been with Intrepid for 20 years.
That's fantastic, because obviously you're Johnny boy. Thank you. 20 years of great service and friendship. That's what happens. You're looking after these cars on behalf of the owners, and then they just become pals of yours that you go racing with.
Yep, they're all friends. It's all good stuff. Really cool.
And we're standing in the front of this one at the moment that's going out at 5 o'clock in Endurance, an Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, 1967 GTV that'll be driven by Nick Colonna and his son, Vinny. It starts at 5 o'clock and finishes at 6 o'clock. So they're going to have fun.
Yeah, that's going to be a long race. And so 2 drivers, 1 car for the hour?
Yep. They got a 3-minute mandatory stop, so they'll each drive for just under 30 minutes.
Awesome stuff. And what else have we got under the awning this year? Who's other?
We've got Joey Beaujolad with a Lola T298. Awesome car. It has a BMW 2-liter engine that puts out about 320 horsepower. I used to drive a Lola, that's called a 292. I used to drive a 286 that had a DFE power plant, 3-liter, and we had a lot of fun with that many years ago. That was good. And then we got a big block Corvette, 427 Corvette for Nick Colonna. Another
car number 161.
Yep. And then it's got like 650 horsepower, just a big thumper. And then we've got the Devon on the end, which has a 327 Chevy that puts out about 500 horsepower.
Fantastic stuff. Well, listen, Bert, it's great talking to you. I understand as well you're looking after cars this weekend for your customers. You're also going to do us a favour and go and speak to Johnny Green up in the announcer booth.
I can do it. Look forward to it.
Yeah, he can do it. So, Johnny, listen, I'll tell you what to do. We'll throw back to you and we'll send Bert straight on up.
All right. See you, mate. All right. Thanks, guys.
I can work to that plan. Yeah, Bert Skidmore, great name. Great racing. If I come back as a racing driver, I want to be called Bert Skidmore. That's got to be me. Might have to do dirt track though, but what a great name and what a great company too. I've known Bert for a couple of years now, and really interesting guy. Those cars that they prepare, very interesting indeed. He's going to come up in the booth as we turn our attention now to the first race of the Peter Gregg Group 5 races, and once again, it's IMSA GTs from 73 to 81. And I'm sure Bert will have a fair few to say about that, though that is not necessarily his perfect expertise, but it doesn't matter. Everybody knows something in this game, and Bert's been coming to this event for many a year, so we'll get him up here in a moment. So the Peter Gregg Trophy. Now, Peter Gregg was a famous racer in his time. Son Simon Gregg also raced, and still does, I think, in Trans Am, but I think he's retired too. But Peter Gregg, one of the greats, and no question that his exploits in Trans Am between 71 and 73. He also won the 24 Hours of Daytona before retiring, and he came back out of retirement in 75, 76, and 78, winning the 24 Hours of Daytona yet again. He's also got IMSA GTO championships back in 74, 75, 78, and 79. So he is the real deal, Peter Gregg. And there is the corkscrew live at the moment, and you can see what a mess, sadly, they caused with the oil spill. But they've been working on it fairly hard for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes. And luckily, I'm fingers crossed, that we'll get back to racing soon, and that will be the 73 to 81 Peter Gregg Trophy. And coming up after that, Parnelli Jones Trans Am. That is Trans Am Historic, and Bert's coming in now. And we finished the day off with the Dan Gurney Trophy Endurance Race for 55 to 69 saloon cars. So, as you can see, a bit of a mess out there because, well, I don't know exactly where the oil started, but I've seen clear up all the way from here, the top of the hill, all the way down to turn 11. So before they realized what trouble was happening on track, there was a fair bit of oil put down. And Bert, this is just, it's just the way motor racing goes now and again. I was just saying, and I probably put the kibosh on it by saying so, that we'd had very few mechanical issues throughout the day of cars not showing up to grid, not being able to make it, or having problems on track. But as you can hear, I'm glad to say, the roar of engines tells us we're back underway.
Here we go.
Here we go. So what do you know, if anything, about this group of IMSA GT, GTX, AA, GT, GTU, and FIA? It's quite a mouthful for one, but not as complicated as it sounds.
Pretty serious race cars.
Yes. That's
what's at the front, a 962.
Yep.
935s. I got the pleasure of driving a 962 at Sebring and Daytona many years ago. What a great car.
Oh, no question. And as I said, Bert Skidmore alongside me, the man that runs Intrepid. How's it going? I was walking back to the booth while you were talking to Kev.
Yeah.
How's business?
Everything's good. Everything's great. We have a lot of work. I got great guys that are working for me. One of my guys, the best guy that I have is Johnny, that's been with me for 20 years. How about that?
That's pretty good. In this day and age, it's very good.
Yeah.
It used to be you get a job for life, but not anymore, not these days.
And it's hard to find good guys.
Yeah,
it really is, yeah.
I heard a good quote the other day about if you want to be a good racing driver, surround yourself with brilliant people. And I think that actually is, it's not often said, but it's the truth.
One of my customers that came from Nick Colonna said that.
Yeah.
Said you have to surround yourself with good people.
I think it's true of any profession, but I think more so in motor racing, because you are literally handing your life on a plate to the people around you.
Absolutely.
And there's got to be trust both ways for it to work, sure. Well, I notice Zach Brown is out in this one again. Ken Epsman, another famous historic driver, is also out. Gunnar Jeanette having another run. Patrick Byrne, Ranson Webster. It's a who's who of historic racing, very much so when it comes to the drivers. But then again, you need to be a very good driver to pedal these.
What is Kenny driving the Deacon Monza?
Yeah, let me check on that. But
P2?
Yeah, 20, that'll be... Yes, Deacon Monza, you're absolutely right. From 1976. See, not applicable on that one. But, yeah, car number 20 with the Budweiser colours.
He'll be a big threat. He'll be a big threat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I hadn't realised, Peter Gregg, how much he'd won when you actually look at what his career over a period was. It's pretty darn impressive. To come back out of retirement, it's never easy. Ask anybody who's done it, whether it be Alonso coming back to Formula One, although he didn't stop racing, or Michael Schumacher, or any others that have done so. I think once you leave the sharp end of motor racing, especially if you're at the highest level, very hard thing to do.
It's very difficult to come back.
Yeah, most motor racing is a moving target, as they say. Look at all that dry dust there,
grease
wet
sweep,
dry,
yeah.
whatever you call it. What do you call it?
Grease sweep. And I'll tell you what, it's very difficult to get through the first couple of laps. You're going to see big clouds of white dust.
Yeah, and it's right on the racing line. As you can see, for the first time in the day, you're finally seeing what the race line absolutely looks like. Take a graphic picture of that, because that's how to race Laguna. But unfortunately,
I tell you what, you won't have any confidence, being on that grease sweep. It really is. It's not as bad as it looks.
No.
But it doesn't give you any confidence, when you're going through that stuff.
I used to talk to the motorcycle riders about it and how much confidence they had, and they actually said that the compounds that they use now. They used to throw a bit of sawdust down to dry it up, but now the substance they use is wet dry, or whatever they call it. What do you call it?
Grease sweep. Grease sweep. Yeah.
But it's so good that it actually gives, this is certainly in the motorcycle world, more grip sometimes, which you wouldn't believe. It's more a case of in your brain, do you trust it?
That's very true. They're doing 2 pace laps, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Makes sense.
It does make sense with big slicks, to get them heated up.
Yeah. Late in the day, it's nice and warm out there, but I think given that there will be a bit of apprehension, this race last year was won by Timothy Pappas and Patrick Byrne coming second, and Ranson Webster. I don't know if Pappas is in the race this year, but certainly the other two, that's Patrick Byrne and Ranson Webster, are at the sharp end again this year. Alan Benjamin, who was in the booth earlier, he's also up there. He's in 6th place, so we'll keep an eye out for him.
Where's Ransom starting?
He's starting in 5th place.
Okay, so he's another guy from Reno. He's a friend of mine. We've hauled cars back and forth from him, or for him.
Yes, and he's been around a while too, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
The thing is, it is a long day, but it's not a long day if your race is at the end of the day. You've been waiting all day for this, and people come in here at 6:30 in the morning. And so, you want to give everybody a chance to do what they've done, because the hours of preparation, I don't need to tell you that.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of work, and if you don't get your car out on track, it really is a big disappointment. Friends and family come to see you, you put the work in, prepared the car, pay people to do that, and it all comes to naught.
There you go. Yeah, it's no fun. The speed differentials in these groups. I see an Alfa Romeo way in the back, an Alfetta, I think, maybe driven by John Norman.
Yeah. Yep. Alfetta. Yep. That's exactly right. John Norman. Good spot.
Yeah.
1976. So the pace car off, and so we're about to go racing for Group 5. The first time the Peter Gregg Trophy has been in action here at Laguna this weekend.
Kenny's going to have a whole lot of grip.
Yeah.
Especially with the big old torque engine.
They roll past our commentary position. The green flag waves down. Away we go. Lights blazing in the second place car for the 73 to 81 IMSA GT, GTX, GT, GTU, and the FIA. Into Andretti they go, and already building a lead at the front. Through goes the 61. That's Alan Benjamin, made up place 2. Through goes the 55 or the 155. I think that's Chet Taylor. And already the front 2 are pulling away by about 4 car lengths as they head to turn 5 for the first time.
Well, you got that right. They've got it covered.
They do. Now they'll try to keep this as clean as possible. Patrick Byrne, Ransom Webster got a good start in the 42, the pink and white. Here he is.
135.
The 911 just seems like the perfect race car in many ways. I've had many a discussion about this, and I mean, it's just stood the test of time, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. They've been around forever.
There's that decon you mentioned.
Yep.
The number 20 with the Budweiser colours.
Yep.
Now, here we are, coming down through Rainey. This is where the main oil spill was, and you can see people taking slightly different lines, but that might be just the fact that they're in different cars, and of course, it is always a bit of a...
Is Bruce Canepa out there?
We'll check. I don't think so, because he was in the previous race, so I would doubt it. Cameron Healy's out there. Richard Goldsmith is out there. Bill Lyon is out there. And it's Gunnar Jeanette who goes straight to the front. Zach Brown second, Patrick Byrne third, Ken Epsman up to fourth, Ransom Webster fifth, then Ned Bacon sixth, Martin Lauber in seventh place, Chet Taylor eighth, Alan Benjamin's dropped again, now he's 10th, and Carrie Eisenlaw, who was in the booth just an hour ago, is rounding out the top 10.
Guys are putting on a good show.
Yep, just going through shot the 61. And that's the Porsche Carrera from 1975, Alan Benjamin, who I just mentioned. He's up here, 3-meter car.
I was looking at that Corvette, that red one, just what's the number there? What a monster. Big block Chevy.
Zach Brown,
Massive.
as always, racing his own car. He's got a really eclectic collection of Zach. And he's not afraid to embrace any mark, that's for sure. He's been, in a Williams last year, he was in a McLaren today, and now he's in a Porsche. Love it. But they're all his, in his own collection. And as we heard from Scott Borchetta, they were swapping notes yesterday. I've seen Scott Borchetta's collection too. He's a real aficionado when it comes to both the Unser family and motor racing in America, full stop. And his big machine exploits have given him the opportunity to really get amongst it.
Patrick Byrne's going for it now.
Yeah, he's got him.
That's impressive.
Well, Zach's going to try the outside line, and do a switch back if he can do it. He's got good run. Now can he come back on the inside at 3? That's a usual trait, but he hasn't got the power at the moment into 3 to make that move. Have to wait his turn. Webster up to 5th. Bacon 6th now. Lauber 7th. Eisenlaw moves up to 9th ahead of Lyon. Glad to see we're underway and the delay wasn't too bad. And we apologise for the delay, but that's motor racing, folks. I don't need to tell you. These fire-breathing monsters.
Boy, aren't
on
they?
the hill at Laguna. What a sight. So have you had any work on any of these types of cars?
We haven't done any of the Porsche stuff. You know, most of the stuff we do, we do a fair amount of Ferrari work. All our cars are. We've got a Lola T286 or T292 2-liter car. We've got a Devon, Chevy-powered Devon, and another big block Corvette. So not much on Porsches. I can appreciate them.
You know, Zach Brown picks his cars very carefully, and not surprisingly, that 1981 935 he's in, winner at Daytona, Sebring, and the IMSA Championship in 1982. So a storied car, without a doubt, and one with a big pedigree.
Very impressive.
Patrick Byrne in that Corvette. He's one of the first modified production frame, wide-bodied, wide-tired, altered suspension cars. 1977 Corvette. And Byrne currently in 2nd place.
So is Jeanette just running away with it?
It looks like it, yeah. Yeah, he's already picked up, what, 4.5 seconds.
Wow.
Zach's dropped to 3rd now. And Ken Exman's still 4th. I mentioned Kerry Eisenlaw. He was talking about his Porsche 912, 66, the all-yellow, that raced in IMSA in GTU. And some GTO races back in 1980 to 84. And, yeah, it's got a big, strong history like so many of the cars. And Ken Exman now in 4th place. That was built by Decon Engineering and modified by Doane Spencer, driven by Chris Cord and Jim Adams through 1982.
Very cool stuff.
And there's Taylor in the 155 carving his way through. Chet Taylor. Making quite short shift work of the cars around him. Keep an eye out for Matt Johnson also in his 69 Chevrolet Corvette. Oh. Well, now we're starting to go for it. I think everybody's settled down and realizes that the oil is not affecting the racing line anymore.
These guys are they're using up the track.
Yeah, they're using it all now. Yeah, it breaks my heart if a group doesn't get out or doesn't get a decent number of laps in. Now, they do get 2 runs at it for sure.
Yep.
To be nice, it was actually quite nice to get out in the paddock and see how many fans are here this weekend, and the paddock is full. It's really good.
It looks good, a good turnout, and I think tomorrow's going to be even better.
Yeah, I do. I think when you see it on TV and you are in the Bay Area, I think sometimes you wait to see what it looks like, and then you think, why don't I head down there tomorrow?
There you go.
Boy, you really see, look at him, he is wheeling that car. I love it with the white gloves. You really see just how much work they're putting in.
He's trying
Good day
hard
at the office.
Yeah. The yellow car, what number is that? He looked like he was smoking going into turn 2.
Is it the Porsche you're looking at?
Yeah.
There's a 935 K3. That's Steve Schmidt at the wheel. That could be him. Yeah, probably is.
Yeah.
Out of 11 they come. Zach Brown currently in 3rd. Lights blazing though on the decon.
All about him. Come on, Kenny.
I wonder how many laps Zach's got around this place now. He comes here every year and he says he's coming back every year. So.
Oh, and the same thing with Kenny, man. He's been here so many years.
A lot of respect, and that's what you need. It's almost hard to race carefully.
Yes.
That makes sense. And that's exactly what they're doing. Side-by-side action And Zach loses out here this time. Ken Epsman makes the move just after turn 10. What am I saying? Nowhere near turn 10. Turn 4, just off the exit. Now he starts to climb towards the Rahal straight. Named, of course, after Bobby Rahal. His son Graham, currently still in Indy.
Bobby Rahal was my co-driver at the Le Mans Classic in 2006.
Yeah.
It was really fun. Good time.
I bet.
All that grease sweep is pretty much gone. Confidence will start building.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting towards the end as they get into traffic, because you can see, look how quickly that
they're going to start lapping people.
Yeah, Brown is caught up again now with that lap traffic, and just giving a chance for all of us to get a little closer racing. Turpins and Kraus now moving into the top 10. And we've got a good group coming out of 3 and into 4 under the bridge.
How far back is Epson from Byrne?
Good question. Let's have a look. Not that far. A couple of seconds.
Yeah. He might be able to make it up.
Yeah, and he's got time to do it. 3 laps to go, and especially with the traffic, that's going to negate some pure lap time for sure. Where's the one place you don't want to get stuck, do you think? Probably coming down this hill.
Yeah, turn 9 and 10.
Yep. It's just not that many lines, is there?
No.
Here's a good example. Look, coming into 10, there's nothing he can do. Just have to sit and wait.
Yep.
Like I said, I've done a lot of bike racing here, and there's a lot more agility, as it were, to make a move like that at turn 11. But he did go awfully wide there. Gave him a very big open door as Lauber we see on track. This is the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10, and Lauber is leading it in the all-red 64. Nice little battle. And Eisenlaw getting back into the top 10.
Who was driving that? Is that a Momar car?
Yeah, that's what, the 30? That's Turpins and Kraus.
Got it. Doing a good job.
'79 Porsche. Big screens purveying the pictures, which gives the crowd a chance to spread around the track, of course. So they've got screens in the paddock, they've got screens up at the corkscrew, and I was watching the screen just between 3 and 4 yesterday. So there's plenty of places to get a perch, see them for real, and then catch up with the rest of the lap from where you take your perch.
I'll tell you, with the camera that they have here, obviously it's with a drone, it has awesome footage.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Well, and since the drone pilots, and ours is a pretty damn good one, they've now become coverage cameras, because you really do see the distance changing. You really do see the cars in front.
Yep.
And in previous racing, I'm not saying there was anything wrong with it, but the drone just gives us a better perspective of what he's dealing with going into that corner.
Yeah.
And of course, the next extension would be to have the onboards live, but that gets a little pricey, especially in historic racing. It's a whole new endeavor. But the drone just gives you enough, I think, to give you the perspective.
Yes, it does.
Here's the leader, Gunnar Jeanette. He's going to have one more to go after this. He's got the lights blazing to let everybody know.
White flag.
The man from Florida starting his last lap here in the Peter Gregg Trophy in the swap shops, number 6.
What's he doing for lap times? Minute 30?
I did a 1:33. His best lap, best lap of 1:30.3. He's dropped it off to 1:32s now, and I'm sure that's partly to do with the traffic. So Zach Brown not going to get on the podium, I don't think, this time, but he's had a good day, that's for sure.
Gunner's done it.
Yeah. Well, he's a good pair of hands. Seen him many places.
Yeah,
and he's raced everything from GT40s to Formula 1 to you name it. Good to have Richard Goldsmith out there in the Decon Monza. Ken Etzman winning that battle. He'll finish third and on the podium. And they're handing out the prizes midday or during the middle of the day tomorrow. As Gunnar just makes his way through as he heads towards 10 for the final time. And it was a pretty normal day at the office then for Gunnar Jeanette. Another car pulling off out of the way, of harm's way that is. As the checkered flag is raised for Gunnar Jeanette of Florida and the Revs Institute.
Very nice.
Patrick Byrne finishes second. Ken Etzman will take third, and Zach Brown in fourth. Webster, Turpins and Kraus were 10th position. They got all the way up to 6th by the end of the race, so good work by then. And well done to Carrier Eisenlaw, who was here in the booth not just an hour ago, taking 9th place.
It was a good race.
Yeah.
Everybody
I'm just glad they got their chance to race. Have you got any more races?
We've got one more. So there's an enduro at
So then, we come to the finish of this one. Harry Eisenlaw crossing the line. Chet Taylor in 10th position. Martin Lauber 11th. Bill Lyon in 12th position. Steve Walker 13th. Frank Hossenwitz. Is that how I pronounce it? Hossenwitz. That's it. In 14th position. Sorry, I just got distracted. Andy Brill just came in. He's coming in for a race, but I think he's trying to...
So we've got one more race at the Enduro at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock.
And Andy's coming in for that, What have you got in that?
Alpha GTV with Nick and his son Vinny Colonna driving it.
Oh, cool.
They're going to have a blast.
Oh, that will be fun, yeah. That's the International California sign of Hang 10, baby. Surf's up here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. It's been a great day. And confirmation of the results then of the Group 5 Peter Gregg Trophy. Gunnar Jeanette wins in the Porsche from 1981, the 935L. And then the Greenwood Corvette from 77, Patrick Byrne. Ken Etzman in the Decon Monza from 1976, ahead of Zach Brown in 4th place. Ransom Webster in another 935 takes 5th. Then it's Alan Turpins and Philip Baden Kraus in 6th position. Then Liebenberg in 7th, Ned Bacon 8th, Carrie Eisenlaw in 9th, and Chet Taylor rounding out the top 10.
Good job.
Well, thank you, Bert. Appreciate you coming in.
My pleasure.
I'll let you go and prepare your cars for your next race.
Perfect. Thank you, John.
Good to see you.
Appreciate
Good luck. We'll be watching.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Well, the Trans Am cars are coming up, and Kev has been beavering about, and he's got up close and personal with Josh Fieber, who's out in the next race. Let's hear from him.
Well, just as we're wrapping out, the cars are on track. The next group to go out are Group 2, 1966 to 1972 Trans Am cars. They're noisy things, but they're also my favourite, and the young man that's put it on third for this one, Josh Fabian, next to me now. Josh, going out in the 1969 Camaro. Looking forward to a good race?
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're hoping to put on a good show.
Talk to us about this car then, because not yours, but you're keeping it in the family.
Exactly. So this car belongs to my dad, 1969 Camaro. It was originally run by the University of Pittsburgh, so they taught a class on car dynamics, and they bought one of these, and the university originally raced it. A group of students crewed the car.
It's an awesome looking bit of kit. The liveries and the colours on these period correct cars are fantastic. Your dad's watching somewhere in the crowd though, so you got to make sure you look after it.
Yeah, both my dad and mom are here, so hi Mom and Dad. Hope to have a good race.
You've been racing all kinds of things though, but it's the historics that you love.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a great group of cars. It's a fun group of people. Just a lot of fun.
And also as well, you got to get ready to go out, but right after this you're not done, because you've got the endurance race coming up, and you've got a pretty cool car that you're using for that.
Exactly. We're going to run a Lotus Cortina, do a little an hour endurance race, so yeah, it should be a good race in that as well.
And high-fiving your dad for the hour.
Exactly, yeah, it should be a nice father-son thing.
Josh, thanks for talking to us, my friend. Sitting in third at this point. Let's see what happens when they go racing.
Absolutely, thank you.
Johnny, back to you.
Thank you, sir. And we're getting down to the business end, or the closing end of day one. We've got a full day tomorrow coming up. Looking forward to that. But it's been a busy, busy day. Only one real delay, and that was just about half an hour ago when we bet a bit of an oil spill, which caused the famous Charles Nurburg to have a spin. And when he did, I was like, that's not like Charles. And, of course, the truth was it wasn't like Charles because the oil was down. Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy, one of my favourites coming up, and I'm delighted to be joined by one of the local heroes here, Armando Miranda, who is one of the track announcers here and has been for many years. Armando, welcome.
Thank you.
How much of a passion for Trans Am? Because this is where the glory days of Trans Am were, for real.
Well,
it's not like we're reliving them. This is where it started.
Oh, absolutely. I was thrilled to get down here for this because initially I was brought into this track to cover MotoGP, and then at the time, and then World Superbike, and then American Superbike Moto America. But as I ease more and more into Carland, I can't let go of that. One of my first memories of being at a racetrack was here for a Can-Am and Trans Am event in the early 60s as a small kid.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely have an affinity for this class of the big American V8, or we call it the Big Rumble, in our booth.
Yep.
We've got some of our usual suspects here, fast machines. And there's people like number 64, Chad Reynal, that 69 Camaro, that's yellow and black. Well, Chad's also very busy helping some of these other people with the restorations of their Chevrolets in this category. So there's a lot of people that put a lot of effort into making sure and keeping this class alive and well.
Yeah, well, and another name you will be very familiar with is Bill Auckland. And just before they were strapping in, our man Kev Harris had a quick chat with him. Let's go down to Kev.
Well, I'm just catching up with a car that I absolutely love and a driver I've spoken to many times before, Bill Auckland. Bill, great to see you, my friend. We're just saying it's the Hot Wheels livery that people love, and I'm one of those people.
Yeah, no, everybody really likes it. It's a unique car. There's only two of them that exist, and this one's the best one. So it's driven by Dan Gurney and Swede Savage, and it's a lot of fun to drive.
I can well imagine. I mean, just look at the colours and the styling on this thing, but a lot of fun to drive. Raw power. These things are a real brute, aren't they?
Yeah, and the Mopars, the Plymouth and Dodge, the motors are a little bit different than the power band than some of the others. They have actually more torque, maybe not quite as much top-end power, but the torque is a good thing to have in these cars, so it's a good motor.
And you were out in the session just before we had a little bit of oil on the track, I think you said.
Yeah, I was out in the Duracell Camaro, and somebody took a wrong line to the corkscrew and I guess took their oil pan off, and there was oil all the way through the corkscrew and through 9 down to 10, so it was kind of a waste session.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. And I've just realised then I was up at the corkscrew when you were going past me in that Duracell Camaro. I was actually on the wall, I think, just a couple of laps before that incident. But that's a great place to watch from. And oh boy, it's a famous corner, but it must be a great corner to drive.
Yeah, no, that is fun. It's unique. There's no place else like that. So it takes a little getting used to, especially coming into it. People don't realize there's a rise in the track before you go into it, so it's blind going up to it and then blind going through it again, so it's really different.
Bill, best of luck for this one then, lining up near the front of the grid. It's gentlemanly racing, but you're going to be going for it, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll have fun.
Sure will. Johnny, keep your eyes peeled for this one then. Number 42, Plymouth Cuda, maybe the best looking car out there.
Certainly is. Bill Auckland winning this race this time last year, and Sweet Savage, another great name. I always love it. I always think of racing drivers, you've got to have a cool name, or you wouldn't be fast,
Oh, absolutely.
So, a fantastic group, and the historic Trans Am, and I just said to, if you were just joining us, but I just said to Armando, this is where the glory days of the Pony Wars, the Trans Am Wars that were when this set of cars, which, let's face it, are basically cars that you would take to the supermarket, to the grocery store, but they turned them into showcase racing cars. The money from the manufacturers, the epitaph was definitely race on Sunday, buy on Monday, as it is for all racing series, but this more than any other, I think. And it got the magic of Roger Penske behind it. It got the magic of the likes of Vic Elford and Tullius and so many others, and great to see current Trans Am driver. Tommy Dreesy also out there. And yeah, just a great field. The Trans Am Historics have been around for a long time now. But just squint your eyes back into black and white and imagine yourself here in 1969, 1970. And, well, these hills, I reckon, Armando, would probably have been packed to the gills, wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely. They used to get a crowd here, even with the old configuration. It looks like one of the Bud Moore cars has come in as a pace car.
One of the big cars, too, yeah.
Yep, it's too bad. I had a pleasure of working on one of the Bud Moore cars. One of my family members had one for a while. And we're rocking it now.
Yep, we are away, and the beautiful sound of Trans Am ricocheting off the Monterey Hills once again as we start up on Nellie Jones Trans Am Trophy Race 1, 66 to 72. And like I said, this was the purple patch for Trans Am. A series, by the way, it's still the longest and continuous road racing series in America, but it lost its heyday after the mid-70s. It kept going, but just wasn't as prestigious, and it's made a big comeback in recent years. And it's good to see because these are great cars. Good to see Jeffrey O'Neill, who's also a perennial historic man, loves his racing, especially historic Trans Am. There's good names out there. And I mentioned Tommy Dreesy, currently in 9th, and you may have heard of John Hildebrand, J.R. Hildebrand.
Well,
that's the IndyCar driver's father, isn't it?
Yep. Well, sorry about interrupting on that, but it's funny, you were talking about that whole race on Sunday and getting your grocery getter. Nothing exemplifies that more than the 49 John Hildebrand's Grey Ghost from Tiburon, California. I mean, that was built by Herb Adams at Pontiac, and when they stopped the race program, they had these parts left over. They were forbidden to build a race car. By their
wife's, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was Sandy's car, 64 Tempest in the driveway. So all of a sudden, it was like, "Honey, I hate to tell you this,
if I bring the groceries in."
Yeah, and that was literally it. It was a very big car, but a lot of suspension work went into that. It was definitely a labor of love. So they were going to make it happen one way or the other, either with the blessing or sometimes, as they say, it's better to ask forgiveness than to ask for a blessing.
Yeah, it was really an interesting series in many ways, still is, but the shenanigans that got involved with the big money, the big drivers that came to drive in the series. I mentioned Vic Elford. Well, the car that Tommy Dreesy's driving was an original Vic Elford car, which now Tommy owns and has for some time. There's the Grey Ghost. There it is.
Yep. Out front, Patrick Byrne already gapping the most of the field with that 2X. Patrick's getting a lot of track time this weekend between driving this car, driving that 63 Corvette, and that wide body number 40 that was in the last race, that beautiful Greenwood Chevrolet Corvette. So he's got his hands full, and he's jumping from Ford to Corvette to ancient Corvette by comparison to the newer ones. So it's definitely testing his skill set.
I was going to say, it's quite a mind meld to jump into different cars of a day on the same track. It must freak you out when you come to a breaking point and think, what am I in right now? What have I got underneath me?
Oh, absolutely. And we got, looks like Mike Joy, our one of our announcers / moto journalists. He's a great guy.
Who says announcers aren't fast?
I know. Go get him, Mike. Plus, he's an older announcer.
And Scott are in the race.
There we go.
So Mike Joy, if you know that name, of course, from NASCAR fame, still at the top of his game. Listen to him every weekend. And his son Scott still now very much getting into the historic scene and enjoying it. But, and Mike, delighted to be racing with him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mike was on the mic with us a lot last year due to the fact that he blew his motor in his car before his race. But I even asked him, I said, are we going to get you up in the booth? And he's going, if the car's running, no.
No. Yeah, he's not a big guy for doing, busman's holidays, as we call them in England, which means you're going to work, but you're not really going to. One of the best in the business, certainly in America, that's no question. Ken Epsman out again. He's in the number 2 this time. And he was just in the last race, and that's the AMC Javelin.
Yeah, Bruce Canepa driving that 6A Javelin, red, white, and blue. That was a Penske car in the day. However, they did some interesting things, like they actually bought Porsche rotors and put AMC part numbers on them, a certain volume of them, so they could qualify for the racing. And that was, I believe, it was a Mark Donohue car he was driving at the time. But that was definitely one of the Roger Penske's early forays into this type of racing before it became the powerhouse that he was.
Yeah, and motor racing's always been a game of get away with what you can, push the limits of the rules, and if, if you can get away with it, it's always been a sort of unwritten rule that you tried everything in the book, including, back in the day, they even dipped these cars in acid, some of them did, just to make them lighter.
Yep. And you knew somebody was cheating when you put a six-pack on top of the car and the roof caved in.
Disappeared, yeah.
No, trust me, there was some drag racing used to do that constantly. Right now, we've got Patrick Byrne out there with a 144.405. However, look at it. Chad Reynolds right behind with a 144.373.
It's quicker.
So it's just a question of, and he's gotten around them on the bottom half of the corkscrew as they're coming into turn 9. You can see Byrne's getting a little bit loose.
Yeah, this is a great race, isn't it? Look how close they are, too.
Oh, yeah.
So then, Patrick Byrne. I think does he have a problem? Because he's now got another car overtaking him.
Yeah, but that's also that University of Pittsburgh project car that's been pretty good runner for some time. Joshua Fiber driving it.
Yeah, we heard from him with Kev earlier.
Yep. But you're seeing a couple of the big cars starting to get a little loose. One of the problems with this wonderful race facility, as much as we love it, is the people are talking about the new surface has gotten a little bit greasy. Initially it was tacky. Now some people have complained it's a little bit loose, let alone in the afternoon when you get a little breeze and you get that fine dusting, especially in corners like turns 5 and 6 when you're going up the hill. You're going to bottom your suspension a little bit, and when it unloads and you got that light film, it feels just a little bit loose. I haven't done it in a car. I can tell you on two wheels, yes.
You know, you say you started covering MotoGP. I the same, but in England I covered back in the day. So my first real understanding of Laguna Seca was from motorcycle racing, and you're absolutely right. They often complain about the dirt on the sides getting onto the track, and it's a sort of mixture of sea air, salt, and gravel that combines to make it really greasy.
Well, like I said, this type of weather, great for the motor, not so great for the tires.
So then 6 laps to go. Renal, Fiber, and Byrne. Scott Joy up in 4th place. Bill Ogland, who we spoke to, in 5th. Epsman up there in 6th. Kloot, McGovern, Hildebrand, and then Fiskin and Hugenholtz. What a great name. In 10th position.
Oh, you see him come down out of 9. You see just a little bit of drift on the back end of him. And that Fiber machine, the 19 Camaro, is now ahead of Chad Reynal as they're coming through turn 10 and turn 11. See if Chad's got the horsepower to take it back.
This is really close. This is great.
Oh, yeah. These guys have a lot of fun doing this.
Oh, yeah. Well, Bill Auckland in 5th now. Epsman drops to 6th. Peter Kloot, we haven't mentioned him much, up at 7th.
Patrick Byrne trying to put the move back in turn 2. He gets back around Scott Joy. He's running in 3rd position behind that number 19. That Camaro from University of Pittsburgh. I love the fact that they went back to the original livery of when it was racing with as a university project.
Tommy Dreesy dropping to 14th. I don't know if that's a mistake or he's just handling his pride and joy. I asked him earlier in the weekend, I said, you going to give it a go? And he goes, nah, I'm just going to poodle around. He loves that car. And when Vic Elford passed away, I was able to interview Tommy here at Laguna that weekend, and it was very special that he could honour Vic's passing.
Look at how tight this group is. Patrick Byrne putting a big move on the 19 of Fiber. He's gone up the hill a little bit ahead of him. He's trying to make up some ground, see if he can get back up to striking distance with Reynal. We got 5 down, 5 to go, people.
Yeah, this is great. What a great shot that is, looking down behind the corkscrew, a sight we wouldn't have seen before the drone.
Oh, yeah.
You see that drop off very clearly now, and you can see the weather in the background. Certainly in the morning, you get to see the fog, and it's just glorious. Down through Rainy, they're coming into 10.
Like I said, a 5-story drop at 450 feet in length. That's a definite suspension tester.
Yeah, no question. And on the inside goes the 2. Look at this. They're almost 4 wide coming towards the line. 4 to go after this. Into Andretti. Adam Andretti currently still driving in Trans Am. Spent a lot of time with Adam during the Trans Am series, and he does both TA and TA2 when he gets a chance. Just like any Andretti, give him a car and let away.
Yep. Patrick Byrne out front again. Joshua Fiber, second place. Chad Ray now relegated to third as they go through turns 4, the 42, that big old Dodge coming up, the 42.
What made this series so important was because the manufacturers decided that, okay, if you're going to put a car out there, we've got to put a car out there. And there was a lot going. There was a lot of fighting for, you know, what car was the best car. And if you could prove it on the racetrack, then, you know, the sales... Whoa! Big moment, that. Now, that was a strange slide at that part of the track going up the Ray Hall straight. I don't know if he missed a gear or what, but that was odd, wasn't it?
It was very odd. It just... it's the straightest part of the track up there. He's got an issue.
Yeah.
It's an issue. Chad Ray now is putting his hand up. He is going to be calling it a day wisely, not to the detriment of his fellow racers and or his machine and himself. But you can see it shifting and shimming. That might have been a suspension component that went. I don't think he's leaking any liquid or anything like that.
Slow punch of the way he drifted sideways.
But even the way the car is sitting, it doesn't look
he's carrying
correct.
on, interestingly enough. And now double yellow's out.
Yeah.
And a white flag as well. So they've slowed it right down. And so I don't know whether, I think Renal's trying to sort of show them that there's something wrong before anybody else knew it. But put the kibosh on that for sure. It burned leading at the time.
The car was running extremely well.
Yeah.
And I think it's something suspension-wise because the car was definitely listing around, and there's nothing to look at any kind of fluid coming out of it. No flat tires, and that was just a very odd place to break loose. So much to Patrick Burns' dismay, that yellow flag. So now everybody's going to be climbing right up on his tailpipe. Joshua Fiber, second place. Chad right now still holding on to third. Bill Ockerlund with number 42 in fourth. And Kludt, number 63. That is Peter Kludt with that Ford Mustang notchback in white, hanging on to fifth position.
Well, we've just heard from race control that there is oil on track, so that's another reason, if not just the reason, for both the caution and whatever happened to Chad Renault. But I think I don't think that was oil, to be honest, but it may have been. Just a strange place to go sideways.
Yeah, it was.
Under acceleration.
And especially with somebody who's got so much experience in this track.
So then, back under caution, but some great racing.
Oh, absolutely.
In that one.
Good crowd today for a Friday
Yeah,
crowd.
really
It seemed
good.
like there's more people than previously. We're glad to see you all came out. Hopefully you've been enjoying the Formula One display and the iRock display. There's been something for everybody.
Yeah,
here.
look, you can see it now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of stuff on the surface. At a bad spot right there at turn 5 and turn 6.
Let's head down and hear from a former world Formula One champion. Jenson Button is with Kev Harris.
So the final race of the weekend is getting set and ready to go, and it's an endurance race, and I'm pleased to say one man that knows his way around the historic circuit. Jenson Button, great to see you once again, Jenson. This time last year we had a little chat. You were going out, I think, in your own Jaguar C-Class. This time a little Alpha.
It is, yeah. It's a little GT Junior, which Maz for Waz and myself bought a couple of years ago. So, yeah, we're having fun with it. It's good, yeah.
Is this your first time out on track today?
Yes, yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah, you've been waiting around all day for this, and now it's all eyes on you because you're about to go.
So we're doing the Enduro in a Cup car as well, and I put in the IMSA. But Maz did the short race today in that to get him ready, and I'm doing the Enduro in this and also running this tomorrow morning. So, yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, they're slow as hell, but they're so much fun, and that's what I love. It's, you know, that's the big part here. It's all the different types of cars and wheel-to-wheel action. It's got a lot more like competitive, I think, than the last few years.
I think so.
You know, it's, you know, obviously everyone's having a jolly, they're enjoying themselves, but I think the competitive edge is coming out a bit more for everyone, which is good, which is what I like. But no, there's some really quick cars actually. These two Alphas especially. So if we can get near them, we'll be good.
But also, we've got to mention here, there's a phenomenal collection. 75 years of Formula One is being celebrated down there. Your championship-winning car is on display from 2009. That is an incredible visual kind of evolution of Formula One on display down there.
Yeah, it's amazing when you see where it's come from and where it is now. Also the difference in
size,
yeah,
right?
and also through the decades, how they've just changed. It's not just gone from really small to really big. You know, through the years, the ideas of the regulations and the way cars have been designed by the engineers is phenomenal. How, you know, when you look at what they were trying to achieve with the different cars. So now it's really fun to walk around there and see the different things. You know, I love the old Honda from the 60s. I mean, it's just a little bit scary to think that people drove that. But no, then you start getting into the carbon era of cars, and those are the things that I remember as a kid growing up, and obviously have driven a few of them as well. I've driven a couple of the McLarens that are on the stand as well.
We had a great little chat to Takuma Sato earlier. He'd been out in one of Nigel Mansell's cars, 1986 FW11 Williams. He got out, he was grinning from ear to ear. He was just like, he was like a small boy. It was amazing.
Yeah, we don't get to drive old cars very often. And when we do, normally it's not on a track. So what a lovely opportunity for him. I've driven a few cars. I've driven one round here, an F1 car, and another place around the world. And it is really special, you know, and driving something that one of your heroes drove, for example, like our Nige or Ayrton or Alain Prost, it's mega for us. And it's actually a really emotional time for us because we, you know, for me, I sat on the couch with my dad watching Formula One in the 80s. So to drive those cars that we watched, yeah, it means a lot.
Brilliant stuff. Listen, Jensen, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'll let you get ready. Go well in this one. We look forward to seeing it.
There you go. Former Formula One world champion, and by the way, still racing at the top of his game. Here are the results then of Group 2 Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy. Patrick Byrne with the win. Josh Fiber, who we spoke to before the race in the 69 Chevrolet. So Ford win this edition of Race 1. Can they do it again? Because the Chevrolets are right there in second and third, as you see. Chad Renault with that problem of some sorts. It could be the oil, it could be a mechanical, we don't know yet. Bill Ockerland taking fourth position, Peter Kloot in fifth, Mike McGovern sixth, Scott Joy in seventh place, Ken Epsman eighth, Bruce Canepa in ninth, and then Gregor Fiskin and Hans Hugenholtz, the top 10. That's how they finished, and we've got one more big race to come, and that, of course, is our Endurers. We'll take a short break. We'll be back, and I'm going to be joined by Andy Prill. Looking forward to that, and we've got the Dan Gurney race coming up very soon. Stay with us.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Well, how about this? As you walk around the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, you start to take a look at a few people. You go, wait a minute, those overalls look familiar. And then you chat to the guy. Turns out the surname's familiar as well. Justin Gurney, son of Dan Gurney. Great to see you, my friend. Thanks for talking to us.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. Yeah, this is outstanding.
Yeah, and we're stood next to a car then that's got quite a story. Just ahead of the endurance race that's going out, Johnny, this is actually going to be the pace car, but it's a car that your dad raced in back in the day.
Yeah, true. 1961 Silverstone saloon car race. He entered it. Everyone was driving 3.8-liter Jags, and of course my dad was like, no, I want an American car, so he brought this big monster. I can't believe imagine driving into the paddock, what the people must have been like, what the hell is that? So anyway, he ended up getting the pole, led 10 of 12 laps. On the 10th lap, the left rear wheel broke.
And then am I right in saying as well that then the Brits, he took this to Silverstone, and then when he got there, the Brits really didn't like it, right?
Yeah. Well, they especially didn't like it when he got the pole and led almost the entire race. So when the wheel broke, he goes, oh, I'll just fix it and I'll enter the next round. Yeah. So the next round was at Silverstone as well. When he got there, they said, nah. Yeah. So apparently the Jaguar guys got together and said, nah, we can't have this big monster beating us.
They kind of colluded against him. They kind of changed the rules and said, nah, it's not within the rules anymore.
That's right. So because of that, he didn't have time to mess around. He sold it there on the spot to a friend of his that was an Australian guy, and the car was gone. So my dad had it. He raced it one time, and he owned it for like one weekend.
And then it was sold. And then where did it go in the interim? He sold it there at Silverstone or the next weekend, somewhere in the UK. Yep. Where did it end up, and how is it back here now?
Yeah, so the guy he sold it to, his name was Laurie O'Neill, friend of his who lived in Australia. So the guy took it to Australia, changed it to right-hand drive, took the 409 out and put a 6-cylinder in and used it as a tow vehicle to tow his race car. It surfaced about, a decade ago. It surfaced, and a guy named Ed Foster from Goodwood, he purchased the car and fixed it to what it looks like now. And I heard he posted it like on Facebook or whatever. And so I called him and I said, look, Ed, if you ever decide to let that car go, please call me. If I have the means, I want it. And he called like 6 or 8 months ago. He called me and said, Justin, I'm getting ready. I think I'm going to let the car go. Do you still want it? I said, hell yeah, I want it. So that's how it happened.
It's a great story. It's come full circle. And excitingly for all the fans here at Laguna this weekend, you're going to be the pace car for the endurance. So people are going to see this car with you and your dad's overalls. It's going to be perfect.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we'll see. I hope it's perfect. I don't know. It's very. First of all, if you look in there, it has a bench seat. How did he race that with a bench seat? It's beyond me, and no roll bar, no nothing. So I'm going to drive it nice and slow, and it'll be all right.
But you've been having a great day and a great weekend, probably getting stopped all over and people asking you all kinds of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Great time walking around the paddock and see all sorts of cars that my dad either drove or our company built. They're all over. They're almost on every row. There's a car that's tied to him, which is really special, yeah.
Really, really awesome. Listen, Justin, thanks for talking to us. You got to get your gear on and get yourself up to the pre-grid, but enjoy that pace car lap and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank
Great.
you.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Reunion here at WeatherTech Laguna Seca. Final race of the day, and it's going to be a cracker. This is where you're kind of flagging a bit because we've been here since 6 in the morning, but this one always gets our spirits up, and it doesn't get any better than having a Formula One world champion. There he is in the number 5, Alfa Romeo. Doesn't think he's got much of a chance, but I'm delighted to be joined once again, as ever, by Andy Prill, who's done this race a few times with me, and I know he enjoys it just as much as I do because you're invested in it, aren't you? This is kind of like your favourite race, isn't it?
It's 27 years this year, believe it
or
not. You apparently get less for murder.
That's a good way of looking at it. What is so special about this? Because you've got a real interesting collection of cars here, and you can't predict it, can you?
No, it's a really eclectic mix of cars. Not something that is particularly common in North America, but seems to be growing in popularity, and even among the drivers, and hope the fans like it too, because it's going to be a great race.
Yeah, and those tuning in around the world will be very familiar with the marques out there, with Alphas and Minis and so on and so forth. But yeah, it is an interesting race, and it's great to have Justin Gurney out there. Tell us a little bit about you. You were keen for us to get that interview because it is a special representation from the family. And you were just saying earlier that Justin's got a sort of encyclopedic knowledge of motor racing, hasn't he?
Incredible guy. I hadn't met him to this weekend. I knew his dad a little. What a pleasure to meet the son, who is an encyclopedia of knowledge on dad's cars and everything that he did, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
And we're very privileged to have this car, being the pace car. Incredible story. Dan Gurney purchased the car in America, out here on the West Coast, sensing that it was a competitive car because it had a special, what was called a strategic performance upgrade in its engine. Got the car driven across the continent to New York, shipped to the UK, entered it for the Silverstone touring car race, put the car on pole with bench seats, and almost won the race if it hadn't been for a small mechanical near the end of the race. What a story. I mean, talk about the lengths to go to. Incredible.
And it looks unwieldy, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, it doesn't look as though it would race anywhere.
No, but he did. It's got bench seats, weird belts, and look at the thing. It's just incredible. What an absolute privilege to have Justin here driving Dad's car as our pace car for this saloon car race.
Pretty special. Like you said, he's not going to be driving it too fast. What a great history. But I love the story of how he got it too. If you ever want to sell it, I'll have it.
Yeah, it belonged to Ed Foster, a Goodwood commentator. So a colleague of yours in ways.
Yes.
And yeah, he eventually phoned him, and I think the Gurney family are very, very happy to have it back in their hands.
Well, and that is the one thing I have learned about the racing community is it's true to its colour. In other words, if you make a deal or you suggest a deal, people follow up. People remember. People have got long memories in this game.
They do.
Good and bad.
Yes, indeed. I think at the grassroots, that's true. I'm not sure it's quite true of all the dealers.
Maybe not.
But there we are. What a fantastic sight.
A wonderful moment to celebrate our Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy. And, of course, Dan Gurney, without a doubt, you could almost say the epicenter of the American scene over the years, both before him and after him and during his time. He made such an impact and still does to this very day.
Yep, well, as a driver, incredibly successful, Grand Prix winner, Le Mans winner, the person who started the tradition of spraying champagne at the end of races.
Yes, that's right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, incredible history, and then went on to become a major and extremely successful constructor.
And where do you think the Gurney flap came from?
Exactly, the Eagle Formula One cars, the Eagle GTP. Justin was telling me today that he'd walked the paddock and he thought there was one of Dad's products on every row.
That's amazing. That is pretty special. That is what I meant in many ways, was to say, you know, he has, in his own way, been a part of that DNA. just watching that Holden going through, that is just a cracking car and just stands out like an eyesore, but it's great to see.
It is. That's a 1951. I mean, that is an old car.
It is an old car.
That's older than me.
So, Aussies, if you're watching, we've got a Holden for you. G'day. And they are. They're watching all over the world right now. It's great. We've even got people in Latvia, Ukraine, all watching a little bit of historic racing. Why not?
Well, welcome, everybody. I hope you enjoy this. We're about to get going.
I think we're going to do another pace lap to get
pace.
going.
Yeah, there's a bit of oil down, unfortunately, from the last race, so they're going to clean that up a bit by driving over it, the oil soak, and I'm sure we'll soon be underway.
Now, Andy, like myself, you've seen a fair few of these on the roads of Britain, I'm sure, growing up. Ford Cortinas and Minis and new names. Well, obviously, we've got the Austin Mini Coopers out there. There's the Alfa Romeo, seen plenty of those.
Yep.
Ford Anglers, always a good car. 1959 Ford Angler out there.
Indeed, and this year we've got a Ford Falcon, I'm pleased to say.
Yes.
We've been trying to get someone to bring a Falcon for a couple of years because, again, an incredible American car that they were very triumphant in this sedan class. Apparently, they made the car like it was like 90% of the production car. It was just a tiny bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
The real factory racing cars. So yeah, interesting the efforts they went through. There it is. We're on screen now.
Oh, there you go. Now tell me about this one, Ford Lotus Cortina. How did Lotus get involved with Ford and Ford's Cortina?
Okay, so Colin Chapman, he had a very good relationship. Yeah, there it is, the GT. He had a very good relationship with Ford. That eventually led to the birth of the most successful Formula One engine, the DFV, W4 valve. He wanted an engine for his Cortina that would make it a tiger out of a pussycat, so he could go touring car racing. And they did a deal whereby they got Ford twin cam 1600 twin cam engines. The engine was combined with the chassis, and there you have a Lotus Cortina GT. Very successful car. Jim Clark had numerous victories in Lotus Cortinas. It was one of the most successful touring cars of its era.
I didn't realise that Jim Clark had done as much as that. Just saw a quick BMW fly by there.
Yeah, no, that's an 1800 Ti. Yeah, that's an interesting little car. There's a couple out there.
Frank Zucchi's out in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Ti from 1964. I caught him underneath it earlier this weekend.
Yeah,
to say hi.
So
yeah, 1800 Ti from 65. That BMW I think I saw.
Yeah.
And then there's an 1800 SA Ti SA.
Yes.
From 65.
Another famous engine, actually. I think I'm right in saying that's the M12 engine. I may be wrong, but that was an engine that was very successful in all forms of motorsport. Single overhead cam, various capacities.
Unless we forget, there's minis galore.
Yep.
And watch these guys go around Laguna. If you've not seen a mini around Laguna, you're
so
in for
we're
a treat.
back to go green, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, here we go. Last race of the day. It's the Dan Gurney Trophy. Justin Gurney getting us underway in his father's car, leading the field. But now they spread out as the green flag waves, and we are racing in the two Alphas with Jenson Button sandwiched between another Alpha and a Mini on the inside. In second place as they go into Andretti for the first time. He's trying to get the inside line, but now jinks back to the rain line and settles into second place, does Button.
Yeah, look at the racecraft there. He was worried about that 17, and he just elbowed him away. You can't keep that guy down.
No, absolutely not. I was about to say, Jenson will be in a very different car in a couple of weeks here in America.
Here we go. Watch this under braking.
Whoa. Heading towards 5 for the first time. It's neck and neck between these two. Something's got to give between these Alphas. And now it's 3 Alphas abreast. Great stuff. Oh, and up the hill they go. What a race already.
This will be interesting. Into 6.
Yeah, where does he go? There's no room on the outside there, gents. Ah.
Whoa. Now that guy may be on. Oh, no, he held it.
All right.
I'll talk about track limits. That's interesting.
Yeah. Here we go. Up to the corkscrew for the first time. I think this is going to get a little bit tasty. As it should.
I was talking to Jenson yesterday, and he's had a new engine in this car. And it came from the UK, and he wasn't too happy with it because he was not on pole, but he seems to be making the best of it now.
All right. Well, he's like anybody. I mean, you can't take the racing driver out of the competition. There's no way. They don't do it for fun. It's not a case of that. Their job is to win, and they are programmed that way. And as he told us, him and John, his father, used to sit on the couch in the 80s watching Formula One races and dreaming of what was to be, and he got his chance.
Yeah, Jensen and I actually grew up in adjacent towns.
Did you really?
Yeah. I'm a bit older than Jens, but we were.
Where are you from?
I was from Westbury in Wiltshire, and he was from Frome in Somerset.
Yeah. Well, my granddad was from Frome.
There you go. Yep. Small world.
It is a very small world. It's a small country. We forget that.
So we've got Jensen Button, 2009 Formula One world champion in this race. We've also got Pat Long.
Yes.
In a classic Alfa Romeo taxi.
Why a taxi? Because that's what the taxis were.
The little bread van, the little sedan, the very square, boxy Alfa Romeo. There we go.
Jensen Button into the lead of the race here at Laguna Seca. He hadn't raced this track until last year when he brought his C-Type Jaguar that Fangio owned originally, and so he hadn't done many laps. Now he's done a bunch around it.
Yeah, he loves it too. He was up in the 57 Club at lunchtime, gave a wonderful talk to everybody. Absolutely fascinating, and just honestly, to have that world champion here. He's obviously a great commentator himself, a pundit on various channels, and you just can't keep a good man down. It's great to have him here.
No, and I first met him back in the day, and I did for many years the Macau Grand Prix. And when Jensen was coming up through the ranks, you always looked at the talent coming to Macau, and Jensen came in with a star-studded F1 contract in his back pocket. So we all knew he was going to brighter and better, but they offered $100,000 if anybody could win both the Macau Grand Prix 2 races and a Korean 2 races, and he did just that.
Wow, he's always pleading poverty to me.
Yeah. Oh, well, of course. He's an Englishman at heart. So, another lap completed. And the Alphas having a heyday at their 1 and 2 at the moment, with an Alpha being chased hard by a Mini, Chet Taylor being chased by Greg Wald, Rob Fuller in 5th place, and Greg Hoff. So we do have the other drive. Just explain the rules here, because if you're new to this race, effectively there is a pit stop. It's mandatory, and you don't have to change drivers.
No, you don't, but you have to be stationary for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So the car's got to come into the pits, stop. If you're doing a driver change, you've got plenty of time to do it without rushing. Some of the cars might actually need some fuel, because although this is enduro, most of these particular cars have been set up for 10-lap sprint races. So,
and what's the window, strategy-wise, where you might, if you're in traffic, decide, right, I'm going to come in now?
Well, we've got a 40-minute race. There'll be a man that tells them when the pit lane's open. So that's done to prevent leaving a pro in for too long, or to hopefully even out the field a bit tactically.
Yep.
So there's a pit window. The pit window will open, and then it shuts as well. So if you pit outside of the opening and the closing, you get a penalty.
Good battle we're watching here for 3rd place. Chet Taylor trying to hold off Greg Wald in the Mini. What a sight, look at that.
Yeah, and those Minis yesterday, we were out watching them through 9, and they were visibly quicker through 9 than the iRock cars, which is pretty incredible.
So I would presume then that Rob Fuller would be at the wheel now, but I'm not sure, and Greg Hoff will take the 2nd stint. There he is in that 960. And he's looking out the window to see if he can get his eagle eye on this.
Just want to see when see that guy walk across with that open pit window.
Yeah. Well, you can see the clock here clicking down.
Yeah, we're getting there.
So the Button Fawaz, and they own that car. I bought it last year for this race, just before this race. So Jensen has not really spent a lot of time in it.
Oh, we got a challenge for the lead by the look of it.
Side by side again. Taylor still under big pressure, though, from the 88 as they go through 3.
And it's a long, long race. Expect this for us, and expect the order to change. Tiredness will take its toll on people who aren't used to this. We'll see.
Well, Jensen's back out front, whatever that battle was.
Stuart Milne's doing a good job.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. And you've got to think, it's got to be a joy. I was talking to, because he's done quite a few races as Jensen, and everybody wants a bite at taking on a world champ, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh. He does take track limits seriously, doesn't he? Or not, as the case may be.
Well,
He's
I
just
guess
passed him by driving off track.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, and I guess, you know, like any racing driver, if nobody mentioned it in where the track limits were, or whether you'd be penalised for it,
He'd certainly be penalised in Europe, and it'll be interesting to see if Jensen's learned from that next lap.
We'll see.
I wouldn't bet against it.
Well, they're putting on a show here and pulling away from the rest of the field. There's some 4 seconds now, but they're having a good time of it, that's for sure. Milne holding his own for sure.
There we go.
How long Stuart Milne been doing this?
Oh, I think he's quite a seasoned runner. Yeah, he's been around for a while. Ooh, look how close he took to pit wall there. He's not leaving anything on the table at the moment. Oh, Jensen. Yo!
Hey.
Oh, typical
Bounce over the
touring.
curbs.
There's that move again. Barge him out.
Yeah. Now, you could get back on the inside, and he's gonna.
Yeah, Mill's got the line for sure into 3.
He's just gonna hold him out there.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go, Jensen. Have a bit of that. Oh, anything you can do. I
What
can do
an
that
exit.
Too.
My God, he got the power down early there.
That is great. Amazing.
That was wild, that exit.
Now that Alpha that Jensen's in is a 1967 Romeo GT Junior.
Yep.
Dave Hammond, Gary Rutherford, C Production champion in 1968 in that. ARRC events 69, 70, B Sedan Nationals in 70, 71, 72, GT3 in 81 to 84.
Great period history, and of course that's what we try to ensure here, that all the cars are correct and have a period racing history. So you're literally watching old history race now.
Yeah, we had Bill Warner in here earlier in the day about his job as chief steward and making sure that that does come to be.
Yep.
And not an easy job by any means, especially arguing with racing drivers who may not agree.
No,
with
and this year we've sensed that there's been some development, and Bill and I combined to write some eligibility regulations for this year. So we are cracking down a little bit. It's very much softly.
Yeah.
But overdevelopment in historic racing has become an issue. We've led the way in a way of originality, but we're following Goodwood's lead actually in clamping down even further and making sure that the cars that are racing out here are fair and period correct.
There's your Ford Falcon. Now, why was this such a hard thing to get hold of?
I don't know. It was surprising because we've had this race now. I think this is the 4th year, and this is the first time we've had an American car in it, which is wild, really.
Yeah.
And doesn't it sound glorious?
Sounds awesome, doesn't it? The 19A of Ross Myers and Aaron Myers. Now, is that father-son?
I think it is, yes. Yeah. And that's what we want to see in historic racing as well. And in fact, MRL in the UK have just done a thing called, or about to do a thing called the Generations Cup. So it's a one-make series for MGBs, and you must be with a relative, it's father-son.
Oh, that's great.
And, father-daughter. So let's see, we need some new blood in this sport.
Yep, good way to do it. The interesting conversations back in the pits, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. So we're at that phase of the race now, a little bit in, so we're 10 minutes in, and things are just starting to settle down.
Yeah.
But I predict that things will start to change again.
Yeah, it gets interesting, doesn't it, around the pit window, because they've spread out, as you can see. We've gone really spread out. Frank Zucchi down in 18th, some 42 seconds off the leader, but we've seen this race close up at the end very, very tightly, and it's nip and tuck usually. Well, let's hope it is again.
Yep. Well, in some races here, the speed differential is such that they'd be being lapped by now, by this lap. So they're all hanging in pretty good. If it's 42 seconds on this lap, they're doing pretty well.
Scott Durnick currently in 7th position, or is about to take over the car of Polk and Durnick, but Scott was in here with me, has been a couple of times, did some F1 with me today, and will be back in, I'm sure.
Scott's a great supporter, a driver and a great supporter of the Monterey Historics.
Yes,
long-term participant at the Pera.
Gary Dreen in the 68 just going through shot there, just at the back of this group. There he is. Just chasing down the 71 of Jonathan Burke. Also, Adam Carolla in this group. He's had a couple of runs too. Another famous celebrity that has done this race and many others.
Always good to see Adam. Yeah, he loves his racing too.
Yep.
Got some nice cars tucked away too.
There's your Holden.
Yep.
Beautiful. Looks like a giant Morris Minor.
That's exactly, you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's funny.
Looks like somebody blew up a Morris Minor and said, oh, well, let's make it a little bigger.
It's not slow though. Look at that.
No, it's not.
It's holding a Mark II Cortina. So the Mark II Cortina, Lotus Cortina GTS, the same engine as the Mark I, but it's got better suspension, and he's doing a good job there. Those minis are having a good battle. They've not been. You couldn't get a fag paper over those guys. They're really, really every lap, wheel to wheel. Wonderful, wonderful sight.
You know, I bet when these cars were first designed in the Midlands, they ever thought they'd be racing in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely.
At Laguna Seca
no,
in the
exactly. I think the designers in period were surprised when they went racing, but it was the old adage, race on Sunday, sell on Monday,
exactly.
so especially production cars.
No question.
Oh, there's someone going slow there.
It's busy out there, isn't it?
It is, very.
So the pit window fastly approaching.
Yep. Oh.
Oh, no! Little spin up. One of the minis going round, one of the Alphas avoiding him, and I think that could be a puncture for left front puncture for the Mini.
It does look that way, doesn't it?
And he's still stalled. He hasn't moved yet. Well, that's bad news because that's going to cause a caution. Luckily, everybody avoided him. Through goes the 18. That's Carl Breslow into Andretti. Just gets overtaken by Chet Taylor, who's dropped right back. Is that Chet Taylor? Or the 217s? Yeah, it is Chet Taylor.
Yep, he is dropped back. There was a car slow on the last lap. Looked like it had some sort of technical issue. So Button just consolidating now and settling into a rhythm. And I guess when Jensen gets into a rhythm, he's going to take some beating.
Yeah, I guess what his plan was to be the hare and try to give his teammate.
Pat Long in the number one there.
There he is.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your taxi. Yes, I see what you mean there. Does look like an Italian taxi, doesn't it?
Taxis and police cars.
Yeah. And we do have a full-course yellow now. So I think that is for what we saw at turn 11.
He's still there.
He's still there, okay. Looking out the window. Thank you, Andy. And away goes the truck to come on track. So we've got a full caution. Now, tactically, how does this go? Because Button's been putting the work in to create, a 5-second lead, and that's going to come to naught. I think that's a puncher on the left, you know.
And it'll be interesting if they put a safety...
Or it could be suspension, that's why he's not moving.
It could be. Those rear subframes on those minis, especially when they're put under stress, can get a little bit weak.
Well, I'm just thinking if it was just a puncher, he might be able to just drive it forward, because he's right there by the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a shadow, or is it liquid? Maybe a shadow.
I think that's a shadow.
Yeah, he's not moving.
It's a shame. What a shame.
So Jensen...
Now, 10 minutes till the pit window opens, but everything that Jensen's been putting to the metal is going to come to naught because he's going to give Fawaz not much of a lead by the time it gets going again.
Well, it depends if they put the safety car out, or the pace car as you call it here.
Yep.
That will bunch the field, but if they continue under yellow, as long as they don't pass. Oh, there we go. We've got a pace car.
Okay.
So you were right. Jensen's all of Jensen's work has gone to nothing. But
Milne will be, clapping his hands now, going right. Let's do this.
He will, and they've had quite a few laps now, so the tyres will be very warm and starting to lose their edge. I wouldn't bet against Jensen on a restart, though.
Nope.
Tactically, maybe they leave him in longer now. Who knows if he can build that gap again.
I'll be working with Jensen in a couple of weeks. When I say working, I'll be in the booth. He'll be in the World Championship, that is the World Endurance Championship, on Labor Day weekend at Kota.
Remarkable, really, isn't it?
It is incredible.
Here he is in a totally analog car on skinny wheels, made it 50 years ago, 60 years ago, and then he's going to be in what is allegedly
state of the art.
Apparently, they're more internally in terms of their controls and telemetry, and they're more developed than Formula One.
Yeah, they are.
And there he is blasting around in a full works Cadillac.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
And still competitive, but retiring at the end of this year.
Yes, that's right. I presume, to do more of this or just do less professional work?
He allegedly is going to do more. We had a lovely talk from him today as our Grand Marshal, of course, this year. He gave a lovely
Rolex ambassador?
Yep, Rolex ambassador. He gave a lovely speech at lunchtime up in the 57 Club. And he's definitely doing more. He's keen to do more. And gonna get out there and buying more cars, I think.
What is he, mid-40s now?
45.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's only a year older than Alonso.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is pretty remarkable when you think about it, for Alonso.
It's funny to listen to him saying that, because when you go into Formula One at an age, and you come out at the same age in terms of not knowing how to do anything, because when you drive in Formula One, they do everything for you.
Yeah.
So he said when he met his wife, she couldn't believe he didn't know how to turn a phone on. He couldn't book a flight. He didn't. He didn't know how. He didn't. You know, it's quite comical. And he said, I had to learn so fast after coming out of Formula One that there's a world out there, and you don't have
a world out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel for guys. I think of Logan Sargent, who's thought he was turning away from motor racing, but he's going to stick. He's going to get back involved. But what do you do? You've dedicated your whole life, and then you're just not there. And the same too of Jack Doohan. I mean, do we just discard them and that's it? When they're brilliant at what they do.
They are. It's a cool sport, and I'm glad to hear that. I didn't know that Logan was coming in. I know he said he was going to walk away. It's good that he's coming back, and he had a hard time in F1. It's not an easy environment, and perhaps less easy than it's ever been before.
Yeah, I know Franco Colapinto coming up through the ranks as a junior driver, and lovely kid. And you think it's all there on a plate, and he gets the chance, makes the opportunity. Same for Liam Lawson. It's tough.
Very tough.
And it's got tougher, actually.
I think so. I think it's much harder. There's an interesting car. The 5 mentioned that.
No, we haven't yet. No.
So that's interesting that the pace car has caught that car.
Well, we should be going green, so it's going to get quite tasty in a minute because we're getting closer to the window. Milne's going to have another crack at Jenson Button.
Yep, here we come. Pace car's in.
Stuart Milne then. Richard Stuart Milne chasing Jenson Button as we will see the green flag. There it is. It waves. And they've got quite a gap already.
That was interesting. So
wasn't that weird?
Yeah, well, the pace car's pace was such that more than half the field couldn't keep up. Kind of interesting.
That is interesting. But it's certainly given the Alphas their chance to race each other again. Jenson goes back into the lead, but almost loses it on the exit of Andretti. I say almost loses it. He won't forgive me for that.
Now, Stuart Milne is definitely not giving up on this one, is he? Jenson's had mirrors full of that Alpha all race.
Headed towards 5.
So lap time's going down a bit as they cleaned up the oil mess from the last race.
It's amazing how these production cars really are or can become good race cars, fun race cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And normally it was close wheel-to-wheel racing, as it is today in the British Touring Car Championship.
Sure.
They knock hell out of each other on the track. It's incredible.
Here comes Milne again for another look at the inside, but doesn't do it here at the corkscrew.
That was interesting watching them line abreast into 6 with the brake lights and how late Jenson's braking. That's quite something.
Yep.
That's brave in there.
Down into 10, and look how he just makes those little deft touches that only he could do. I've often thought, when he gets back in that Cadillac, the size of the wheel is basically a Formula One wheel, so it must be very hard going from a massive wheel that you're wielding to a tiny wheel with all those buttons on.
And the speed differential.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. When here, this must be almost relaxing. Because he's got a lot of time to think, but in an F1 car or one of these new LMP hybrids, things come at you so quick, it's hard to keep up with the car.
Now, 38 minutes. As the clock ticks down as we get closer to the pit window opening. I'll rely on you to let me know when exactly they start doing it.
No one out there yet.
Mills just done his best lap time, a 1:47.1, but Jensen's best is a 46.3, and he's showing it now. He's trying to rebuild that 5-second lead he had, and he's putting some nice corners together to do just that.
Here we go. Here's those brake lights again into 6. This is arguably the bravest corner on the track. Blind in, very fast. Oh, we lost it. We didn't see the rear view. Three-wheeling through there, Richard Stewart Mill. There's that line again.
Yeah.
But
look, if you can do it, I can do it.
Yeah, but look at Jensen. Yeah, he's learned that lesson.
Yeah, why not? If you can learn some tips off a Formula One guy, why not take them? Through Rainey they come then, and the gap starting to build now as Jensen Button. Just a delight to have him, and this is the essence of Rolex and the reunion, is to invite greats to the race. He owns a Fangio car, a C-type Jaguar, and of course Fangio, a guest here at the reunion some many years ago.
Yeah, yes it was. We've had basically all of them over the years. It's been incredible.
Yeah, and we've been...
Yeah, well, they're on the timer still, so they mustn't panic.
Look at the 51. That's our first glance at this car. As the light is fading, the lights are coming on, not just to warn people that you want to come through, but also because of the light, it's getting a bit dusky.
Oh, the Anglia's getting a push start. Oh, come on. Maybe not. Get going, and away it goes.
Comes the Falcon down the corkscrew. 30 minutes left in this race, and I think we're going to have quite a tight run between these pros as they change the order and change the face of this race. Greg Wald just his fastest lap, a 1:47.9, which is very good indeed, given Button's the fastest man out there on 1:46.1.
Smiling and having enjoyed himself.
Yeah, I'm sure they've spent a fair few hours together. Dario gets the accolades, but who knows? Racing
Yeah,
driver.
absolutely. Very solid sports car driver in his day. Some great wins in America under his belt. It's hard living in...
He's got a problem. He's dropped to 11th now,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's
clearly,
slowing right down.
Yeah, what a shame.
Oh,
what a shame.
That's got to be some sort of mechanic.
That was commentator's curse.
I know. Keep doing it. Oh, well.
Burke. Chet Taylor up to 8th. He's had a good race.
Whew. Must be quite a handful coming down there in that big monster.
Oh, yeah. Though you can see the brown.
Yeah, that's true. Chet Taylor pushing on now in the 17. Here he comes.
Yeah, he's not giving up on it, is he?
Whee! Down the inside.
That is...
At 10. Not quite doing it.
That's brave in there. That's how to get your nose chopped off.
Yep. And he did. Now, as you look up the
He
inside.
is,
Yeah, go on.
That's brave.
That is good.
Yeah.
And he's turned it nicely. He's got it turned.
Very
and,
clean.
That is clean as you like.
Yeah, with track to spare, unbelievably.
Unbelievably. So well done. Time to do it, though, with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, very good.
And that's Chet Taylor up to, what, 3rd position?
5th now. Oh,
5th.
Actually, that's strange. He went across the line and lost the place.
I don't know, yeah. The timing's a bit odd.
That is a bit odd, yeah.
Suddenly drops down. As Frank, yeah, he's dropping all the time, but he's gaining places. I don't know. It's getting late. One thing I can tell you, Richard Stewart Milne is leading the race, but this guy is having a hell of a race, is Chet. He's taken about 4 cars in the last 5 corners.
Where are our leaders? Let's have a look. Quite got them. There's Maz. Chet's pushing on.
Yeah, it's unusual to see an Alpha in those colours, but you expect the red, but it's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's quite nice, isn't it? Yeah. That's one thing you always see here. Some of the liveries that were running period, so different to Europe. It's really refreshing, and that rainbow of colours that were the iRock cars. How amazing were they? Yeah.
Well, that was made for TV, wasn't it? Really.
That looked close up there. He did it as well. He'd take
Got
Maz.
He is carving his way.
He sure is. He's really on it. Why did he wait so long?
Good question. Slightly different line this time through 11.
Yeah, used all the road.
It's interesting. He gets as he crosses the line. He gets.
No, there was a mix-up at the last one. So now Chet Taylor's gone. Oh, what the hell? He was in 3rd, 9th, 5th. That's interesting. I can't think that. I think we might have a timing problem.
I think we do.
Or a transponder problem.
A transponder problem because he comes across the line in 2nd and then drops immediately down to 6th. Well, no problems with the transponders at the front as it's Milne, Farwars, Probert, excuse me. Greg Wald in 4th place. Alan Thom, is it? Or Tom?
Tom, by the way.
In 5th. And Frank Zucchi up to 6th now.
Sadly, Fiber has gone down. So, whatever that problem is, has ended his race and all hope of doing well.
Yeah, and Jonathan Fiber, who you were talking about a moment ago, is all the way down in 23rd place now and just drifting off the board, as it were.
So we're just coming down to 5 minutes left of this this race. Kind of expected more of the minis this year, but they've done really well. Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, God.
There were some sparks off
there, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we usually get a show by a couple of the minis, but just hasn't shown this weekend. But they're still there, still competitive. But they haven't taken the Alphas to put them through their paces this time. Then again, there's some pretty handy drivers in those Alphas. So.
Yeah, there certainly are. It seems to be the weapon of choice, doesn't it?
No kidding. So down to just over 4 minutes to go in our endurance race here. The Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy. And we started off with Justin Gurney, the son of Dan. Why not use the pit lane exit?
Yeah, that 88 is using the motorcycle on lane.
Yeah, exactly. You know what?
And made a pass.
And did the pass because of it.
And is now pulling away. Interesting.
Good effort.
I guess the Mini's quite light on his tyres as well, so he's probably got more tyre at this stage of the race.
Yeah, those tiny tyres. How big are they?
Yeah, well, they're like 13
6-inch tyres.
Yeah, tiny little wheels and tyres. Yeah,
but so competitive. I still can't believe they won the World Rally Championship with Paddy Hopkirk.
Yeah,
Mini. It just blows my mind.
It is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's going for it again. Look, he's really hustling another Alpha up the hill.
Yeah.
It's a good job those Alfa Romeos have got good sump cards on them. That one was sparking again as it came through 6.
Yeah, let's have a look at it as it comes into corkscrew again. And there's the 11 of our leader crossing the line again with 3 minutes to go now. So what, 2 laps?
I guess, yep, and the gap out to about 26 seconds, I think.
Yeah, pretty impressive, isn't it? Thought it was going to be closer, didn't we?
It did, and that car's still sounding as sharp as it did on the first lap. So, so hope I don't put the kibosh on him. on the rev limiter. Interesting.
Yeah, totally.
There's no question of him holding up back on the
no, he's not.
Closing stages of the race.
Yeah, he's pushing it.
He is.
Yeah, you only have to listen to how hard they're pushing to realise how hard they're racing.
So our timing screen is showing the 88, which is the Mini, has gone to second place.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
I'm not
we're
putting
seeing
too much
reality.
into this.
No, okay. I agree. And Chet Taylor seems to be going up and down, and he's not going.
He's tired. Our timing system's tired.
I think it's a long day. We'll find out at the end.
It's just dash good entertainment. That's all I can say.
Yep. So we're going to get one more lap after he crosses the start-finish line.
Yeah, should be white flag this time, yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, from my... Here's the battle for second place.
Which does show the Mini.
Well... All right.
Oh, there's those sparks again.
Those sparks again, yeah.
There's white flag. One lap to go, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, not a close race, but it is here in this battle.
There's been a lot.
David and Goliath, pretty much. And the leader now on his last lap and heading into Andretti.
Not a great driving up and down the field, I have to say. Interesting wide line through there for the leader, who's just coming up on turn 3. Wide again. Maybe his tyres have gone off. Let's hope he's done a good enough job to keep that lead now.
It's a long race, an hour on these tyres.
Yeah.
Flat out.
Especially the way he's been pushing.
I mean, we did have some, caution time, but it's pretty much been full on.
So if our timing screens are right, we're out to a 35-second lead, apparently. So hats off to Richard Stewart Milne at this stage. It's just around half a lap to go, just over. And he'll be seeing the checkered flag.
Taking the button line, as I'm calling it.
Yeah, it's interesting, that line.
Well, they've obviously learned that it works. Last time down the corkscrew then. Keep it tidy, keep it together. Don't make a concentration mistake now. Look at this lot.
And that's Maz.
Yeah.
Number 5 in the middle of it all.
In the thick of it.
He really lost time late in the race. I wonder if he had a problem.
Now, is that Mini in second place, we wonder? We think so.
Yeah, it's Maz is really having a struggle with the Holden now.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's obviously nursing problems. The other Alpha's taking him up into the corkscrew. That's
And coming to the checkered flag then is Richard Stewart Milne to take victory.
That's a great win.
Yeah,
great drive. Very steady.
Yeah. Didn't put a foot wrong, did he?
No, he did not.
Well done then.
So we're now showing Chet Taylor in second.
Second again.
So that's the 17.
That makes sense to me.
That kind of does, I think, yeah.
And then we got Greg Wald in that 88 Mini in third. So that makes sense too, because Fawaz is in fourth. So
Here's our Mini. They're Fawaz, all of them 3 abreast through 11. Dust kicked up. So there's our 88.
Wald does go back into second, okay.
And there's Maz. So there we go. Maz and Jenson Button confirmed, I think, in third place.
For a podium, yeah.
So here's me saying the Minis were going slow, and Greg Wald proves me
second place.
really wrong, and in the dying stage of the race comes through for second place.
That's we didn't see that coming, but we got a little confused with the transponders there. But either way, it was a very entertaining race and well-deserved win for the number 11.
Yep.
Who waves to the marshals in the crowd.
Chet Taylor finishes 5th. Again, another great drive, very steady through the field, and very good finish for him.
Yeah, a lot of hard work gone into each and every one of those prepared cars for their race here. And you always worry when you put historics through an hour of racing. That's always tough, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a couple of small mistakes, but I think generally reliability was very good. And
yep.
A couple of short caution in the short caution periods in the race, but again, the track workers doing a sterling job and safely and getting the race underway again as quickly as possible.
And as the mist from the Pacific rolls into the Monterey Hills, that ends our day.
We do it all again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Our feature day, of course, on Saturday. Lots of drivers, famous people coming out to track. We're going to be entertaining Gerhard Berger tomorrow.
Oh, brilliant.
So
one of my favourites.
Great to see him.
One of his cars in the exhibition. So, confirmation of the Group 3 Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy Endurance Race. Richard Stewart Milne with the Alfa Romeo from 68 taking the win over Greg Wald. It was confirmed in the Austin Mini Cooper S in 88 on the 88. Jenson Button and Marzan Farwaz taking third. Alan Thom taking the Alfa Romeo to fourth. Then Chet Taylor does take fifth. That was the one that was kind of going up and down, but he finally settled for fifth. Frank Zucchi, good result, got up to sixth. Ross Myers, Aaron Myers in seventh. Gary Dreen in eighth. Kyle Breslow ninth. Mark Owen and Chim Frula in 10th position in that Lotus Cortina.
Both the bread vans made it.
Did very well.
Very well. And I think that the number one, the Alan Tom car, is the car that was being shared with Patrick Long. So
Right.
perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that did quite well when Pat got in.
Good point. Been a great day of racing. Look back at some of the highlights of that, and we've had very few incidents. Andy, thank you so much for coming in and sharing your insights into these wonderful cars.
Of course,
I think you'll have to do another 27 years of this.
There you go. I'm going to try.
Good for you.
Okay.
Thanks for coming in, and thank you, audience, for watching. We've got a full day, as we say, tomorrow, and it all kicks off with the John. We do a different order tomorrow, but we start off early in the morning with the John Morton Trophy at local time on the West Coast Pacific at 8 a.m., and we'll go through the day once again with each of the 14 groups in action as we say goodnight from the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. I'm Jonathan Green. Join us tomorrow at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as we bring you history once again at great pace. Until then, bye-bye for now.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.